thing would happen here. And public support in Germany, which runs through the parties for the people in Ukraine, is extremely high. Um, and that's why Germany has given 1.5 billion euros in military aid to Ukraine. I think the criticisms of the German government, especially of the SPD party, are um, are understood here in Germany and understood abroad. That Germany should be doing more and doing things a little differently. Um, this primarily runs around the SPD party. Um, the story with the Nord Stream pipelines is a very long story. It's also tightly wrapped within the SPD party. Um, is a very and was hotly debated for many years in Germany from different sides. What came about was basically the um, energy policy in Germany has been probably the major political crisis topic in Germany for the last 15 years, since Fukushima, and even before that. Um, and this involves things for renewable energy subsidies that were highly debated. This involves things like dependency on oil and gas and how we get that and the prices. It involves nuclear. So Germany really sees all of that as a domestic energy policy problem. Um, so I would be afraid to read too much into, how Germany sees its internal energy policy as being either pro-Russian or against Russian, because they don't really see it that way. They see it as a practical issue. It's kind of early in the morning here, so maybe my thoughts aren't all in order, but thanks a lot. I'm not sure if Kilo wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, sure. No, I appreciate. No, I understand, and I understand that people have to work together. I'm not discounting Germany, intents and stuff like that. But and like I say, each country has its own interest. Germany is like the 10,000 pound gorilla in the center of Europe, and when Germany sneezes, everybody it's just like a whirlwind. And so I think, and that's why I really think there needs to be a counter. It's up to the other countries to, including Poland, and I think it's going to be like an axis between Poland and Ukraine eventually. Hopefully, they're going to work together to do a better counterbalance with Finland and other and countries in the flank, to basically to have a stronger counterbalance to the German interest. I think the Nord Stream was highly, it was so obvious that yes, it was internal energy policy, which was terrible. Obviously, the German, um, it just didn't make sense. I mean, burning forests here in the United States, like North Carolina forest, was transported to Europe, and that's so-called green energy. I mean, that's so nonsensical that our forests were being burnt in Germany and in the UK and called green energy. I mean, it's laughable. The same thing, Nord Stream, both one and two pipelines. It was strictly built to bypass Ukraine. It had it it was That was the reason. It was just because Ukraine was in the way. And so, yes, it was self-interest, but it was selfish interest. And I think and I think at least a lot of Germans are realizing this. And I think there's going to be a little bit of time before Germany just regains a center of balance that is not so selfish. And I think in the meantime, I think the countries like Poland, and they need to get their act together, work together with Ukraine, and to develop this counterbalance, because it's not going to. They'll Everybody has to work together, including France, and but but France will also, they have their own politics, and so does Italy, and the UK also. And I think it's going to be really important for those countries to get together. It's time will tell how that happens, but I think it is going to happen. And Germany, I think, is going to support that, hopefully, over time. So that's my opinion. You guys are absolutely fabulous. I really love to listen to you guys. You guys are so you know smart, and appreciate it. Thank you.
I need to applaud what you just said. There's some minor additions, corrections I have to make here. So, you cannot bank on Germany getting themselves together at any point of time. You cannot rely that this is happening by itself. What needs to happen is that all these small countries are banding together, forming a strong alliance, agree on their self-interest, and have the political will across their own spectrums to stand with that alliance to get maximum advantage for themselves, for their own single states out of that. We need alliance of the small countries in order to um, push the German nation into their role of actually supporting everybody and stop focusing on their own self-interest. So that is necessary that the European countries do that, especially the small ones, especially the eastern ones, that there is a big block that Germany cannot just steam over and ignore and strong arm whenever they need. Because whenever there's a small country, Germany can just stop in and say, okay, we are those powerful nation, we have all that cash, we have all the influence, and yeah, that's it. But if you're speaking to 20 countries and they just say, niet, no, no, uh, no way, and they can block the Germans, then they will have to reinvent themselves. You need to push the Germans. You cannot let the convenient big guy just follow his own path. You need to derail them. And so I'm sorry saying this to Germany. We need your help. We cannot do that by ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't saying exactly like Yalta. I hear your point. That's a very good point you made. But I'm just saying it's a sellout, and a sellout already has occurred, and I hopefully in the future that sellout there's not going to be such a sellout. That's all I was going to say. Thank you, bye.
I think we had Charles first and then Ender.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be, I mean, a little contradiction in my head about maybe my understanding, but I mean, one, I think we may be overestimating Germany's influence on the European Union. Yes, it is 25% of the EU GDP. And the last case that I can really think where there was a European Union issue and Germany really nearly acted alone would be the Greek debt crisis. On the other hand, and also I don't see Germany doing anything to necessarily help Russia in this conflict. Certainly, they've been acting in self-interest, partially for energy policy, but let's keep in mind that what they did and what they tried to do was try to secure oil and gas. They've also supported to build the infrastructure to get off of oil and gas from Russia, and that takes a long time. That's been hotly debated within the current coalition, and all of the parties agree that getting off of Russian oil and gas is critical. Notwithstanding the Nord Stream pipelines, the Nord Stream pipelines topic is dead here in Germany.
Well,
February
yeah,
February
sure.
24th ended that.
Yeah,
That whole debate.
yes, that is true. The debate was ended, but when did the Germans say they actually want to get off Russian gas and oil? Did they actually say that before those pipelines went boom?
Yes, definitely. There were parties that wanted to do that, and let's not forget. I mean, we just finished 16 years of Merkel rule, and 8 of that was within the Grand Coalition, with the SPD and the CDU/CSU together. And there were some changes made in energy policy then that allowed the Nord Stream pipeline to continue. These were, and Kilo, and you are completely right. This was with for German self-interest to secure their energy supplies. But at that time, the getting off of nuclear was more important for the Green Party and more important for the CDU and CSU than it was to stop the gas. But on the other hand, I mean, I think you guys do have a point, which is if Germany is a leader in Europe, which it is, but I think it's overstated within the EU. But yes, they should take more of a leadership role in a positive direction. And this means, for example, free the leopards. That's just a very, very simple example. And it's unfortunate that Scholz has decided that he's not going to be a leader, and he's very publicly stated that. Essentially, he sees the United States as the leader, and Germany will follow. I agree that that's different, but there's a difference between not leading in a positive direction and actually doing things to backstab Ukraine, which I don't see at all, and doesn't have any political will or support within the country, even within his own party.
Well,
But isn't abstaining from leadership when you are called to lead also a form of backstab?
right, and let's not forget, there's still tankers waiting to offload Russian natural gas because it's a loophole. So yes, there's no more gas being transported by pipelines, but no problem. It's being transported in a liquefied way, and it's totally legal. It's what 8% of the natural gas. So that's not. I mean, so that's money that goes straight to finance the war. I mean, that's happening right now as we speak. Okay, so yeah, it's self-interest, but it's the same old story. I mean, anyways.
No, and I'm totally with you. And this is you have a great point, and I think we all agree that that needs to stop. When we talk about self-interest, I mean, we need to understand the energy mix in Germany and what energy prices already are in Germany, what that means to German business, what that means to German households. And unfortunately, we are where we are in Germany within our energy mix, that it is damn near impossible to live without Russian gas. And they're trying to fix that as quickly as they can. But that is a problem. I think it's a valid criticism, and we need to fix that. But that is not a short solution, unfortunately.
Yes, that is true, Charles. It is not, and German energy politics has failed. We talked about it extensively here in the space. Many of us knew that before the war. This was not sustainable, turning off all the nuclear power plants and getting hooked to Russian natural gas. At the same time, over focusing on renewable energies that simply cannot deliver what they need to deliver in order to fill that gap that has been created by the any of the nuclear power plants. I was just wondering if Amber has something connecting to the post-German hegemony in Europe, or did you have another topic that you want to bring up?
I will add to this from economic point of view. So I will kindly ask you to bear with me to have a mental exercise, right? Alkilo said something that really bothered me. In which way? He said Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 were built to bypass Ukraine. From an economical point of view, strictly economic, you want two things. One, to know that you will have sort of a security of your energy sources. If you have just one option to bring something, then it's worth considering having other options. and that's strictly for economical point of view. Germany is an industrial country. Their income, that's 25%, doesn't come from tourism and doesn't come from um, I don't know, light services. It comes from industry mainly, and industry requires energy in various forms. And for that, you need to make sure you have the source. It was a mistake, right? And everybody said so, including Charles here 2 minutes ago, to only count to ditch the nuclear energy you already have, and to only count on gas, right? But that being said, um, um, I I never saw the pipelines from North Sea who would have fueled um, um, Germany, but not only, as any means to bypass Ukraine in any form. That's my opinion. That's my take. Both from an economic point of view, both as, I don't know, bystander, right? That's one. And second, if you are aware of your statue, and this is not for backing up Russian consumption, right? But if you have, how do you say, if you are self-aware of your importance in a certain economic endeavor, 1/4, it's very much, right? It's a big input. You cannot shut all your economy, not only for your interest but for everyone else's. It's like you are the main income uh, um, provider in your family, and you decide tomorrow, because you don't like your boss anymore, you decide tomorrow to just quit and go away. And of course, it's a matter of principle, and you will say it's a matter of principle. It is. But you have a lot of children, and those children need, at some point, some food. And any, even any person, unless some egregious infraction that cannot be ruled otherwise, will search for a solution in the coming months. It's not, you said, okay, I'm done, I'm not gonna work for this guy anymore, but I'm looking for something else, and I will quit when I'm ready. It doesn't necessarily have to be now, today, this moment. And it's not healthy for European economy at that point in March, if we all have stopped at the same time the import of Russian gas and the import of Russian oil. The inflation you see right now, it's a joke. It's not something that um, you see complain right now. It would have been not worse, much worse than this. And this is important. You have to be mindful, and you have to be, I'm not saying it's not. You have to search for solutions, and for to do for fast, right? And they did. And it is time for them to consider stopping this and using the nuclear energy, and they did. So maybe they are not moving as fast as we would like, but I don't think, from economical point of view, they did a bad thing, for not only for Germany, for the European Union, we are 27 countries, and this 1/4 of income, it's a big push. It's a big difference. That's
Yeah.
my opinion.
And yeah, that is right. We are 27 nations, and we can integrate Ukraine by ourselves, and let Germany just follow up later. And they don't have to lead; they don't want to. They made it perfectly clear. And what we are looking for is a future where we can have a better shared community, a better union. And we would welcome Ukraine into that union, but we also need to be prepared to change the paradigm of how things are going to be handled in the European Union in the future, because we know who we can rely on, we know who we can trust, and we see more common objectives and interests in away from the central leader nations that failed to lead. Thank you, Anna, for your contribution, and AI Kilo and Auntie, who dropped down. Let me go to Christian first, because I know he was up before and had his hand up and dropped down. And then we have Florian and IST21.
Thank you, Herman. I dropped down because I had to drop down. I couldn't continue. I have an issue with Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 built to bypass Ukraine from an economical point of view. You see, it is so that Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 was meant to bypass Ukraine. But if you look better, it wasn't just to bypass Ukraine, it was just to bypass the whole Eastern Europe. And if you look at the plans for gas distribution after these, after Nord Stream 2 pipeline would have been built, you would have seen that whenever the Russians would have wanted to cut Druzhba and the other pipelines going through Ukraine or Poland, they would have been able to. And all this with the complicity of the German state, which, in my opinion, and I'm just speculating, but you can see it from the plane. This would have made Germany the uncontested leader of the European Union, and not only for a long time to come. And I can't. I'm just trying to keep my frustration and my anger inside, not to speak too much. The point is, this was a geopolitical power move that would have allowed Russia to do as it pleased to Eastern Europe. And I'm sorry, but right now, in my opinion, as a person, not as an ex-official or whatever, is that I can't trust Germany to do shit. And I won't trust Germany to do shit for a long time to come, because this was announced. This was the concerns were voiced for so many years. We've seen Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. We've seen Ostpolitik. We've seen the change through trade bullshit. We've seen everything. We've seen the arrogance and the smug faces whenever anyone would tell them that this is a huge security risk, not only for Europe, but for the whole world. We've all seen the laughter, laughing in our faces. You're done now. You're just Eastern European gypsies. So I'm trying not to do some German bashing, but this was not meant to secure energy for Germany. That's the secondary objective. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Christian, I see where you're coming from. There has been a lot of inequality in the European discourse, and it's also manifesting itself, especially in how Europe has treated Ukraine. Not so much Poland or the Baltics and Romania, but the rest of Europe is pretty much had that attitude towards Ukraine. So, yeah, what do you guys want over there, and who you are? We've never been playing together, and there was quite some arrogance present, and it still is, even in the higher politics. What we've seen after 8 months of war and genocide, that narrative hasn't changed. The way of thinking about Ukraine hasn't changed a lot in certain circles, and it probably won't. And yeah, that is something that we need to be facing in our own countries when we're working politically and trying to talk to people and motivate people. That we're bringing up that, the Ukrainians are not so much different from us than the Romanians were 15 years ago when we decided to get them up in the European Union. And there was all those people saying all the corruption there and all those things that are going on. Will it even work out? Yeah, it worked out. And just look in Romania now compared to 15 years ago. There's so much progress been done there. And Ukraine is doing all that progress in 8 months. Well, 8 years actually, since the Maidan. They made so much progress already. What I'm gonna do now. Oké, next hand. Grüezi, Florian. Könnt ihr abkümmern und dein Mikrofon einschalten?
Grüezi, guten Morgen. Good morning. I make that drastic statement, but from the outside, Germany doesn't appear as a country. It appears as an industry federation that pretends to be a country with a huge guilt complex. That's my view of Germany, with a huge bureaucracy. But more to serious matters. First of all, Germany did not enjoy much of an advantage in gas prices because there's an integrated European market for gas. And there's an integrated European market for electricity. And they swing a bit this market, but if you look at all the study, Germany has exactly the same gas prices as the EU average, because it's the biggest one. So they actually did not profit individually as a country very much from the endeavors in Nord Stream 2 or Nord Stream 1. Yet, all what you've been discussed on the security risk was clear. And the Russians actually stated their intent. In 2018 and 2019, this other big political talk show on Russian television with the stern-looking woman whose name I forgot, not the Soloviev, but the other one. They actually said in late 2018, so let's finish Nord Stream 2 and kill off the Ukraine. They actually stated that on television in late 2018. So the intention that Nord Stream was never an economic project, it was a power projection project in the hope to tangle Germany to Russia and have the spheres of influence and divide up Eastern Europe, was very clear from the Russian intent ever since the 2007 speech of Putin at the Munich Security Conference. Who didn't read that speech or never heard about it was just blind and idiotic. The early Nord Stream 1 adventures were, I give them the benefit of doubt that they wanted to get rid of nuclear and get gas. But since 2007, it was clear. Then there was Georgia and so on. But Germany is an integrated European market. And what I'm a bit lacking in this discussion is the European Commission, because that's the guys who set the rules of the European single market. And they have to set the right conditions. And this is where the other states have a say in. And they can, if they pull together and get a strong bloc, they swing a majority. Germany is 27% of the population in the vote, so it's important. But by far means can even block things because the blocking minority is 40%. So if you, for example, rally France to your cause, and you can leave Germany out in the cold and actually vote over German interests, it's possible. Technically, it has never been done, but it's possible. And the last remark is, I see a complete failure on the side of France, because France could easily tie up with the Eastern Europeans in energy questions, because France could say, dear Polish or the future Ukrainian, let's get rid of your coal-burning industry, we deliver your nuclear power plant. Give a fuck to the German ideological opposition to nuclear power. We will build more nuclear, we are leader in nuclear power plants. Poland, for climate consideration, get out of your coal, but we help you to get into nuclear power. And we do that in Romania, or we do that in the Ukraine. And then France could easily start swinging the energy debate on its side, because nuclear has been deemed green by the rules of the ESG rules of the EU. France could lead, they would be happy to do that. And then Germany sits in the cold and wait 3-4 years, and then public opinion starts to swing, because Germany will have the most inefficient electricity prices it anyway has domestically, because of the way that its green transition.
Yeah, and build those nuclear power plants, please, at the German border. That's going to be so terrific. They're already enjoying all the French and the Czech nuclear power plants at the border. That will be so delightful.
Look to the Swiss, they have done that, and we are now building our nuclear dump site on the German border. 3 kilometers away from the German border, our nuclear dump site is now engineered. And the Germans had no say in it, and they were just shocked.
Yeah, that sounds like an Aargauer joke here in this moment. You know the Aargauer joke about the nuclear power plants, Florian?
The Aargau joke is we are the canton where the nuclear power is, the highways are, and the nuclear waste dump sites, and the other dump sites.
Yeah, the next time Switzerland builds another nuclear facility, it's going to be in the Aargau again. Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. But a bit more to the honest point, I think there is a chance that you can swing around Germany. And Germany, because of its wartime guilt and the way politics works, has never shown much leadership. In my lifetime, I've never seen it. German politicians...
I totally agree. I mean, this is not about the gas price. Essentially, what the Germans were about was just about the volume of gas they have access to, the ability to run actually gas burning electricity plants to substitute nuclear power. I mean, that was a bizarre way of doing an energy policy. So enough of that. IST21, what do you have for us?
Hi, yes, it's just a few questions. I don't know if you've already answered them, because I've only just come on and stuff. And I don't want the answers to be too long, to take up too much time. But obviously, the infrastructure that got struck yesterday, some of it was like close, like the hydro and thermal plants that got struck near the Zaporizhzhia. Does that have an effect on the Zaporizhzhian nuclear power plant itself through the water and stuff like that? That's question number one. If I ask the question first, and if you could answer, that would be easier for me, please. Also, question number two is, I've read a few reports again. Obviously, I don't know if it's more Russian propaganda, and you probably won't obviously able to give us a direct answer about it, but about, I think it's in Kherson, that they've mined the dams, and they pulling the line back. Is that, are they saying they're pulling the line back of the Russian soldiers because obviously, as listening to this, that they're getting beat in that area? Are they pulling it back, or do you think they've got more plans to do with attacking the dam? And the last thing, how the people in this group think Russia will react? The UN and Turkey is still going ahead with the getting the grain to the countries without Russia, please.
I couldn't really make out your second question. Can you repeat that one in a more concise form, perhaps?
Sorry, I forgot what my second question was. So if you could answer the other
Is
two,
the Novakhovka
did
dam
get then I'll
mined by the Russians and they're willing to blow it up, correct?
Yeah. That thank you. That was the one I was saying. The line's been put. I've read last night and this morning that the lines have been the person of the area that's annexed, that meant to be the head of it now, the Russian, are saying they're pulling the line back 15 kilometers or something, and there people are saying it's because of false flag, because they're gonna attack the dams because the dams are mined. But I've read that some of the dams got mined in April, so why wouldn't they have done it then, and why would they do it now? Does that make sense?
If I may, I think the whole dam question is again fear mongering, similar to, does the nuclear power plant blow up? Because if they blow up the dam, they cannot themselves cross the Dnipro because it's not a mile wide anymore. It's 5 kilometers wide or 10 kilometers. It destroys the water supply to Crimea. It would make their own logistics impossible. Are the Russians pulling back from Kherson? There's conflicting information. There is information that they pull out the civil administrators. They have looted the museums, the statues. But on the other hand, yesterday, in this War on the Rock blog from Michael Kaufman, who was in Mykolaiv, he said there's 40,000 Russian troops and they have built 3, 4, 5 fortification lines. And there's this plan to hold order by Putin. Kherson is symbolically important. We don't know. It's hard to judge. It would rather require the military guy. Can they hold it? It's a different question. Are they willing to give it up without a fight? I don't think so.
IST21, did it answer your questions?
Yeah, it answered the one about the dam. Thank you very much. With the other question that I asked was about the damage to the thermal and hydro plants that got attacked yesterday. How, because of obviously, I'm not too familiar with about the nuclear Zaporizhzhia power plant. How would the attacks close by or that are linked to it affect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant? Would it or wouldn't it not affect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, please?
So they would most definitely not affect the nuclear power plant. What the nuclear power plant would be affected by is a loss of coolant flow in their own system, and those energy for that coolant flow is, I believe, currently still provided by diesel generators on site. So if you just blow a dam and we're close, you do not lose the energy that's necessary to provide the coolant flow, and also a sudden drop in water levels isn't really changing much there, because there is let's put it that way, there's enough coolant water available to those coolant basins and the remaining rods in the reactors, if they're still even present there, so that there's no worry to be had. That thing is safe unless somebody does something really, really, really stupid and evil.
If I may, very shortly, Russia attacks the substations in order that energy flows to a particular city. They have not attacked, to my knowledge, the national transmission grid. So the power is still flowing around. And with that, there's very little chance that the complete power grid of Ukraine collapses. It collapses in the city of Zaporizhzhia, or Kiev is dark. But they have not attacked the power plants themselves or the dam structures themselves. They attacked the substations, the transformers, and so on. The people in the cities they attack sit in dark and cold.
Okay, IST21, you're okay?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you ever so much. It's really enjoyable listening to you guys and listening to the conversation you have. And thank you for the help that you give to Ukraine and the information you give to other people. It's always a pleasure listening to you. So thank you for answering my questions, and I'll keep sharing the live. Thank you very, very much.
Well, yes, thanks for coming up and asking the questions. And please check out MriyaReport and recommend it to your friends. It's always a great charity to donate money to, or just come back to a space or recommend the space to your friends and help in the information exchange around the Ukrainian war.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, counter the troll arguments, the Russian trolling. If somebody is afraid of the nuclear power plant, tell him what you have heard. Tell him it's not that dangerous. It's fear-mongering. It is that it's directed at us, that we in Western Europe get fears and pull back the support because we fear an accident. It's not going to happen. There was ample discussion on this space. There's very good recordings. Counter that fear. It is a psychological war against you and me.
Yeah, that's true. All those informations there are supposed to make you afraid, brittle, and weak. So all the other angles of Russian information will have a better grip on you and make you do things because you're not focused. And you're afraid. You're not able to think straight. And that's what all that information is supposed to do to you. And Charles, you've been patient. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just regarding the dam and the Kherson part, maybe just a summary of what we've discussed over the last several days and what all the experts have sort of said is so yes, the Russians are going to defend the right bank of the river, so the north side. There is the question, of course, what happens when the end comes for those 40,000 soldiers that are on that side of the river. Although, I don't want to split hairs with exactly which side and where they all are. The director of military intelligence of Ukraine spoke to the dam. So a couple things. The dam itself is the Russians would not have the artillery weapons to destroy the dam. So therefore, if they wanted to destroy the dam, they would have to be on site and mine it. But that seems very unlikely. The military objective that the Russians may try to achieve after they are defeated in Kherson would be to make a crossing of the Dnipro more difficult. The way that the expectation of the director of military intelligence in Ukraine is expected is that they would destroy then the lock structure. Looking at the Novokhovka Dam, there's a dam, and then next to it there is a lock system. And by destroying that, there would then be flooding, but it would not nearly be to the extent if the actual dam would be blown, but it would achieve the military objective of making the Dnipro River much more difficult for the Ukrainians to cross, to pursue the Russians when the time comes that they can no longer hold the right bank. So that's kind of the situation on the dam. Is nobody really expects the Russians to blow the dam itself, but they may damage the lock system or destroy that, which would then cause some flooding, but not nearly to the extent, tidal wave rushing downhill.
Thank you, Charles. So the situation on the dam as a logistical asset that is cannot be understated for both sides. That is the tug of war: who gets to keep it, who has to destroy it. Both want to keep it, nobody wants to destroy it. That's, I believe, the short answer here. Who has to destroy it at one point is going to be Russia, if somebody does. Ukrainians don't have a single interest in destroying the dam. They just want to make it unusable for the Russians as a logistics route, which is natural. Let's hope none of that happens. It's a pretty good dam. I like it. It looks good on the postcards. It provides a lot of electricity. It holds back the water for civilian consumption, for agriculture, for industrial production. It's a pretty good dam. It's been there for a while. Let's keep it, I hope. Florian, you are.
The dam was actually blown in 1941 by the Soviets when they retreated against the German army. The same dam. The dam is from the late 1920s. But this was another consideration why I don't think to blow the dam. If you blow the dam, the water is supplied to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant would stop, so it cannot be cooled. And then there's a question, if you kill on the left-hand bank, the southern side, also another, 10, 20, 30,000 Ukrainians, that would go down as a similar to a usage of weapon of mass destruction legally. And I think that's a line too far. I don't think they will do it. I think this brings too many problems for themselves, and it really would shock India and not sure China. China has killed enough people in its history, but it surely will shock India and other of their backers in the global south. And I think that's why it's a psychological threat against us, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, psychological warfare. Yeah, I agree. But Florian, are you actually sure that if the Novokarakovka dam is going to be blown, that there's not enough water left to cool the Zaporizhzhia power plant? Because I think we had that topic in space before, and I never really got a good confirmation for that notion.
I agree. I heard it. I heard somebody countering it. There's enough water flow in the Dnipro. We can extend also the pipes quickly enough. I'm not sure. But the problem is they may also not know themselves. So by being unclear about this fact, it weighs in their consideration because they probably don't want to do it. But you're right, it's not 100% clear. But it's right, I should have been careful. You're absolutely right. I should have stated it's a possibility that that might happen. It's not a certainty.
Yeah, I can't really see a path forward where either of those events would benefit Russia to any extent. I mean, blowing a dam, blowing a nuclear power plant, for what does it get to you? I mean, those are all assets you're trying to seize. Those are objectives of your conquest. So I don't really see that as a path forward. And also, they're not going to help them in any way, and especially both of them are going to hurt you more than whatever your benefit would be from doing that.
If I make a last comment, an explicit Russian war aim is the land bridge to Crimea, including the water situation. But then, if they would do it, they would also signal they have given up on Crimea. And I think that is the point where the Putin regime falls. Crimea goes, Putin goes.
Well, yeah, that's one part of it. I'm not sure or certain how much they're still planning on getting Odessa and the land bridge to Moldova, or if that's a pipe dream. Well, it is a pipe dream, but are they still smoking it? So I don't know about that. Dan John, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, all. So just a comment on the cooling of that plant, which seems to get people nervous. But even if the Dnipro dam is blown, the cooling pond outside the power plant is actually, I measured it on Google Earth. It's like 3.5 times 3 kilometers the size of it. So it's a massive body of water, which is sealed off from the river. So even if the river disappears, I assume that body of water can keep the plant cool for a long time. It would take
and then you may
some time
build
to
a pump from the river and so on afterwards because it may need something. But good, that's a good information. I missed that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I actually, even if that water is not circulated, I mean, it's a lot of water. Let's say it's almost 11 square kilometers. I don't know the depth, of course, but let's say it's like 2-3 meters. I mean, it's a massive amount of water to heat up. So just to cool it down and cool everyone down about this topic.
Yeah, literally it cools the plant and it cools our nerves.
Exactly.
Yeah, and on top of that, that nuclear, most of those blocks of that, the reactor blocks of that power plant have been either at very low capacity or shut off for quite some time already. So the demand on cooling water is not as high as if that would happen during production at full capacity. So there will be enough water, and there's no reason to worry about. The only thing to worry about is if the Russians actually going to do what they say they're going to doing, and Again, if a Russian says something, think the opposite. It is more likely the case. And in general, a good advice. So a quick reminder to everybody that you could please consider retweeting the space, make it known to all the followers on Twitter that the conversation is going on, that we're here to support Ukraine 24/7 until the illegal invasion, occupation, and genocide of the Russians in Ukraine has ended and Ukraine will be free. That's how long we intend to stay here. Also, please consider to talk to people in your life about getting engaged in the information, in gathering the information, what is going on in Ukraine, and sharing that with other people. We know that the mainstream media are not picking up on that very much. So please do your part to spread that around. And I see Florin's hand up.
On the schooling part, there was yesterday a tweet, and I didn't make the connection on the Victoria, that is the former member of the parliament, that often speaks in the space on energy. The cooling pot was supposed to be always at 18 degrees Celsius, but because they switched off, it dropped down to 13 degrees, and all the fish died. The fish are important that the algae don't overgrow. So it's a tweet I will retweet it from her on the environmental disaster that not running the power plant is doing, and the problem to the power plant long run is all the fish have died in the cooling pot. And I didn't make this connection. I read it last night. I thought interesting things that are happening, but I didn't make this connection that is not directly from the river, the water, but from the cooling pot. But there is this very interesting tweet on what happens to the cooling pot if it's not running the nuclear power plant. Capacity.
So we're getting Doman up. Thanks very much, Herm, for your co-hosting tonight. I think you did a great job. I think it was a very interesting interview with Auntie, for example. We will get Doman up. Doman knows lots more about nuclear stuff than me. So I'm sorry. I wish I knew more. I know people have a lot of questions about how sustainable is the current operations of the nuclear production facilities. And just the general questions. One thing that's kind of interesting that I should mention is apparently, so I was up with Doman yesterday, and we mentioned Russia shot 50 missiles, and only 6 of them managed to get through Ukraine's air defense, which is incredibly good. That's like a very good success rate, considering they launched 50 missiles at once. And apparently the 6 that were launched basically missed the substations that they were intended to hit. So even the ones that Russia managed to get through the defense network, it appears that they didn't manage to damage the substations. Is that correct, Doman? Did I hear that correctly?
This is news to me, that's for sure. So first of all, it was more than 50, I think. The announcement was over 50. So it wasn't exactly 50.
About 55, you're
something
right.
like that. So anyway, so my understanding was 18 targets got hit altogether in 8 regions. Sorry, this is memory from many hours ago, now 20 hours ago. 18 targets in 8 regions, that is to say 8 oblasts, with a mixture of cruise missiles and drones. Now, 45 out of 50 plus of 2 particular types of cruise missiles, which are air-launched, were taken down. There was no news that I saw yesterday at any point on whether there were any caliber cruise missiles launched from either surface vessels or submarines, but I'm guessing there might have been some. I didn't know that everything missed the substations. I thought they actually hit them, because I know that yesterday in the morning, we at least knew that they hit in the areas, broadly speaking, of the 4 largest hydroelectric power plants in Europe. In Ukraine, the one on the Dniester, and then 3 in the Dnipro, Kharkiv, Kremenchuk, and Zaporizhia. The one in Zaporizhia is called the Dnipro hydroelectric power plant, which is funny because it's not in the city of Dnipro, but it is on the river called Dnipro, but it's downstream from the city of Dnipro, next to the city of Zaporizhia. Hey, from the country that brought you 75 gazillion Alexandrivskas, there you go. But I didn't hear that they actually all missed. That's fantastic news if that's true, because that makes a
Well,
huge
yeah, I
difference.
could be mistaken. So I'll be honest. I'm actually looking at an old conversation between you and John, and John says that I think the 6 missed, and you say I'm not sure. Like, did they miss? And then John, I don't know. It seems like you guys got sidetracked. You never really got definitively got it, but it sounds like you since that time. This is at like 6 a.m. yesterday my time. So what, like hours and hours ago. Since that time, you've been able to kind of piece all that together. Is that right, Dylan?
Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. I don't know if I've pieced it all together, but you know.
I think I would say that your explanation now is probably more accurate than the one from back then, is what I guess I'm getting at.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so sorry. That I was like, where did I hear that? And so I searched back to the chat, and it was like you guys. So I was just double checking with you and trying to figure out, because I had to go to sleep, and I just wanted to know, what the situation was with that. So yeah, it's Ukraine, very incredible air defense effort overall. It's I think we're all looking forward to increasingly sophisticated systems like NASAMS getting to Ukraine, because I think what they're going to be able to do is going to be quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Doman?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we had CJ on yesterday at some point. Now, what is 80-something% success rate against cruise missiles? That's pretty good air defense. It's not perfect, but it's really hard to be perfect. The problem is that there are two things that are true at the same time, right? On the one hand, every missile, every military munition that gets through is one too many. And it causes massive damage when it hits things like infrastructure, substations, civilian apartment blocks, whatever it is. Now, unless it hits in the middle of a field, okay, fine, still not a good thing, but then no one really cares as much. But when it hits any sort of infrastructure, especially at this moment, electrical infrastructure, which is what they're clearly aiming at, or when it hits an apartment block or an office building, every one is one very much too many. At the same time, this is already very good air defenses at that rate. 80-something% is very, very high. It's just not high enough, and it needs a lot more for it to get to that high enough level. Yeah, I'm sad I missed the nuclear power plant discussion. I'll just add, to my understanding, what then John said is exactly what it is, and I need to seek out that retweet that Florian mentioned about the fish and the algae, because it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I just know SP21's always asking like some variation of that question about this reserve of coolant or water for the nuclear power plant dam, and I don't think he's being persistent for any nefarious reason. I think he's just like, I've never been able to give him a good answer. I think you guys gave a pretty comprehensive discussion of that, so thank you. Florian, sorry, go ahead, buddy.
The question is the substations, and are they hit? Maybe you hit them, but if you don't hit the real high value equipment, the digital transformers and that stuff, you can repair them relatively quickly, because then it's cables or housings or stuff in the vicinity. And I don't know how precise the caliber missiles or the pin shards are that will get fired. And so maybe the confusion comes from, are they really destroyed in the sense we need new transformers, which you need to buy from whatever, Switzerland, Germany, Canada? Or is this hitting infrastructure on the side that you can repair with cables and whatever, new masts and that stuff? I think the discussion is a bit confused about this, because then the substation is gone, but maybe the transformers were not hit, or not all of them, and you can get it back in a reasonable time. Then the city loses a day or two. I think it's a bit this question also, how thoroughly it's been destroyed.
Oh, you're exactly right.
Equipment destroyed or not, because the high value equipment, or most of it survives. You bring it online back relatively quickly.
See, this is the thing, right? You're exactly right. We massively overgeneralize here. Pretty much anything you take out, or I apologize, not you. Pretty much anything a Russian cruise missile takes out ends the power transfer for the time being, right? That's clear. However, as you note, there's a big difference whether you break it for a few days and stuff that they can fix up relatively quickly. But obviously, who's not going to publicize that it's gonna, the Ukrainian government and Ukrenergo, the utilities grid responsible company, they're not going to be publicizing that, because otherwise they'll just be giving Russians a specific target yet again, and they're not going to be saying what state it is, which is only right. All we can say is they probably they seem to have gotten hit. They are probably offline. They probably were offline yesterday. They're probably going to be offline for some more time, and hopefully not for very long. Claudia?
Yeah, exactly. You will not publish this, because there was also an interesting other comment yesterday from the energy company that they say, we are running out of spare parts. They have not run out of spare parts. They could still repair things, or can repair things. And if whatever the transformers get hit, it's not an easy repair. You don't just come and connect a few cables and it's up again and works. That often takes many, many days, or even a week or two. But they're not out of all the spare parts. So they're appealing to get them back. But I think Russia's goal, of course, is to kill off the complete energy grid. But they have failed so far. And if air defense, especially the comment on IRIS-T with 100% kill rate, is correct, then I think there's a way to pull through. It's going to be hard. Sorry for all the Ukrainians who cannot cook and sit in darkness. I'm very, very sorry. I'm really sort of hits and so on. But I think we shouldn't despair too much. Again, trying to play our fears. And I think Ukraine is a very resourceful country in also pulling things off. Look how fast they repair the bridges on the railway. I was just astounded on this talk of the boss of the Ukrainian railway.
Oh, certainly, right. The reason why it's now more pressing is two things. Without electricity, the water supply doesn't run in cities, and without and the winter is around the corner. So it's not just about the darkness; it's about other components of it too, right? So it will make a big difference exactly how quickly things are done. I was reading something yesterday about there being equipment being supplied from 12 different European countries, to try to repair all of the more difficult stuff as quickly as possible, which might make a really huge difference. I guess we'll have to kind of wait and see.
One question that came to my mind is, how many of the power plants around the big cities are combined cycle? So using electricity and steam for heating? Maybe then John or somebody who's knowledgeable about that knows that. Because it's not just killing off the electricity, it's killing off the central heating of cities like in Kiev.
Precisely.
And if you can produce electricity, you don't have the sort of the excess steam, or the expanded steam of the power generation is still good enough for heating. That's how it works on a steam generator. And by just killing the substation, they can produce electricity, so they can run the power plant, they can heat it.
Well, that's exactly it. Many do that, right? There's a lot of these smaller thermal power plants that also are then used for district heating, where the excess is then used for district heating. This isn't this isn't anything particularly surprising. And I don't know, maybe then John, if you do know more, feel free to share. But I do not have numbers. I do not have statistics. I'm suspecting that any details of this will be very quickly removed from the internet, and have rather been over the recent weeks, if they did exist, as much as possible. So it's probably, they're probably somewhere. They're just harder to find, because they want to make it as hard as possible. But yeah, after the Second World War, a lot of these cities were designed around district heating, because it is the most efficient in a sense, right? With gas being plentiful, gas from the Urals being plentiful, it was a sensible thing to do across much of the Soviet Union, especially in large urban centers that were relatively close, relatively concentrated. relatively close to the Urals, like Western Russia and in Ukraine. So they really went and designed it around that. So it's very normal to have it. It's
and very central.
kind of the default thing, exactly. It is a highly centralized central heating system. Yeah, then John, if you're around, I have a request for you. And
yeah, I'm here. Regarding the central heating, I don't have.
No. My request for you is in 42 minutes, and in the 42 minutes, I will kindly ask you if you can possibly pay attention to that press conference.
Then I would ask you: do you want to upgrade the mobile networks in Lithuania and Latvia, or do you want press conference information?
I don't want to upgrade mobile networks anywhere. I want press conference information.
Then you get the press conference.
Yeah. Apologies to these people of Lithuania and Latvia, but your mobile networks will have to wait another 30 minutes because Sweden is going to be announcing how many Archers, how many Robot 70s, and possibly how many other things, fingers crossed, they might be sending as well in about 40 minutes. And at this point, I shall ask Joseph, what happened overnight that we should be paying attention to? Because I don't know what happened overnight because it was night. But I'm sure many things have happened, Joseph. And you were around for them, as in not just around, but also awake. You weren't really around. You weren't there on the ground, but you were awake, which helps things. So anything you might want to share?
I'm racking my brain. We had a lot of meetings today. I had meetings on top of the meetings about the meetings. And then I was co-hosting all day, and I'm trying to think, like, I don't think any big stuff happened. I mean, it wasn't like yesterday where there were these big attacks with missiles. There's the situation in Kherson continues to brew. 2 barges were hit.
2 tugboats dragging around the barge.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think while you were asleep anything crazy happened, but I've been here co-hosting. I mean, if someone didn't come and tell me, something big happened, then I wouldn't really know about it. So, I mean, I blame the listeners, Doman, if I don't know, because they should have come up. They should have pressed the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of their screen and come up and raised the issue to the listening audience. Would you agree, Doman?
I literally couldn't agree more, and I think it behooves the many hundreds of people currently listening to do likewise. Right now, what I would say is, I think something interesting that did happen was a 180-degree turning missile over Belgorod again, because there was one yesterday. There's actually over Ukraine that did a 180. Like, well, what's going on there? Possibly electronic warfare, and then another one last night over Belgorod didn't really want to fly. I think that's. I know. Then, John, is that how?
Yeah, I think we
geolocated
the first one. I think that happened last night. Sorry, Domi, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to to add that we expect the co-host to know everything, and I mean everything. So, just joking. Sorry.
Then, John, did I miss anything? I'm trying to think. Like, did anything happen in the last, say, 8 hours that's like worth telling, Doman?
Well, I woke up like 2 hours ago, but no, I don't know. I wasn't logged on, so basically, I'm saying the truth. I woke up, basically. That's all I know.
Well, then I will propose something to chat about a little bit, and I think that then John and Florian are perfect. Oh, Florian, you have something else. Very well, because I was going to talk about the arrest of Motor City Sheriff.
Yeah, that's anyway very interesting too. But it's not so much related to news, but what came out overnight or since yesterday was this war on the rocks talk of Kaufman and the Polish guy whose name I forgot, who runs the Russian report. And they were actually far more skeptical than what's been talked here. Sort of, there's 40,000 troops, there are 5 defensive lines, they will not clear out Kherson. It's going to be a very, very hard and brutal fight. Kaufman had been right on that Russia will attack. They're very, very wrong how it plays out. I think he's biased because he's one of the US think tanks whose mission is to overplay Russian strengths, because that's their mission. This is how they get paid. Maybe I have to ask this in the afternoon when the American military guys are up, what I think about his opinion. But that was interesting. But he was doing a field trip in Mykolaiv. So he went actually to the side of things.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Kaufman kind of. I think he's good, right? He knows what's going on. He looks at all the data, except that he makes kind of. You know what? I keep thinking of Kaufman, right? And his predictions is worst case scenario at every point. I think whatever he says is the worst possible case scenario for Ukraine at every point, and everything possible that can go wrong will go wrong. Now that's an oversimplification, right? That's an oversimplification. Because I work on 85% reliability on things, because that's kind of good enough. The rest is for engineers to figure out. And if it's 85% good, that's good enough. And I think an 85% approximation, whatever he says, is kind of the worst thing. Like you said, my mental model is, okay, that's the worst thing that could possibly happen for Ukraine, is whatever he says. That is, if everything for Russia goes perfectly, if everything for Ukraine goes the worst possible way. So yeah, I don't know. Florian, you've listened to him more than I have, probably, because I don't have time to listen to War on the Rocks as much as I'd like to.
I did this last night because there was not much going on, and I was wondering his opinion. I discovered the MriyaReport quite late in July, and I started to listen to him already in November, and that's why I think still he gets things right. He's careful, he's informed. This is right. But this model that he is sort of the 90.99999 confidence interval type of prediction is the right assessment. But don't tell a Swiss engineer or people who's trained in statistics that 85 is good enough. You should just trust me, Dom. Just took the core of my professional heart.
No, so this is it, right? I like rough approximations and stuff that I can do on the back of an envelope. And if my model has the right variables in it, I'll get it to about 85%, right? And that's good enough. 15% error bars are good enough, and then somebody else can figure out the rest.
I mean, better be approximately right than precisely wrong, because a lot of the military analysts were precisely wrong.
Precisely. That's the thing. I'm happy operating with large error bars because I'm used to operating with large error bars. Everything I've done pretty much was always within very large error bars. But I was always cognizant of the large error bars, so that's fine. But as long as I consistently get stuff, sort of 85%-ish, right? That means that, and not that I'm saying I necessarily do, but that means that I am operating within the right mechanisms, even if I might get some of the details wrong, which is good enough.
You sound like me in college, Doman, my undergrad year. No, I'm just kidding. Doman, I think you've got a great show ahead of you. I look forward to listening for a bit as I doze off, and then I will wake up and ask you what happened, and you'll give a much better, more fulsome answer than me, because you're always on top of this stuff. So I will ask the listeners one last time. If you have a question for Doman, he's a brilliant guy. He knows everything about this. So this is the time. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up. Also, please retweet the space. Let people know Doman's here. He's here to answer your question. He's the adult is here finally. I'm done waiting for Doman to show up so we can get some real answers about what's going on here. So please do retweet the space. Let people know. And last but not least, Doman would love if you would go to MriyaAid.org. Please check it out. It gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. If you're so able, you're so inclined, please donate what you can. We're not asking anyone to break the bank, but every little bit helps. Isn't that right, Doman?
Every little helps. UK listeners.
And Slav Ukraini, buddy. Have a good day.
Hello, Slava. Shaggy.
Morning, Doman. How are you?
I'm all right, Shaggy. Go ahead.
Excellent. Right. So I've been keeping a track of Russian killed in KIAs, and how many are required to be KIA. So we get to 100K KIA by Christmas Day, which is a hashtag I'm using. So yesterday, a report came in that 650 Russian KIA yesterday. So that means the average number of KIA required to get to 100-day by Christmas Day has gone down slightly to 500, just under 510 KIA per day needed.
Do you know what the average was in October?
I don't, but I do know that the average when I started counting, we needed 522 KIA per day. So it's come down a little bit. It's come down from 522 to 510 now. So I've only been doing it about 2 weeks.
So you're saying about 510 needs to be average between now and Christmas. The average throughout the month of October was 415 a day. So it needs to be stepped up a little bit. In October was, clearly well above typical. So it needs to be stepped up further.
Yeah, the last week or so, we've had, like today, 650. I think we had a 950 a couple of days ago, and a 680, a 640 maybe yesterday. I've got these on I put it on a post every day now on my timeline. Actually, I'm doing a running count of all this. So yeah, it is coming down slightly. It's come down from 522 required to 510. So we're getting there. So hopefully we can get there by Christmas Day. Because 100K is the number that Thomas Steiner kind of mentioned as being kind of quite a psychological number. Not that the Russians will agree with 100K, but I'm kind of I'm hooking everything on that. So yeah, just give you an update on that. I've also got Free the Leopards as the hashtag in that post as well, just to add another one there. So there we go.
Well, good. I've been just adding it to random stuff to kind of get people confused about it and maybe click on it and see other posts about it. So maybe that's a strategy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I've been putting it on. So, for instance, when Twitter feeds me up a promoted tweet for some random company when they try and sell me stuff, I'll reply back to their post. Could be anything from Adidas to Qatari Airlines to you name it. It comes up. I stick a post and stick Free the Leopards on that just to get kind of a more reach. I think it is. It's definitely outside my usual followers. So that's why I do it on promoted tweets. So thank you, Twitter, for serving me up ads because it gives me an opportunity to post a Free the Leopards post. I suggest everyone does that as well because it's a really handy method of getting extra reach for the hashtag.
Excellent. Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to now do what I flagged I would have done earlier, because I think Florian has some understanding of corporate structures and corporate governance. I want to exploit his understanding of corporate governance a little bit. So, Florian, you remember how about a week ago, the chairman of Motor Sich, Vyacheslav Boguslayev, Motor Sich is a big company in Zaporizhia, engineering company, makes sort of turbine engines for all sorts of things, planes, helicopters, the like. Also for Bayraktar drones, right? And the chairman, so not the CEO, but the supervisory board chairman, I don't really know how to say this in English, got arrested last week by the Ukrainian security services. And he got arrested for basically selling engines that Russians needed to fly their helicopters through some sort of another company he set up in Bosnia, and probably Republika Srpska, one would guess. And this is why certain types of Russian helicopters were able to keep flying, and otherwise they couldn't. Spares, engines, whatever it was. Yesterday, what came out was that it wasn't just that, but also right at the beginning, just before the beginning of the Russian full-scale invasion in February this year, he ordered documentation for Ukrainian military helicopters to be put away somewhere in a drawer or something. It's not very clear what was done. This is according to the Ukrainian prosecutor general who had an interview last night sometime. And also ordered the blades, the rotor blades on helicopters to be removed altogether, so that on the day of the invasion, Ukraine was without vital air support, as well as I suspect that some were probably stuck on the ground and got destroyed by the Russians there, in on the airfields. I mean, Florian, how can someone who's a chairman of the supervisory board even have such abilities? Do you think something went wrong with corporate governance more broadly there, that he was even able to do something like that? Not to mention that it's completely appalling behavior, obviously, and good on them for having for having found them out and arrested him. And they've released evidence of his phone calls, tapped phone calls with Russians after February 24th, saying, I understand why you have to bomb my factory. That's fine. It's all for the greater good, something along those lines. I mean, Florian, what did you think when you saw this yesterday?
That caught also my attention but here comes down to my lack of knowledge on the corporate structure of Ukraine. If you have the German model of corporate structure, the supervisory board is strictly a board that checks on the management, checks against the interest of the shareholders, and in the German case, the workers, because it's 50-50, and can install or replace the executive management board, but can actually give no orders. They can only select the CEO, but the CEO has then fulfilled the corporate goals, strategy, whatever, profits, revenues, products. If you have more a British type model, you may have just one board, and you have executive and non-executive directors. And then he may be a chairman and executive director and can do that. Switzerland has a similar model. Switzerland has a so-called board of directors, not a supervisory board, where the chairman can have executive functions. The guys who sank UBS 14 years ago, in 2008, was an executive chairman. So he was in a way chairman and super CEO. I think it's a structure like that because, to be honest, the ex-Soviet countries have very, very weak corporate governance. And I think it's a lot of intermingled, and that's why the guy is not just chairman. It's probably put out to our understanding is something like an executive chairman, or even the main, and there's a CEO, because the CEO's job is to go to prison often in this type of countries if something goes wrong. And the real decision makers can say, I was just a chairman and the guy did badly. I think he was an executive chairman and he was in the know and had real formal control over employees. Because if you don't have formal control over employees, how shall you do that?
So this is the thing. I don't think he was. So I was reading some other stuff on him, last week when he first got arrested. And my understanding was that he was actually elected as an MP of Yanukovych's party back in 2010, I think. And at that point, he had to, or maybe he was already in the previous Verkhovna Rada before that. And
Who's the owner of Motor Siege? Who's the owner of Motor Siege? The state company.
No. It's broken down, and actually, he's a partial owner. He's a significant shareholder. I don't know, like several percent, maybe 6%, 10%, 12%, something along those lines. Is actually the guy who got arrested. So it's at least in part not a state company. He actually he was the one who wanted to sell it to the Chinese as well a couple of years ago, and that was stopped by the state because a company of national interest, obviously, and it produces defense industry, often companies of national interest. So what I wanted to say is
plus the Chinese are really, really bad at the turbine thing.
Exactly. So what I wanted to say
never got a grip on building turbines.
Because it's hard, right? This stuff is difficult. There aren't that many places in the world that make turbines well. So what I really wanted to note is when he was elected MP, if I understand correctly, I've got some Ukrainian friends to help me out with understanding this as well. He had to resign as chief executive. And that's when he moved over to be chairman, or maybe he actually kind of returned back and became chairman of the board later on. So he wasn't the CEO, because he wasn't allowed to be under the law while he was an MP. So that kind of confuses me further. I suspect this is a thing of informal control as opposed to formal. I think he did stuff well outside his remit as well, because he was just there since forever. And I bet that this was kind of like everybody knew that he was there forever, therefore he kind of had seniority and was kind of the boss, so everybody just did what he said, even if technically they shouldn't have been listening to him about many things. That's my best guess of what happened.
But you may have, even as chairman, you may have formal control. There are structures like Switzerland has this. I can give, as the chairman of the board, I can give orders to employees. I can do that. I don't know the Ukrainian formal way. But on the other hand, what is really surprising on this story is there needs to be many, many engineers and commercial people playing along, moving this to Bosnia, knowing who's the end client, because there's not much of a Serbian-Bosnian aero fleet around. So it's fairly obvious that this goes somewhere else. So you need just a few. You need, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 people playing along this game. And that's the really surprising thing, that you can pull something off like that.
Yeah, so this is, I really think it's an informal type thing. It's just my guess here, because otherwise it just doesn't make very good sense, I guess. I don't know. Well, I think we'll have to kind of wait a little bit longer and see exactly what happens when more details come out. But the little bits that I kind of ferreted around the internet for and so was kind of that he had to relinquish the formal executive control because he became a member of parliament. So maybe that was just a technical thing, as opposed to like a formal thing. It just seems to make a little bit more sense to me if it is a formal thing. But maybe we'll have someone come and explain it to us. And I would say this much, right? Good job, SBU, for finding it out and stopping him before he could do more damage. That, I think, that's the biggest takeaway. That even under wartime conditions, they figured out how to help that. We have Mr. Siroishka with us. Maybe I'm guessing he's Ukrainian, because that's definitely a Ukrainian name. Maybe he can help us out understanding what's going on. Pan?
Yeah, hi. I actually wanted to add that after he was arrested, the company, the engineers, all of the people involved, they kind of supported him, and that's actually in the news, and you can read about it.
Oof. Okay, that doesn't sound very good. Okay. Thanks for that. Do you have any more understanding of, did he have to relinquish executive control when he became a member of the Verkhovna Rada?
No, sorry. Just wanted to add about that.
Okay, thank you so much. If you could do me a big favor, any news you kind of saw about him, because my ability to Google in Ukrainian is very bad. If you can DM it to me, I would be really glad if you could do that.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. And that might be very helpful for Florian and I to better understand what's going on. But again, I'll say this: good job, SBU, for finding it out, because that's that tapped phone call. You must have heard that when he was talking to the Russians about something along the lines of, yeah, I understand why you had to bomb the factory. It's all fine. It's all for the greater good. That was really, really indicting. Florian?
But a follow-up question, in which way did the engineers and the employees support him? In the allegations were false, because exactly there was this phone call. So the allegations are most likely very true. Or they are actually really siding with Russia on this. I would be very surprised on
that. I think it could have been, because this went back some years, right? Because the first article I saw about it was from sort of 2017, 2018, about helicopter engines being sold through Bosnia to Russia. I suspect it was kind of like, he kept the company alive because there's only so many customers for these particular things we make. Maybe it's something along those lines, and maybe that's why there was some sort of semblance of support. Obviously, I'm speculating wildly here, right? But maybe it was something along those lines. Anyway, I think Florian, I will read more into it. I will go and look up more articles on it to see what exists. And see what the real situation is, and I'll ask some of my Ukrainian friends to help me out a little bit with that as well. I think to get a better grasp of it. But it's a very odd scenario. It's a very odd situation, and again, I would just say, good job SBU for doing your job well. It would have obviously been better to have done it previously, but hey, they also got I think a 2-month detention after his arrest for him, and I think that's kind of pointed as well, because if they got a 2-month detention, pre-trial, that means that the judge said, yeah, I know he's in big trouble, and you need more time to investigate, and B, the investigators know there's more stuff to uncover. Florian?
Maybe we have to put in contact with Motor Sieges, because this is an awfully important company, because there aren't too many companies in the world that can make turbines, power turbines, and turbines for military well. There's a few in the West, like whatever, the power ones are GE, Siemens, Alstom, and then there's a few on the military side, Pratt & Whitney, Rolls-Royce, and so on. I don't know if there's a Japanese, maybe Hitachi or somebody can do that. And there's Motor Siege, and there's one combined research institute in Russia, and that's about it. The Chinese have never figured it out. Nobody in the global south can manufacture turbine, because turbine manufacturing is awfully complex. You often need for the, how you call it, the shovels, the rotator,
blades,
to be one crystal. The blades, exactly. There needs to be one crystal. Modern high power turbines is a single crystal that it stands the pressure and the heat. So this is among the most high tech manufacturing, and Ukraine has a real jewel there. It needs to defend that.
And the tensile strength, right? The tensile strength when you're especially for a jet engine type turbine, right? Not so much for a power generating one. Well, a steam one, yes, but not say a water one, right?
Yes.
You have massive
I'm talking
speeds.
about the steam and the gas ones.
Exactly. You have massive speeds there, right? And it's kind of like a helicopter. The ends of the blades are moving at a ridiculous speed, and that's a lot of force that's along the axis of the blade, right? Pulling out
at high temperatures.
At high temperatures, exactly, and that's particularly hard to be resistant again. If you keep the temperature stable and you keep it's a lot easier to do it at a constant temperature. When you're heating up, cooling down, then that is particularly tough.
Or
so
pull energy for a plane, give speed now, pull back. And in a power generation situation, you ramp the thing up, you run it for many hours or days constantly. But in an airplane, or especially a military airplane, this goes constantly on, off. You need power now, reduce power, and so on. And that's why having a grip of this stuff is essential, and it's really jewel. That's why when I was reading this, I was thinking, shit, that's of course where the Russians wanted to get their hands on. I understand that, or the Chinese.
And this is the other part, right? It's why China wanted to buy it in the first place, right? And he was the one who wanted to sell it to the Chinese. The state stepped in and said, no, you're not doing that. And that was right around the time when they started talking with Baykar for doing kind of joint project on the Bayraktars. Not all Bayraktars are powered by Motor Siege engines. However, the ones that are used by Ukraine are. And there was a double reason for it. One, a domestic component makes the whole thing a little bit cheaper, right? But secondly, also when it came to spare parts, when it came to repairing, because I mean, on a Bayraktar drone, what's going to go wrong? It's going to be the engine and the comms and the flaps, right? The comms you can't do anything about. The flaps are relatively trivial, so really it's the engine that's going to have the most, physical repairs having to be done.
Maybe electronics, but you can change this boards in one-off.
Yeah, that's what I meant by comms, right? That's the whole thing. Yeah, internal and external communication, but you can't really go fix it in the same way as you can go fix an engine. Anyway, I just thought it was really interesting. So yeah.
Thank you for the discussion. I have to go now. All my business meetings are coming up, so I'm gone for a while now.
All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
Bye-bye.
much. Thank you very much, Florian. So, ladies and gentlemen, in just 13 minutes' time, there will be a press conference. They'll probably start a few minutes late, because they usually do. There will be a press conference of the Swedish government talking about exactly what is going to be sent from Sweden, now that Sweden has a new government, to Ukraine, as far as other things are concerned. Let's say that they haven't sent yet. So specifically, we're expecting two things out of it. We're expecting a number of archers, probably 12, possibly up to 24. Archers are excellent self-propelled guns based on a truck chassis. It's basically based on a bin truck chassis, on a rubbish truck chassis, on a dumpster truck chassis, which kind of makes sense, right? Because they have to carry heavy weights on the back, and a gun is one of such things. But basically, it's kind of like a Caesar, but apparently a lot better than a Caesar. At least a lot better as far as it concerns the thing that CJ hates the most, the shoot and scoot capability, as well as protection of the crew, because they can operate everything from the cab. They don't need to leave the cab of the Archer and to do so. Now, I am hoping for one particular thing from Sweden, which are CV90s. CV90s are infantry fighting vehicles. Sweden has 550 of them. It's also the manufacturer of them. There's no re-export license restrictions on them, not at all. It's all down to Sweden whether it wants to send them or not. But there are other countries that also have many of them. So if Sweden sent a good number, there might be others coming from elsewhere as well. And it would kind of possibly break the dam of at least infantry fighting vehicles of Western manufacture, if not also main battle tanks. And that would make a big difference. I have 2 people messaging me thus far. Gripen, send them Gripens, which I think might be a wonderful idea. And apparently there's a good number of Gripens, I've been told, that are in storage in Sweden and not currently in use. So maybe, just maybe, we can get really lucky and send those as well. And Sweden would be sending those as well. I would be very excited if that were true. Gripens are apparently some of the easiest things to fix up if you are a relatively what shall we say? If you're stuck in a field or a highway rather, it's relatively easy to fix up compared to many other things. That's what I wanted to say. And they're apparently designed in a way, I've been told by some Swedes, that you can get conscripts up and trained to fix them within a couple of months, and that you can have generally a non-professional army work on them and work with them at all times. And I think that is quite that's quite a good thing, possibly, right? Because it would mean an easier logistics chain for them. They're also designed from the start to take off and land on highways, which not all jets are. They have air intakes higher up so that they don't suck up any FOD, any foreign objects or debris off of the highway, right? Because you might not be able to clean it properly. But we shall see. I guess we shall see. Right. Denjon says he won't be able to actually watch the press conference, which is a shame. It would be great if somebody who speaks Swedish would. So if you speak Swedish and you're listening to us now, and you have time in about 9 minutes for 20 minutes or so when the press conference is going on, please do us a favor and please go watch it. That'd be great, so that we can learn as quickly as possible what exactly is going on. Although I suspect there might be some sort of a ticker somewhere on Aftonbladet or SVT or somewhere that can tell us more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to jump up, if you want to talk to us, just click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen, and we can very happily bring you right up. Basically, what I'm saying is be like Chris, and please go ahead and do that. Aha, okay, good. I found a ticker. That's good. So I can kind of keep an eye on it throughout. Very good morning to you, Chris.
Morning, Doman. Mic distance check.
Very good.
Wow, I was just like listening to you talking about Motor Siege, and I was like, oh my goodness me. Do you know, I mean, like from the minute that I found out about them and what they did and that, and you know, the fact that the sale was blocked to China, I just thought, oh, there's something about this company and that is very, very significant and that. But now you've just like, wow, now you've blown my mind now. It's really interesting what you've said there, you know, and you could just imagine it, can't you? I think you're absolutely right. You know, I mean, obviously there's situations everywhere where basically the chairman is still running the show and that, or has the ability to, as and when he wants to. So I think you're probably right about that. But you could just imagine him like going in and issuing all these orders. What was that one? I want all the blades taken off of all the helicopters or something. Was it some sort of?
Yeah, I don't think it was actually, ended up being all the helicopters, but there was a large number of helicopters apparently whose blades had been removed just prior to the invasion, and they were, it takes some hours, right, and some work to put them back on. And basically, the initial phase of the invasion by Russians, the Ukrainian Air Force was limited in that regard. Obviously, helicopters are a lot easier to take off and land from wherever, right? That's kind of the point. That's the point of a helicopter. That's why you would want a helicopter instead of a fixed-wing aircraft.
Yeah, I mean that's so serious, and then you go, yeah. And what did he hope to get out of all of this? Well, obviously the point that you've made that that he was in Yanukovych's like government and all the rest of it, like that tells you something, doesn't it? You know, so oh my goodness me, you know like talk about narrow escape, really, isn't it? Just incredible.
But I do want to say again, it shows very good work by the security services that
brilliant
found them out in a time when they were rather occupied with many other things. This makes a difference. This really makes a difference. So that's something I just want to stress.
No, that's quite right. That's quite right. And you sort of think as well, yeah. Well, I bet everybody in the company wasn't agreeing with that decision, type of thing. So no doubt there was a few whistleblowers there. But no, you're absolutely right. It's just brilliant that they've like found him out and nailed him and that. So yeah. And
so Chris, I got a question for you. Slightly different topic.
Go on.
We're the Swedish Defense Staff Conference is around the corner. Press conference is around the corner. The Commander-in-Chief of the Swedish Armed Forces is going to be speaking. I guess like Chief of General Staff is going to be speaking. What do you hope they say that they're sending to Ukraine?
Well, so, yeah, I mean, you've already sort of like put the thing in my head, really, Doman, right? Because like, but first of all, I don't know all the things that Sweden could send because I'm not, I'm boned up enough on that. But I certainly have been looking at the Archers and that, and they're just like incredible pieces of equipment. The design of them is just like looks so weird, doesn't it? You go, okay, so you've got this like turret that sort of like almost rotates off the back end type of thing, which is just like wow. It's like, well, I don't think there's anything else like that around.
So do you know what, Chris? They have Archers are fantastic, right? They have 3 members in the crew.
Yeah.
Do you know what the 3 members are?
Oh, I think you probably said this before, or I've read it somewhere before. But go on, help me out.
So I was confused, right? Because in principle, I think that one person could operate the whole thing. So why are there 3? Because at the end of the day, you only need one guy to drive around and then press some buttons. So I figured out that, okay, there's a driver, that's for sure. It's a truck at the end of the day, it needs a driver.
Yeah.
The second one's probably commander, because most things like this, they have a commander. He's probably the one who presses the buttons as well. Then I was wondering, what does the third guy do? And then I figured out, do you know what the third guy does? The third guy is the one guy who jumps out of the cab and records the whole thing and then puts really swanky edited videos onto the internet. I bet that's what the third guy does. Because what else is he supposed to do? It's a fully automated system. And with the sheer number, just from the Swedish training videos, the sheer number of just these fantastic videos that come out, that must be what the third guy does, clearly. Because what else is he doing? So I just thought that kind of explains it. There's an excellent video somewhere that shows an archer stopping, shooting off 4 or 5 rounds, and there's like a running clock on the side, and shooting 4 or 5 rounds and driving off before they've actually hit their targets on the other end.
No,
it's just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, no, it really is. It just really catches your attention. That does. I mean, I sort of imagine you've probably got a couple of people sat in that cab at the back end, right? In fact,
no, there's nothing in the back end. The back end is just an autoloader and a gun. So the way it's done is the crew don't actually have to leave the cab. So the cab is armored like on a American logistics truck, right? American military logistics trucks have armored cabs. They're not super well armored, but against sort of small arms fire or shrapnel, they're protected, right? They're not like a tank. So if they get hit by an artillery shell, they're still buggered, obviously. But then again, most self-propelled artillery is like that. So they're not supposed to even apparently leave the cab, right? Or at least they're not having to leave the cab. And because of that, I was just wondering, what do they do? But everything is just an autoloader. So this is actually apparently one of the detracting qualities of an archer, is that supposedly, if the autoloader gets stuck, you can't really do anything. You have to kind of drive back to base and figure it out and take it apart and figure it out. But beyond that, I mean, yes, some of the time this might be a problem, but how often is it going to really get stuck? I mean, it is Swedish engineering. I don't think it's going to be that often. And at the same time, it's just so very efficient and effective. I forget how many rounds it can carry in the autoloader, 30, 40, 50. I mean, that's a whole lot of rounds. It's very precise. It has extra range because it's the really long gun, right? The 155 through 52, maybe something like that is the caliber of it. So it's really long. It's as precise as it gets. It's fantastic for stuff like Excaliburs, especially, right? Because what's better counter battery fire than something that can shoot that quickly? And I think that with the excellent work that the French Caesars have been doing, is Ben listening? No, Ben's not listening, right? The excellent work that the French Caesars have been doing, this will be even so much better. This will be even so much more excellent. Because it has even slightly better range, I think. It shoots faster. You don't need to leave the cab. You can just park up, shoot, go. And it's just pretty much the best thing that they can get.
Well, we're definitely looking for them to be sent, Doman, and I agree with you on the IFVs as well. What does Sweden do for tanks then?
So Sweden has something called a Stridsvagn 122. 122. Let me see. 100 Tågatå, I think, something like that. I forget. Numbers in Swedish are hard. They're the wrong way around. They put 10s before they put the ones. It's very confusing. That's a joke because most languages do that. So they basically have a Leopard, but it's a Leopard with another 7 tons of stuff strapped to it. I don't know exactly what the stuff is. But basically the Swedes said, we're not going to make our own tank again, because they used to have these turretless tanks, if you remember, Chris. Like the main Swedish tank in sort of the 60s and 70s and 80s was this turretless tank that kind of had a gun fixed, and then you had to orient the tank the direction you wanted to shoot by going left and right. The whole tank, moving the whole tank left and right, and then you had suspension that tilted it up or down at the front, so that you shot at exactly the thing you wanted to shoot. And that made it the lower profile. And obviously, as you know, Chris, right, the turret is often the least well-armored bit of the tank. So it made the tank safer. It also made them kind of, hard to operate sometimes because you had to drive it and tilt it into position, the whole tank. but it made it smaller, it made it lighter, it made it relatively better armored, and it made it smaller profile, so it was harder to hit, which was all good. And then the Swedes said, you know what, we're not doing this again. This is hard. Making your own tank is a pain. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take a Leopard and we're gonna we're gonna strap a bunch of other stuff to it. And that's what they're using now. That's their main battle tank. It's basically a Leopard plus a lot of money and a lot of weight. Maybe Tim remembers what the details of the money and the weight on what they were spent on are, because I don't. But I know it's important, and don't tell Swedes it's just the Leopard, because they've spent way too much taxpayer money on top of that to upgrade it.
Well, that sounds good to me. So, what I'd better get the name of them, because I need to come up with a hashtag for them Swedish tanks, I think.
So Stridsvagn is it means tank, basically, like a. It's kind of similar. It's kind of similar to the Spanish carros de combate. No, it's kind of like a war chariot, something like I think the name means something like that. But that's what they have. So the question for those is, and I don't really have this resolved, how much are they considered Leopards for the purposes of a re-export license? How much they're considered domestic production? Right?
Completely Leopards for export purposes.
Oh, there you go.
We had this from I think it was Den John. This I think I can't remember exactly what he said, but yes, Leopardy Leopards.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to me, obviously, because it is a Leopard underneath. There's just stuff strapped onto it. I do sincerely hope that somebody is okay. Yes, I'm being assured that one of our friendly Swedes is listening to the Swedish press conference, Swedish Armed Forces press conference that's going on, even though the John can't, and is going to tell me all about it as soon as it comes out. So I'll leave this chat window open because I want up-to-the-minute updates on what they're chatting about. Although for now, it's just like a global situation, so it'll take a little while. But yeah, Chris, so Leopards would need re-export licenses, right? But the CV90s are domestically produced entirely. They can just send those. If today the Swedish Chief of Staff says, yeah, and we're sending CV90s, the only people who are standing between them and Ukraine are the Swedish government. And, if the Swedish Chief of Staff says it, they've probably cleared it with the government already. Alan, very good morning to you.
Good morning. You know what I want? The CV90.
Good. You're just like me then.
I think, yeah, the Archer is cool. I think they're gonna get a few of them, but actually on the battlefield, the game changer that the Swedes have is it's not the Archer, it's the CV90. The Ukrainians.
Yeah, Archers would be nice because it would mean extra tubes and high quality tubes at that. CV90s would actually be sort of a paradigm shift in what Western nations ship to Ukraine.
Yeah. So the Archers, I'm not sad if they don't get them, if they get the CV90s, because it would change a lot of things up in Europe, and they would eventually have to get more IFVs. The CV90, I believe, except maybe for the Lynx, which I don't know anything about, but except that it's apparently very cool, is the best IFV you can have. And it is perfect for Ukraine. It's good in muddy condition. It's good in snow. It's good in the cold. It's has an absolutely fantastic sensors.
Alan, sorry.
Yeah?
I need to stop you there, right? Why would the Swedes ever design something that's good in snow, mud, and cold?
Yeah.
I don't understand. A subtropical country like Sweden, why would they over-design a vehicle like that?
Yeah, exactly. So the Bradleys and everything, they're capable, but they're not designed for this kind of environment. The Martyrs are older. The CV90s are all upgraded recently, and they have absolutely fantastic sensors, which not only for the CV90 itself is good value, but it's good for the whole company of soldiers who are fighting along one. And that's a game changer when you're trying to advance on the battlefield. You don't want to be anywhere near that thing as an infantryman or light vehicle. I think the BTRs, all the infantry fighting vehicles that Russia has, and probably even some of the tanks, are in great danger if the CV-90 is around. So I'm hoping intensely that they will send a company or a battalion worth of CV-90s.
And so this is also the thing, right? CV-90s have that very kind of oversized for an IFV 40 millimeter Bofors autocannon with quite a long barrel, right? Those are big, very high velocity shells that come out of that. Anything that isn't the main battle tank from the front is very much in danger from that, is my understanding based on what the people better understanding armaments have said before. So just as you said, right, pretty much everything is kind of messed up by that quite quickly.
Yeah, but I think it can severely hurt even the T-90s. I've seen videos of the Ukrainians taking out I think T-72s, the most modern version of them, with their upgraded version of the, I think it was a BTR.
I think so too.
Yeah, and that's a 25 millimeter cannon, and it's not the same as the Bofors 40 millimeter cannon. The Bofors 40 millimeter cannon on the CV-90, it would probably, if the Ukrainians can take out the tank with the 25 millimeter, they can definitely take it out with the Bofors.
Precisely, and I think this would really make a big difference. Regular old diesel engine, pretty good armor for an infantry fighting vehicle. It just really seems like just about, maybe not the best, but at least of things that are of slightly older vintage, because this is a 1990s design, of things that are of a comparable vintage, very possibly the best fit for the job, right?
Yeah, but they've been all, I think, refitted with armor plates in the front that are different from the original design. And engine has been upgraded, the sensors are upgraded. Probably all cannons have been refitted since they were new. What is a game changer for the infantry that use this thing is that the dismounting and mounting into and out of the CV-90 is a joy compared to whatever they've been used to. The hatch is enormous compared to what they have, and it's it's a vehicle where you can be warm and nice in the winter. It's a very good vehicle. The only weakness, I think, is maybe against mines, because we had a loss in Afghanistan with that on an IED. I don't know how that compares to these anti-tank mines, but I know that the only weakness that has been discovered with this is underneath.
I mean, to that, I would say honestly, if you have an armored vehicle, the only way to protect yourself from an anti-tank mine is not to run over one. I might be wrong, but no.
Yeah, you're right. But the case in that situation was that the crew died. So yeah, they didn't get any personal protection either. So, but that's I guess normal in the. It was a huge IED, so let's hope they're getting the CV-90s. The Archers is a toy on, like I said, the price, the candy price on top of everything if they get that.
There's quite a bit of talk about the Robot 7070, the man-pad on a tripod, the heavy man-pad, I guess. And I think there's a good chance that those are indeed going to be shipped, right? I think neither you or I, our greatest wish is the CV-90. I don't think that's going to get announced. I think it's going to be probably 12 Archers, which is kind of a shame because there's 24 sitting in storage. and a bunch of the RBS 70s.
So these Archers in storage, who do they belong to? I understood Archer was a
Well,
new system.
So this is the thing. Alan can correct me a little bit on this, but my understanding was that Archers were a joint development between Sweden and Norway, but they were mostly being done by Sweden, right? Bofors and the Volvo chassis, or is it the Scania? Whatever, Swedish truck, Swedish gun. And then there was a delay. Who would have thought? Development of a new weapon system suffered a delay, and then the Norwegian said, "Yeah, we don't want them anymore because we want something else now, and we're stepping away." So there were 24 made for the Swedes, 24 made for the Norwegians, and the ones that were supposed to go to Norway went to a warehouse instead. And Sweden doesn't actually have a unit that could operate the 24 that are in a warehouse, and they're brand new. They're basically brand new Archers with, Norwegian warning plates everywhere. Apparently, I'm being informed.
Yeah,
Caution hot on the engine and the like, and then and they're just sitting in a warehouse.
There was a break of contract because they were delayed, but then I remember them being tested actually on a winter exercise, and they discovered quite a lot of weaknesses in the Norwegian terrain because we have a rather mountainous terrain, and one of the biggest weaknesses, I believe, was trying to cross a mountain river in a decline. That was like not capable of doing that. So they went with the tracked Korean version instead. But I think it was probably a cost thing as well. The costs were running and they were delayed, and someone found an excuse to get out of the contract. A lot of the people in the artillery were very upset because they had been watching the videos of the Archers since the early development, and some of them tried them and they loved, which are good artillery as well.
So they went with the South Korean puppies instead. Sorry, canines instead. Fair enough. So I think this is the thing, right? I get it when a really long dump truck isn't very good at maneuvering off-road on steep inclines. Do you know where it doesn't have a whole lot of steep inclines? Southern and eastern Ukraine. It's not flat, but it's it's not Norwegian mountains.
Yeah, it's a big difference, and even the mountains they have in the northwest, I think they're not the same as Norwegian mountains. Yeah, but I think having a combined artillery tracked and these Archers would have been good because they are so much faster on road than tracked artillery. And that's a game changer. You can go pretty fast on those on the roads, and with the tracked version, you just can't go that fast. And the maintenance of tracked vehicles is a lot worse as well. So I know the guys in the artillery units were pretty disappointed when they didn't get it.
But there are all sorts of people sniffing around Archer, right? So the UK is kind of looking at it. The US is looking at it. I mean, there's a chance they'll get a major customer. Or am I wrong?
Do you know what would help with getting a major customer? Having it like battle tested.
That would certainly help. That would certainly help.
Alan, I hope that you might have more information rather than my silly quip.
Yeah, they should definitely get them battle tested, and I'm sure that the producer really wants to get them into action. And yeah, they should have just sent the 24. They're not in the military planning of Sweden, as far as I know, so I don't understand why they should keep them. They can barely man the stuff they already have in Sweden. They have quite an extensive magazine of material, but they don't manage to recruit enough soldiers because of a few management mistakes the last years.
And see, this is the thing. Like, there's 24 of them, and they're just stuck in a warehouse. I would get why they wouldn't want to send all 24, because maybe they're thinking, okay, what if we have 24? If one breaks, we can just pull one out of the warehouse. But at least send like 18. Maybe that's like the middle ground, obviously, between 12 and 24. That's halfway, right?
Yeah, like if you have a battle plan, you have spare parts, you have maintenance plans, and they planned their army for 24, so they have spare parts to fix 24 of them if something happens, So maybe they want to expand the army, but I highly doubt that they're going to do that very fast. They have enough problems manning the stuff they already have. So yeah, let's hope that they'll send 12 now and then 12 later.
Yeah, they can just say, they're sending 12 and send 24. That's fine by me as well. No, Ukraine getting more high quality tubes, and these are all brand new. These are all completely new, out of the box, right? They've barely been touched ever. This isn't old kit. This is completely brand new kit. That also, I suspect, would help somewhat when it comes to the question of maintenance, just because it is all completely brand new kit. So that might be helpful a little bit as well, just as a minor note. So yeah. So is there anything else, Ellen, that you might be familiar with in the Swedish stocks that isn't the Manpads, the CV90s, or the Archers? That would be, the Stridsvagn, obviously, that'd be fantastic. But that, as we discussed, that's an export licensable issue. Is there a third thing, perhaps? Any idea? Guess not.
Have I lost Ellen's audio?
No. Ellen just isn't talking to us anymore. It is how it is. But that would be why you're not hearing from him.
Been thinking about hashtags for Swedish tanks. Stridwagenströmming, perhaps.
No, that would be considered a biological weapon. Let's stay away from that.
This is true. I guess.
Although no, right? Because strömming is the fish itself, not non-processed. So that's probably fine. It just smells a bit fishy. That's probably okay.
So we couldn't do Stridwagen. We'd have to do Stridwagenströmming.
It like Stridsströmming maybe.
Very silly. What's the Norwegian horrible fish? It's lutefisk.
Lutefisk.
Lutefisk. Okay. Try and do something with that. Anyway, think ethical. You've got your hand up.
Yes. Good morning, gentlemen. Interesting conversation. Apologize for being pretty much absent for a few days. I just wanted to comment on the role the space played yesterday in the possibility of accelerating the delivery of the replacement power plant unit via Florian and Victoria. What a service that could have been and will be. I and several others, I believe, wrote to her endorsing the sending of this letter of agency that he needed. And she wrote me back yesterday, profusely thanking me and the space for, this contact, which is now in action. So those are the kinds of things that the space does behind the scenes that are really, really, really fantastic, unseen, and imperative because those power units are in not dire need of being replaced. The substations, yes. My thanks to the defense systems of the NASAM that intercepted so many of the missiles, because their lack of guidance systems missed the mark. But some were taken down, and these the water in Kyiv, and diabolical, and I mean diabolical, horrid war criminals absolutely need to be rectified with in no uncertain terms. This is war. And I just want to commend Florian for his volunteering all of his context and all of his knowledge and all of his awareness of the industrial nature of the Swiss that can accelerate this replacement. This, yeah. So these are the things that the space does that I just want to just, well, what can I say? Keep it up. Doman, you're awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Thinkerico. You're exactly right. You know, you never know. I could never have imagined that we might, by virtue of being here, get people in contact who might be able to get stuff into Ukraine to help the electricity supply. I would never have guessed that. So you know, it's really outstanding when things like that happen. So you're completely right, and of course it's nothing short of terrorism. It is sheer terrorism, and they've announced it. They've said, no, we are doing this to plunge the civilians into darkness and without water heat, etc. That they've said it. They've come out and said it. No, this is worthy of every bit of outcry, but more importantly, it's worthy of every bit of air defense, and it's worthy of every bit of, electrical, infrastructural equipment, parts, assistance that can possibly be offered. And the good thing is, I think 12 countries thus far have already offered and possibly already sent assistance in kind, right, for the fixing up of the electrical network. Countries are sending more air defense than could ever have been thought of before. From the French sending the Crotale, and possibly together with the Italians sending a battery of SAMP-T. NASAM deliveries being moved up, Spanish Aspide and Hawks, possibly some American Hawks as well, chatter about a bunch of other types of air defenses, maybe some Italian Aspides. There's a lot of things moving that would have been thought of, oh yeah, maybe not, but maybe before. Even the Swiss are being asked to release some more Gepard ammunition that was produced in Switzerland at some point. Something that they've already rejected once, so they're being asked again. And normally this doesn't really happen, because once you get a no, it's a no. And yet, is it enough? No, it's never enough. As long as there's one missile flying through the air in Ukraine that doesn't get shot down, it's not enough. But then again, it's a whole different story. Thank you, Thinkerico. Erland.
I'm sorry, Domin, I got a call earlier and I couldn't respond to stuff. So very sorry about that. I got the lutefisk joke from Tim, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's interesting. I'm still like incredibly sad. It's like really annoying me that we didn't send NASAMs before. Apparently, it's been under construction since the war or something like this. It's because it's a complicated system. And they decided to send the NASAMS 3 and not just hand off NASAMS 2. NASAMS 2 are being phased out. I think between Norway and US, there is no more operational NASAMS 2 systems. So they're getting the best stuff anyways. That's good. And what is interesting is that apparently it's been leaked that the NASAMS 3 can launch a modified version of the AMRAAM with an extended rocket engine, and that thing is also has extended or improved sensors and can apparently take down quite a few ballistic missiles. And I sincerely hope that those kind of AMRAAM missiles will be something that the Ukrainians are getting. And in addition to that, the control system of the NASAMS, they can be interlinked with Patriots, with the IRIS-T. I don't know about the Italian system, but I would be very surprised if it couldn't. So they are getting some very high-end stuff, and looking at what the IRIS-T can do, that's very promising. I'm just really buggered off that, really annoyed by the fact that it took that long.
So my understanding is the extended range, right, of these particular AMRAAMs is a great thing, except you need radar coverage further out. And if you don't have radar coverage further out, you just can't, right? Because the radars that are directly associated with the NASAMS battery, they can only see so far because, you know, Earth is round. Who would have thought?
Yeah, they need to
you learn new things every day.
To some more powerful radars, but that's a part of the capability of the system.
I thought that you were going to say they need to flatten out the Earth.
Oh, come on, you know it's already flat, don't you?
No, but seriously, that's exactly right? And this is the thing that we've been going on about: radar system integration, air defense system integration. This is what really makes a big difference as well. Because if you have all of these various batteries around Ukraine that all have their radars on and they all talk to each other, and every missile launcher can also see the whole radar picture all around. You can have a much less capable missile launcher somewhere else, but the associated radar system, if it sees a ballistic missile incoming from further out, then this NASAMS might be able to engage it despite it not being visible to the local NASAMS radar. That's what it's about, right? Having more eyes and ears around further out that can see more things. Now, this is very different, and maybe I'm oversimplifying here, but this is very different from how the system is supposed to work with the US usually, because the US will have the air superiority, air supremacy, whichever the bigger one is. Tim, which is the bigger, supremacy or superiority?
Supremacy.
Supremacy is better. Okay, right, and they'll have all of these SIGINT planes up in the sky as well, and all of these radar planes up in the sky as well, and they just get to see a lot further, because if you've ever been on a plane and you looked out the window, you can see really far out. You can see mountains 100 kilometers away sometimes, which you can't when you're standing on the ground, because not just because there's other mountains in between you and those mountains, but also other reasons. So that helps them, and if you're but if you can't have that, because over Ukraine you can't really run a radar plane if you're Ukraine all the time, it's still very helpful to be able to have just other ground-based radars looking out for incoming ballistic missiles like that. Tim, would you like to hear a little bit of good news?
Yes, I would.
Per Special Cat, favorite Kherson, ex-Kherson based feline, there was a hotel that rather blew up. A hotel which was on the highway between Mariupol and Donetsk. And according to the advisor to the mayor of Mariupol, the legitimate people, there were Kadyrovites housed in that hotel. And suddenly it just blew up.
Was this tobacco related?
Undoubtedly. I would not be surprised at all. Okay, I'm getting some messages from people and tweets from people that tweets aren't loading on the space, or people can't find necessarily the space because it's not visible in the usual places. I understand that. It's not something that we can affect. It's fine on my side, I can say. It's something that kind of happens periodically. and rotates through different people. It happens to me sometimes as well. I can't see the space sometimes. So the best way to find it is to go to the MriyaReport itself, to the Twitter, to the Twitter timeline of MriyaReport, and I think the pinned tweet probably is the one that can give you a link to it. Or remember, you can always go to the MriyaReport.org website, and there's a button there. If you click it, it sends you straight to the space. So that might be a good way as a workaround for everyone that you might be able to get it that way. And we have a friendly Swedish listener, Inkan. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is my first time I'm speaking here, so I hope I'm doing everything right now.
Thus far, it's going swimmingly.
Oh, thank you. I've been listening to the Swedish report at the SVT page, and from what I've heard about the Archer question, they got the question really prompt from one of the interviewers there, if Sweden can send some Archers to Ukraine. And the response for that was that they have written down a suggestion on what can be done, and that the decision is for the it's a political decision, and they can't tell anything more than that right now. But they hope the decision will come really fast.
I see. Oh, right. That makes sense, right? Because this is the chief of general staff that's having this press conference, the highest ranking soldier. And he's not the one making these decisions. He's just helping the government in making decisions about it, right?
Exactly.
So he's kind of waiting for either the prime minister or minister of defense. We have to wait for their press conference. This isn't the one that we should be paying attention to for such purposes.
I think that's right. They were mostly talking about NATO and economic questions, plans from next year to 2035 and so on. So we have to wait a little more, I think. Thank you so much. Nice to hear you.
Thank you very much, Inken. See, it's ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening and you haven't come up to speak before, you've just seen an excellent example of Inken just hopping up, and everything went perfectly fine. So you can be brave and try as well. Thank you very much, Inken, for the update. I think we have 2 more Swedes. I'm guessing Johannes might be Swedish. Let's see. And then Edvard can tell us even more, because I think this is kind of the news of the morning. Sweden, of course, has been lately spending slightly less than 2% of GDP on defense, which is actually kind of surprising because they have a very sizable military force. But that's probably because they just have such large GDP that it didn't quite reach 2%. And that is part of the comments from the highest ranking Swedish soldier as well, I believe. That they need to up that a little bit, and that they need to restructure things ever so slightly as well. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow up on the previous speaker here. So basically, the Swedish MOD they made a list, right, from whatever we can spare to send to Ukraine, and this list is
and they checked it twice.
Yeah, so it's secret still. But the opposition that is now in government had during the election have a pretty they really want to send Archer, to put it that way. But we still don't know yet. But there is pressure also now on the current Swedish government, which was the previous opposition, to actually do it. So I would not be surprised if it's sent. The amount of systems we don't know, but it will happen, in my opinion. But it's let's see.
And of course, the current parties in governments, at least 2 of them, campaigned in part on specifically sending Archers to Ukraine, right, during the summer.
Exactly. So that's my point. And they are now in government, and one is the party of the
Prime Minister and the Defense Minister.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, it will be sent, pretty much. But
excellent.
Yeah, the question is when. and of course, like it's a new system, so you would have to account for training of troops and spare parts and a lot of other stuff. But I'm a little bit involved in the defense industry myself in some projects right now, and there's a lot of pressure on our Saab and Bofors, etc., happening right now, and there's a lot of political decisions that has to be made that have not been made. But basically, Sweden and the Swedish defense industry is all for Ukraine, and our companies wants to sell, but they're not allowed to since it's all political stuff, and it has to go through the right channels. And I think we're in for Ukraine, and we will support Ukraine in any way we can.
Thank you very much, Johannes. And this is where I should probably note, right, that the Swedish defense industry must be very interested in having a lot of their systems please sent to Ukraine to be shown in a large-scale conventional warfare, because not just Sweden, but a lot of other countries are going to be increasing defense spending in coming years. And when new systems will be probably better considered if they had been shown to be particularly useful in that sort of war. So I don't know, John Harris can maybe back me up on this one, but if you're purchasing new defense assets, if you're purchasing new quite expensive equipment, something that's recent, it's modern, but it's also been proven in combat, that's probably more desirable, right, John?
Yeah, you've just made the exact point that I was coming up to say. Well, you've said it all. Western militaries, NATO militaries are going to be massively refitting their artillery and expanding their artillery because the necessity for it has been demonstrated beyond any doubt in Ukraine right now. And you want your systems there in order to demonstrate and showcase what they can do. It is effectively a showroom. So yeah, I mean, I literally just came to say what you said.
So if you were, say, the financial director of Bofors, how would you be arguing best to the Swedish government to please send those archers? What would you be telling them? How many jobs depend on this? How much future manufacturing depends on this? So please do it, and do it quickly.
Yeah, I assume so. I mean, the chap who was just on actually works in the Swedish defense industry, so he's the fellow to ask. But yeah, I mean, it's an absolute no-brainer. Panzer Haubitze has been demonstrated to be a fantastic system that's no longer in production. Caesar, okay, it's a good system, and now lots of people are very interested in Caesar. But is Archer better? And if Archer goes in and does the job, as most people, even people from an artillery background, CJ the likes, seem to expect that it would do. I mean, you're potentially looking at the US as a customer. I mean, in terms of jobs, in terms of actually the order book for that company, it'd be absolutely huge. And the UK needs artillery as well. Our AS90s are done basically. It's the reason they haven't gone. So yeah, I mean, it's an absolute no-brainer. I can't understand why it hasn't already happened. And if it doesn't happen, then something's going seriously wrong with the decision making in Sweden.
Thank you, John. Exactly, and this is what I was thinking as well, in the US, but also other countries. I will note, however, that Panzer Haubitze are again in production because Ukraine ordered 100 newly built ones. So they will be restarting production on those if they haven't already. So there is that one little thing. Johannes, if you want to comment on my question about the interests of the Swedish defense industry, and then we'll hop on to Edward after that.
Yeah, so obviously there's a difference between whatever is in stock today with the Swedish military and the actual order book of Bofors in this case. So Bofors would of course want the Swedish MOD to send whatever they have to get it battle tested to fill their order books going forward. That's pretty obvious. For that to happen, in Sweden we usually say we have a system for it. So we're a very bureaucratic country, so it has to go through all these processes and the right channels. And I would presume the election that we had in September has delayed these kind of decisions a little bit. You know, like I believe we wanted that to be behind us before actually making a decision like this. It's political, but it's also bureaucratic. It's two different things, right? So first, what we have now is the MOD's assessment of whatever can be spared. That had to happen anyway, and there was pretty much no way for the political part of Sweden to make that go faster, I think. But it's done now, and whatever is in that report, we don't know. But I would presume Archer is part of that. And now we're looking at the actual political decision, which I expect can happen pretty soon. And if the question is in terms of what Bofors can do, is of course make sure that the systems that are sent, that there are spare parts and that they can support the training, etc. And I would assume that they tell the Swedish government that they would be very happy to do that if the systems are sent. So and obviously, like traditional lobbying and yeah, they know they know who to talk to, if I put it that way.
Yeah, I would have thought something like, you know, we if you send them, we guarantee that we'll have plenty of spare parts available, that they will show themselves in the best way, that there won't be any situations where they're, you know, broken down for a long time or anything like that, that we will be sending spare parts for free or cost or whatever, and you know, so something like that, some sort of assurances like that, I think would, you know, additionally help with moving things along. Edvard, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Björn. Maybe am I late to the party? Have you spoken about the Commander-in-Chief, Mikael Bydén, and what he said?
We have a little bit, but we haven't gone into massive detail. Just that it was that he said that he can't really comment on what's going to Ukraine, because that's the job of the Ministry of Defense and the Prime Minister, and also that a lot of it was about the future of the Swedish military, you know, getting up NATO spending. But we didn't really go in detail. So if you found anything else particularly interesting, right? Yeah, the regional security of Northern and Eastern Europe is also important for Ukraine, because the better integrated everything is, the less stuff is needed there, and the more can be shipped to Ukraine. So at the end of the day, this is all very much interwoven. If anything piqued your interest, go right ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I noticed some interesting things. I've heard Johannes speak here, and I totally agree with Johannes here. But maybe some small hints from Mikael Bydén. He said that he expected very fast decisions. That was interesting, political decisions, that is. And he also said that he had made, together with the Swedish military, he had made some substantial recommendations, which I will presume involves what Johannes spoke earlier about here, the Archer system and so on. So to conclude, from my point of view, this recommendation from Mikael Bydén to the politic is something to be looking forward to, in my opinion. Yeah.
Was there something about Gripen specifically?
No. He also said he wouldn't go into specific details because he only said that he made substantial recommendations, and he wouldn't talk about the Archer. He wouldn't talk about specific details. So we have to wait and see. Yeah, maybe Johannes, you have some more details.
Johannes?
Yeah, so Gripen is a different story, I would say. If you speak to Saab about Gripen, they would tell you that Gripen is developed together with their customer, in this case Sweden, and yeah, it's sold to a few other countries, but Sweden is the main customer, and I do not expect Gripen to be sent to Ukraine in the near future. They could probably buy it, but that's a whole different story, and probably years away for that system to be implemented in Ukraine. It's a different thing, different product, pretty much.
Of course. My understanding was from previous conversations with different Swedes that there was, well, let's say that the Gripen was particularly well optimized for having very short onboarding times for ground crews. Obviously, pilot training still takes pilot training time, but the ground crews, that the ground support for them is particularly straightforward and designed in a way that new conscript soldiers can learn how to service the plane on a day-to-day basis in a matter of a couple of months, maybe, right? Is that about right?
Yeah, I would say that is correct, for sure. Yeah.
Right, and that's maybe a part of the attractiveness. I know that Oleksiy Reznikov, the Ukrainian defense minister, was it him or was it the prime minister, have previously spoken about the Gripen specifically as something they might be very interested in, exactly because it's a little bit lighter on the whole logistics chain. It's a little bit lighter on the training of ground crews, a little bit lighter on ground crews altogether, and that can be very convenient, let's say. Lennart, go ahead.
Yeah, basically the system is based on conscript to maintain, not maintain, to man the aircraft, to be the ground crew for operating the Gripen aircraft. So yes, it should be a shorter training period.
Well, that makes very good sense, of course. A number of countries are evaluating archers as well as possibly Gripens as well. I know Switzerland is definitely evaluating the Archer for their plans going forward. Now, if Norway didn't like them that much, then maybe Switzerland won't love them that much either. But nevertheless, it's it might be a sizable customer as well. They have money, the Swiss do, that's for sure, and they care about their military. So that might help things as well. Right. Apologies. I see there was a little bit of imbalance, let's say, in how well, at least that some people had a little bit of commentary on how the government approached this. That maybe they should have split out the archers from general defense spending that they have to that they were planning for. Right. Maybe that's a little bit of a difference as well. Maybe they could have sorted some of these things out previously as regards to Ukraine. But hopefully there will be soon a press conference by Paul Jonsson, the Swedish defense minister, and that we'll be able to hear good things from them and about them sooner rather than later as well as regards Ukraine. I am still hopeful. And I am intent to remaining hopeful that we will see some CV-90s headed to Ukraine as well, simply because that would really break the dam in the one very important component, which is infantry fighting vehicles. Finally, a Western infantry fighting vehicle. Pretty pleased, Sweden. John?
Thanks. Just a quick question. It's the Sweden. I don't know if they're the Swedish Democrats or the Sweden Democrats. The right-leaning guys. They're the ones who are in charge now, correct?
No, they're the confidence and supply. So there's a coalition of three parties: the Moderaterna, the Liberalerna, and whatever the Christian Democrats are. I'm sorry, Kristdemokraterna, I guess, something like that. We have 3 Swedes who can correct me, and then the Sweden Democrats, the Sverigedemokraterna, which are the sort of the new right-wing party on the block, right? They're the confidence and supply partner of the minority government. So unlike in the UK, where you generally always have a majority government, except not necessarily very recently, they're quite often confidence and supply agreements. So you will have a minority government that has maybe 35-40% of seats in parliament, and then there will be another party or 2 parties that act as confidence and supply. What does that mean for, I know you know, John, but for explaining for other people listening, maybe from the US, who are like, what is this? Why are there so many parties in the first place? Why don't you just have 2 like other countries? Well, that's because many countries have something called the proportional electoral system, so that the whole country votes for representatives as opposed to just district by district. So you get lots of parties that might have only a very small proportion of seats in the parliament. Instead, in 2-party systems, you build these broad coalitions within parties, whereas in multi-party systems, you have much more fragmented parties, and different bits of the right wing are fragmented between different parties, different bits of the left wing are fragmented within different parties, but then they all kind of end up together in a coalition government, and then it kind of rebalances priorities election to election, even if the same general wing wins an election. So where were we? So confidence and supply partner basically says they don't get seats in government, they get to somewhat affect government policy from the get-go, and they promise to vote the government in and to vote for budgets, but not necessarily for other stuff. The other stuff is kind of subject to either case-by-case agreements or ahead of time agreements when the coalition agreement is being signed, plus the confidence and supply agreement at the start of the parliamentary term, perhaps, or at the start of a new government is being signed. So they basically say, look, we're going to vote for your budgets, we're going to keep your government going, but any more specific stuff, you kind of need to agree with us on a case-by-case basis. So the Sverigedemokraterna, John, that you were talking about, they're not in government, but they are supporting the government so that the government had enough votes to become a government in the first place and then to pass budgets.
Very clear, thank you. And is it correct to say that they are supportive of sending arms and equipment to Ukraine?
I will pass this one to Johannes, because I think they're not particularly necessarily clear on that one. Certainly less so than the Moderaterna and the Kristdemokraterna, who were very much for and campaigned on sending the archers. Johannes?
Yeah, that is correct. However, they did change their stance on NATO to be for NATO. So there has been some pretty big developments within that party in the near, like in terms of their stance towards Russia and NATO in particular. And I have not seen them voting against any weapon shipments that has been going to Ukraine. I could be wrong, but I don't think they have. So with that said, I'm not sure that they voted for it either. So their stance is unclear.
I think broadly they're going to be supportive in the sense that the governing coalition kind of said they would, and they did support the governing coalition getting into power, right? So maybe to some extent, yes. It seems to me as they're often kind of undecided on a lot of policies. They just don't care about some segments of policy, right? Is that about right, Johannes?
Yeah, that is correct. But it's also one other thing to keep in mind is that also the current opposition, the Social Democrats, they're for the weapon shipments. They were in government when they were sent before. So there is a very, very broad majority for this to happen. So if the question is, will the Swedish Democrats be able to stop the shipments? No, then the answer is no. There is an even bigger majority for that to happen. So yeah.
And were the Social Democrats a little bit held back by some of their coalition partners, slightly further to the left on the spectrum when it came to arms shipments? Is that about right?
Well, the Communist Party, as I call them, Vänsterpartiet, left wing, they voted against it first, but then they changed their stance too. They are not as happy about this, obviously, but I think the Social Democrats did not care about what they thought about this and when it happened, and they don't care about that now either. And there is a very, very broad consensus in supporting Ukraine in the Swedish parliament from a lot of different parties, and these extreme left and extreme right doesn't really matter.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Edvard, add to that, and then we'll go back to John for more questions. Edvard.
Yeah, exactly as Johannes stated there. You have to also be reminded of the Swedish position against Russia for the last 50 or 60 odd years. It's very important for Swedes. So obviously, the Sverigedemokraterna changed their opinion because they want votes, right? And they see that their voters are for this. So that's obviously why they changed their stance in that question. So, but generally in Sweden, Russia is not very popular in Sweden and hasn't been for a very, very long time. Yeah, thank you.
Has Russia ever been popular in Sweden? Because if you remember, every war that Sweden was in pre-Napoleonic wars, it was always against Russia.
Yeah, it's a classic. Sweden built up the third largest air force in the world during the Cold War and so on and so forth. So, we always considered an attack from the east. So it's a classic Swedish thing. Yeah.
John?
No, thank you, and thanks to the guys for explaining. The deeper thing I was driving at, there's obviously been a fear of right-wing parties becoming elected over the last few months, and how that would affect the position of that particular state vis-a-vis supporting Ukraine and potentially being pro-Putin. And obviously Giorgia Meloni has sort of defied all expectations and gone in very hard in support of Ukraine, which is fantastic. And I just wondered if the situation was similar in Sweden, but it was clearly a lot more complex than I actually understood from the outside. So I appreciate the explanations.
And just to add a touch to that, right? Just because you said right-wing parties, it's not that your regular old right-wing parties. So in Sweden, like the Moderaterna, for example, the traditional big center-right party. Nobody ever feared that. It was more just the kind of the new kids on the block who might, in some cases, be more like Marine Le Pen or have other ties with Russia, perhaps. Right? It was always about those kind of new right-wing, very heavily right-wing. Just to clarify that a little bit before anybody worries too much. Generally, I find it across the world, across Europe, most parties that are relatively close to the center, not too far out on the horseshoe, tend to be very sensible in their support of Ukraine, or reasonably sensible anyway. And it's when you get far out either end, that's where you get problems. I'll just add one little thing, because I think Johannes mentioned it, that it was the party he calls the communist, the Venstrepartiet, which Venstre means literally left, right? Except the funny thing is in Sweden, Venstre is actually the left party, whereas in Denmark, which is having elections now, Venstre is the center right party, which is very confusing because the right party is called the left, and then you have the radical left, which is actually left, which I think is very amusing and very confusing. Sorry about that. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, I might be kicking
You missed the Swedish party when you had 3 or 4 Swedes possibly all up at the same time.
I tried to listen in as in parallel doing a meeting. Well, but anyway, so I think I'm probably kicking in open doors here. But the government now is not to be considered as a right wing. It's only the Sverigedemokrat party.
Yeah, of course not.
Which is, so they are more center right, I would say, social conservative or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, definitely not right wing. Just to clarify.
No, absolutely. No, I did explain how confidence in supply works for anyone who doesn't understand what the concept of confidence in supply is. So we went through a civics lesson already. on the rough outlines of proportional electoral systems and therefore political systems in various countries. But basically, yeah, sadly, the press conference not that interesting. Didn't clarify things an awful lot about deliveries to Ukraine. I think an interesting one is that the Swedish armed forces now think that defense spending will be reaching 2% by 2026, which is 2 years earlier than they previously thought. So that might be quite meaningful, right? Because the more defense spending there is, the more willingness there is for the armed forces to move some of their older equipment on. And I think that's maybe an important note to make there. Johannes?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that the Mikael Bydén, he's not politically elected. He's like a government official. So I'm not that surprised that he didn't come with any big news, because how it works in Sweden is that the politicians usually gets to tell the world about the great news that's coming up, and so I would expect our defense minister to actually have a press conference and tell more about the details where all the goodies will be in. So it's not so surprising to me that there wasn't any great big news today.
No, you're right. And when I saw the announcement of the press conference last night, when within 3 minutes, I think 4 Swedes sent me the link of there's a press conference tomorrow, 10 a.m., which is really fantastic. I love my little network of informants all over Europe now. I thought, maybe this would be the sort of thing where the defense minister and the highest ranking general in the country kind of have a press conference together. And then the general speaks first and says, we're very dedicated to maintaining and building capacity of Swedish armed forces, and we send this piece of paper to the government because we realize that Ukraine is a part of our collective defense at this point, and et cetera, et cetera. And then the defense minister steps forward and says, and therefore we are, with support of the military, we are sending this and this and this, and they agree to it, and we all agree to it, and it's a great idea, and therefore, we are doing this kind of in concert between the political and the, what should we call it? Can we call him a civil servant in a sense? Well,
yeah, I think that's correct.
Right, in a very broad sense of the civil service, and everybody agrees, and this is a good thing to do, and therefore we are doing it. But alas, no defense minister sighting today. Denjan?
Yeah, I don't know if you talked about this already with the other Swedes here, but yeah, the commander in chief. I mean, he gave I think good indications on what his stance is. Basically, he understands that this war needs to be fought where it's currently fought, and not to come here. So I think he said there's a substantial amount of equipment. I think something like that could be given. And my opinion is that actually put a lot of pressure on the political side of it, not to do something small. I mean, he basically said we can do a lot. So now expectations, I think, from the Swedish population is that we can do a lot. So it has to be a lot when it comes from the government.
Right. Well, that's a good indication. That means that whatever was in that secret document that nobody's allowed to see was probably more significant maybe than some people expected. Okay, that's a really good note. Nobody's actually mentioned that before. That makes me a little bit more hopeful, just a little bit more hopeful for those highly desirable CV90s to have been maybe just maybe sent. I guess this is a question earlier, John, while you were out, and maybe you have an idea. But what would you say would be, desirable beyond the Archers and the Robot 70s, the two things that are most likely to be sent, and maybe the CV90s? Is there anything else in the Swedish arsenal that you think would be particularly excellent to be sent to Ukraine? Anything on your wish list? Right, Johannes, go for it.
There is a lot of things actually. We manufacture counter battery radars that are very good and very effective. That would be probably top of my own wish list right now. AT4s, Carl Gustavs. We have different types of missiles in terms of RBS. I have a list of like 10 different things that I would really want to see sent, and I think that some of them might be sent already. I know that some of them have been sent, but there are some very good systems. This is the good thing about being neutral for 200 years. You get really good at building guns and and other stuff. So yeah, there's a lot there that could be sent, and that would be very helpful.
No, as you noted, Sweden spent a whole lot of resources on building out the military during the Cold War, right? And there's a lot of stuff as well as skill knocking about still. Even despite the more recent cuts in military spending, cashing in on the peace dividend, really, or spending the peace dividend, there is a lot of capacity still there, right? Alan?
Well, yeah, the Swedes really know how to make big guns and rockets, etc. So, and it's not so much personal rifles. I would say I'm very surprised that they're a little bit stuck in the past there. But on all the other all the other categories of weapons, especially heavy weapons, there's a lot of good stuff, and I would really like to see more of those Hellfires that we sent that are Swedish made. As far as I know, the Ukrainians are working on various laser designators that can be attached on drones and small drones. I think maybe some of them are already in action, but this is like the information is probably obscured for good reasons. And those Hellfire missiles are, yeah, if you have a couple of thousands of them, that's actually a little game changer in some areas.
And of course, before Norway sent these Swedish manufacturer, was Swedish adjusted, can we call them, Swedish Swedish upgraded Hellfires, which are specifically meant really for anti-ship use, but they're not very long range, right? They're maybe 10 kilometers in range or so, on the basis of what Jörn's been saying, and yourself, I think, as well, Alan. You know, it's something that Sweden previously sent already, I think, a month or two before Norway did as well. So these Robotsjuden, or whatever they're called, have been definitely used in Ukraine, and apparently there were some videos, if I remember correctly, 2-3 weeks ago, of Ukrainians using them in very much a land attack role, rather than as anti-ship missiles, because obviously there's just not that much use for anti-ship missiles. And at the same time, we of course all knew that they are perfectly useful against tanks as well, because they are Hellfire missiles. They're meant to be taking out tanks in the first place. And even if they're a little bit more adjusted for anti-ship use, they can still blow up a tank perfectly fine. So I agree, more of those would certainly be a good idea. They have 10 kilometers range, which is, I think, quite a bit more than a Javelin. They take out the tank, they take out the whatever other armored vehicle. They're relatively mobile. Good idea to have more of those. Absolutely. Think ethical. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. The gate's been open today. I've been waiting for the permission to make some requests. Could those 10 systems be listed, or could you DM me those 10 systems that you believe are imperative for the victory in Ukraine? Because right now I'm currently writing some letters, and I will include those in my personal requests. Is that a possibility?
I can DM you them.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then send the list the CV90 tank killer version where they strapped a 120 millimeter gun on the CV90.
I love it.
I mean, I think the the weight of the gun, the barrel, is like a third of the whole vehicle. But yeah,
Genius.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh yes. Chris, good morning.
Hi, Domin. Long time no speak. I tip my hat to you all still for keeping going with this and the support you give into Ukraine. I know it's appreciated by lots of people. But the question that I've got was just something raised a minute ago. The Hellfire missiles that you mentioned, that Sweden are looking to use, the modified ones. How are they aimed, and how do they maintain a lock on the target at such distance? Are they line of sight, or are they cued via other means? I'm completely on sight on these. I'm quite interested to know.
they're laser designated, and the station that fires them have a laser designated. But they could be laser from a drone as well. You just need to fire it up in the sky. It has a high trajectory, and you can even fire it over a hill.
So I got it. Yeah. So you either have line of sight and you line of sight on the target, or you cross Q versus an ISR platform, which is pinging. That's a good bit of kit for 10K. Really good stuff for battle group. That'd be really useful. Yeah, really good. That's great news. Hopefully they'll be there soon. Or in greater numbers.
they're already there.
They already have
brilliant.
120. Or
yeah. So Sweden announced a bunch in June, and then Norway announced a bunch in sort of July, August, I think. And there have been videos a few weeks ago of Ukrainians using these against, I think, tanks.
Yeah, because that's really good, because the ISR would be the only exposed thing of threat. You can fire it from a covered, defilade position, and they wouldn't ever know. They wouldn't know what hit them. It's superb. Yeah, I guess the key is making sure that the Ukrainian drones have IR and the ability to mark targets. But I think they're well on top of that, aren't they? Thanks, Dom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic, and I hope more indeed get sent. The other thing that's being discussed, so this is the robot 17. The other thing that's being discussed is robot 70, and that's like a big old man pad on a tripod, very heavy, but apparently with a pretty good range, and hopefully those will be delivered as well, because clearly with all of these drones flying around, but also Russians being very excited about depleting their attack helicopter fleets over Kherson. There's a lot of use for manpads.
Domin, to correct you, it looks like a manpad, but it's not really a manpad.
Well, no, it's not very portable, right? It's like it's like a car pad.
Yeah, I think we used to have them, and they were like semi-vehicle mounted. Like you had to put it up in some, on some kind of a tripod that was attached to the vehicle when you wanted to fire it. It's more of something that you can set up as a base defense or position defense system.
Yeah, makes sense. I guess if you put it in the back of a Hilux, right, you can do a lot with it. Johannes.
Yeah, think ethical. If you can follow me back, I can DM you that list, but your DMs are closed, so yeah, please open them up or follow me.
Excellent. Then John.
Yeah, just clarify, but I think Alan did it already on the Robot 20 RBS 70. It's more like I'm sure you've seen the Stugna, the Ukrainian system. It's more like that. You have
It's like the Stugna, but for helicopters and planes instead of tanks.
It looks like. I mean, if you look at it, and you don't know, you probably could be confused about which one is what. I think. I am.
But those are very much on the short list, right? Then, John, that's the stuff that's being heavily speculated about. Those and the archers, more than anything else, coming from Sweden. Seemingly the most likely things, according to various bits of Swedish media that I've seen.
Yeah, it was stated by some MPs before the election that option Robot 70 should be sent. So,
as far as I know, they were used in some kind of position defense or base defense when we had them in the Norwegian army. So I think the range is quite a lot more than normal man pads as well. So I think these can be very useful, and I'm sure that the Ukrainians will they're gonna do something very smart with them.
So just a quick announcement for anybody wondering, there was the Swedish press conference about an hour ago, but nothing specific got announced with respect to Ukraine because it was held by the highest ranking general in the country who doesn't make policy and can't announce policy. There were general good rumblings, but everything is still down to the Minister of Defense as regards that. There's a lot of talking about the future of the Swedish military, future expectations of higher defense spending quicker than was previously expected. And that in itself is probably a very good indication of what is to come. That is to say that more is to come from Sweden than was possibly previously expected. Just a little minor announcement here. Still waiting for Paul Jonsson to have his press conference. Johannes.
We also have something called Arthur counter battery radar, and there are a few different systems, but Mod B and Mod C, I would not be surprised if they were sent. They're really good, put it that way, and I just have a hunch they might be included, if I put it that way. And also on the manpads discussion, we have a system called RBS90, which is the fourth generation of this so-called manpad on a tripod. That could also be sent, I think.
And Johannes, one would presume that these counter-battery radars are sort of designed in a way that they integrate perfectly with, I don't know, what kind of artillery systems could they be integrated really well with? Archers, maybe?
Perhaps. They should probably work. If they don't, I think the Ukrainians have proven by now that they're really good at integrating systems with each other. So, but yeah, of course they will.
They already have a couple of those. I don't know where they got them from, but they posted some pictures of them on the BV Beltwagen from Haglund's Beltwagen. So I know they already have a few of them.
Oh, so these specific counter-battery radars, you're saying that Sweden already sent some at some point?
I don't know if Sweden sent them, but I'm sure I saw a picture of one of those on the Haglund's Beltwagen, and it's a it was a Swedish-made counter-battery radar. I don't know if it was an older version or if it's the same one we're talking about, but I'm pretty sure they already have a couple of them.
Got it. Yeah, that's certainly of considerable use, right? Getting rid of not just Russian ammo depots, but also other artillery pieces generally. That's always a very good idea to do. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, did we have any, or do we have any updates on the grain shipments? As far as I read, 3 more vessels left the Ukraine harbor today.
Yep, that is correct. In the early hours of the morning, I think 3 more vessels departed from Odessa. They're slowly moving southwards. I had it open not very long ago, just a little while ago. Let me see. They're currently moving at a rate of knots, of around 10 knots, which is, fast enough, really. So there are indeed 3 more ships that have left. I don't know when they were loaded, but I suspect that they were loaded a little while ago, possibly already. I'm not too sure about it. Let me see. No, yeah, they left ship this morning. I can tell you that much. Sorry, they left ship. They left port this morning. I can tell you that much. So that's absolutely a good thing. Now, whatever Russia has done, whatever Russia has done with regards to the grain deal, hey, the ships are going. At the end of the day, maybe they keep going for the next few days before the underwriting, before the previously agreed upon insurance policies expire. and then there just aren't any anymore after that. But as soon as, if at the very least, all that they're currently imported can get out, that's a good start, right? Then John?
Yeah, regarding Arthur, the radar system, I think that was provided by the UK. I'm not wrong.
I think that makes sense. Because I remember both the UK, but also I think the Dutch and the Germans sending counter-battery radars at various points.
Yeah, because remember it's BAE system, so it's Saab and yeah, the British one together.
All right. Yeah, Saab makes things other than cars for architects. Joanna? I heard half a syllable, Joanna, and then nothing since then.
Oh, sorry.
Now
Sorry,
I can hear
my
you.
mic problem. So yes, I wanted to talk about the ships in the grain corridor. Apparently, those that departed yesterday are in Istanbul right now, or at least in the Turkish territorial waters, which is good. 3 new ships today, one of which is quite big, 56,000 tons. So this is a big ship. The other two about 20,000 tons. So I guess good news on this side. And I also wanted to share some other good news. So yesterday I've seen that after 12 hours from the missile strikes in Kiev, the electricity and water was restored. So 12 hours, that's what it took to restore the services. So this is good, I guess, even if each strike it's affecting significantly the life of citizens in Kiev. And another good news, I've looked on the French press today, and in Le Monde, there is a very interesting article about how France should play a bigger role in this war in order to restore its leadership in Europe. Paris must operate a radical turn in its foreign policy in order to be among the best supporters of Kiev, of Ukraine. So I guess this is a good thing because I've seen Steinmeier recently with a very powerful speech in order to help Ukraine, and now this article in Le Monde. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
I mean, honestly, I'm just going to pass it off to Ben. But I do like hearing of such notes, right? I always like hearing of editorials in major newspapers saying no, government should be doing more. I'm always a big fan of that. As to the electricity and water in Kiev, I think it's not all of the city, all of the urban area. I think it's sort of bit by bit. Because obviously it's a gigantic city, not just by population, but by area. It's very spread out. And I think that, in some districts they did it, and I don't think they managed to restore it completely in other districts. But I might be wrong. I hope that it was obviously all of it. But I don't know if that is indeed completely correct. Ben? Le Monde? Or something else?
Good morning. No, unfortunately, I have not read or even actually remarked the editorial in Le Monde, so I cannot opine on this. Now, I wanted to talk about real estate, among other things. A while ago, I was tracking the real estate in the price of real estate in Crimea. Obviously, it's not really possible anymore because there's no sales anymore. But quite interestingly, the Russian newspapers are letting us know that even in areas which are not Crimea, which are far, far from the front line, such as Moscow, the number of apartments put up for sales have increased by 20%, which is good. Basically, so many people are running away, while so few are confident enough in the future that people are putting apartments on the market and no one is there to swoop them up. So this is really this is not good at all for many reasons. One of the two most important reasons, actually. One of them is that it has a massive impact on consumer confidence, and the result, and as a consequence, people who don't trust are people who don't buy, and people who don't buy create an economy that is not working. So that's one thing. And the second thing is that especially in areas where the real estate is so expensive, such as Moscow, which is very, very expensive, especially relative to the salary of people, people tend to be heavily leveraged, and so the banks are very much exposed to the vagaries of the real estate market. And I don't know to what extent they've taken a hit due to what happened in Crimea, but they must have. And they must be taking another hit now. And there's only so many hits a banking system can take. So that was a bit of a wonkish thing. I'm saying hello to Joanna. And the other thing is, what is, and it's a question for you, Domin, what is or for anyone else, really, what is the position that the Russians have adopted regarding to the grain deal? Because I've seen them saying, it's finished, and then it's finished, but we're discussing. And now it's very, very unclear. Not that I was expecting clarity from them, but at least which direction are they pointing towards, in your opinion?
So I don't get it. Because apparently yesterday Putin said that Russia is not ending the participation of Russia in the grain deal, they're just suspending it. What the hell does that mean? There was no elaboration on what that's supposed to mean. So I don't know. I have no clue. I think that they're saying, no, don't blame us for anything, I guess. The one thing that frustrates me right now regarding that is that Ascot, right, the insurer part of Lloyd's of London, is ending the issuance or the signing of any new contracts, any new insurance contracts for the ships carrying grain out of the Greater Odessa ports. Now, obviously, I am not surprised that they're doing so. Right, I am not surprised that they are indeed going forward with that. I'm just annoyed, let's say, that they're doing so, because that is going to be possibly the greatest harm to future shipments out of Ukraine. That kicks in I think 6 days from now. I think this is really the biggest thing there. Yeah, I don't know, Ben. Why does it really matter? So am I over jumping over some things and saying, if many people in Moscow are trying to sell apartments, that means that they're possibly running out of disposable income very quickly and they need to actually raise cash and downsize? Could that be why?
That is not the reason that the article was giving. What they were saying is that there's quite a few people who have who've considered that they wouldn't be living in Russia for the coming years and maybe decades, and they don't want to have assets in that country. And while they still can, they're liquidating it and moving their cash away. They take a loss and then they move on. That's the way it's presenting it. But you're perfectly right. In some cases, some of those people have left very nearly a year ago. Some of them had some money, many of them move to areas and countries where the cost of living is relatively modest and limited, so they can live for a bit longer. But there's only so many people who can afford a year-long vacation. So some of them might be also in the process of selling just to survive, as you said. But what's also very, very interesting for me is that it's not so much that people are selling, which we could almost have expected. It's that people are not buying. There's no one to go like, oh, wow, that's a very interesting Moscow apartment on whatever, name an avenue in Moscow. I don't know them.
I bet there's a Komsomolskaya.
Yeah, there must be a Costco, something like that. Stalin Avenue. It's on Stalin Avenue. Let's go for it. It's a good deal. 20%. The price is a lot lower than last year. Let's go for it. Yeah, no one's buying. That's the problem. No one is buying, which is actually a double problem. For the reason I pointed out, sort of macroeconomics, but also for the people who are trying to sell them, presumably need the cash badly and are now finding themselves unable to liquidate their assets, which is again, if you're in Georgia or if you're in Uzbekistan and your bank account is becoming fast depleted because you need to feed yourself and your wife, and you don't have a job, you're probably going to take a bigger loss and accept to sell your apartment in Moscow at any price, which might lead to even further a further collapse of the prices of the real estate market in Moscow. And yeah, that's very interesting, and there's political implications as well. If you indulge me with this, Putin has rewarded a number of his minions with not so much with cash handouts as such, or not only, but with real estate. Most famously, his ex-wife has received, I think it's a 18th century palace somewhere in Moscow. Well, if the thing was worth 2 billion a year ago, and now it's only worth 500 million, that's a big loss to take. That's a big loss of liquidity. That's a big problem. Okay, no one cares about his ex-wife, but if you're trying to reward the FSB general and you reward him a year ago with something, and that something is now only worth a penny on the dollar, maybe the FSB general is not that happy anymore. Just saying. I'm reading too much into the real estate market, but at the same time, we should remember that up until I think it was February 1945, Hitler was rewarding his generals with massive real estates in Prussia, in East Prussia, as if they were some lords or something. And the fact that he could not reward them anymore with this once the Red Army had taken over Prussia, in the circumstances we know, that created a massive problem for the German government. So easy parallel, but pleasant parallel.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yeah, makes sense. I don't know if you're reading too far into it, but maybe Knut can help us advise. Knut, go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to mention about the energy supply in Kiev. So I just had a meeting an hour ago with my team there, and they were given a schedule yesterday morning for many districts of Kiev where they were told that they have a total energy supply of 12 hours per day, like 4 hours on and off, like something like that. And then the attack started again in the morning. So then they were said, well, we will not even start implementing the schedule, we'll create a new one. And that's where they all now are. We have our office very close to the center. And there we have nonstop energy supply. So all the office buildings are actually supplied, or at least the ones in the center. So it's a very unclear picture, but for most districts, it looks like they don't have energy supply for half a day. And then I spoke with a colleague in the Lutsk area where half of the power plant was actually hit by several missiles yesterday, and she told me that it was not. It looks very unrepairable, so they need a new power plant there. So half of the city was without electricity and water yesterday. So it's not only Kiev, but it's several areas. And then there's also this schedule that was that they wanted to implement. They said they will implement it all over Ukraine, so that they can share the energy that they have with all cities and everywhere. So it's a very unclear picture right now, but it looks like at least half of the time the people don't have power.
And water, Knut, any points on that? Because I think that's in and out electricity is sometimes easier to deal with, right?
Exactly.
With these scheduled blackouts than water supply or heating supply. Any notes on that by any chance?
Well, we didn't talk about that because it's for work and for living. First thing that was relevant was power supply. So like I said, in Lutsk, half of the city didn't have water yesterday. It seems to be working again now. And in Kiev, you have these big buildings. So the water supply, the pumps. I guess they will supply the pumps so that at least water is running. And many of these big apartment buildings have the centralized
district heating.
Exactly, district heating. Thank you. In German, it's called Fernwärme. So it's and it seems
like
to be
distance
working.
heating, right?
Yeah, it's like remote. You have one centralized heating plant, and then you distribute the hot water. And that seems to be working in some parts. I know that many people used to, normally when it started getting cold in the middle of October, it took a while until the heating was working. So a lot of people heated actually with their air conditions. I guess that's something they should avoid right now. So it's very important that they get the heating working. But I have a meeting with a friend who's living in Obolon, or with a colleague who's living in Obolon in 15 minutes. So I get an update how it's looking on the left bank in Kiev.
Got it. Thank you very much, Knut. That's a really
You're
valuable explanation. At this point, I would just like to note that yesterday evening, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine announced that 12 countries, let me see if I have a list somewhere, Israel, Spain, Italy, Lithuania, Germany, North Macedonia, Poland, the Republic of Korea, Slovakia, Slovenia, Finland, and France, I don't know why it's in that order, are going to be supplying, governments and companies from those 12 countries are going to be supplying a total of 954 units of energy equipment. I don't know what that means. First batch is already in Ukraine. The rest will be coming in the near future. Things like generators, switches, heat guns, and other. I'm guessing a whole lot more in terms of high-end transformers for substations and the like are going to be coming from various countries going forward as well. So, this is being worked at, absolutely being worked at, because it is of absolutely paramount importance. And, this is why we talk about it. But it isn't just a case of, Ukraine needs this. It's also a case of Ukraine is actually getting this, which is absolutely crucial and very important indeed. Thank you very much, Knut, for the update. Very warmly welcome. And let's go on to Joanna, Daniel, Bionade, George, and Mitek. Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, so I found the article from yesterday, and it is updated today. So yesterday, right after the missile strikes, 350,000 homes were cut off from electricity. 80% of the households in Kyiv were left without water. They said that after working 24 hours, they managed to restore that. So they are supplyable in principle, but they are going on with the rolling blackouts in order to economize and stabilize the power system operation. Also, 450 cellular bases were cut off for the cellular phone, and they are trying to restore the mobile communications also. So this is about Kyiv. So basically, they repaired the house are supplyable, but there are these rolling blackouts just to economize and stabilize the system.
And about the grain deal, I have a comment. Yesterday, I expressed a little bit my frustration with UN for not doing more, but I was very happy to see the comment from UN, because Russia said, you know, that those drones that attacked the Black Sea Fleet were sent from ships in the grain corridor, and UN responded very bluntly that there were no ships in the grain corridor that could have done that. So I guess UN sometimes does a nice statement on this. I guess this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah. So this is really funny, right? Russians lie and don't check the basic facts that are kind of important in their lives, but at the same time, they you know, kind of say it's very easy to prove them wrong, because there are these wonderful things in the sky called satellites that can see large objects on a sea, even at night. They can tell out whether there's very large objects, such as grain ships, somewhere. So yeah, they thought, and various tankies will of course listen to them, but you know, it's very easy to say in front of all of the UN for a start that no, actually, you know what, didn't happen, couldn't have happened. You're just making it up. Daniel.
Hello, how are you? You talk about grain ships. Okay, you talk about grain ships, and my first reaction was, I know Danube is growing. Let's see what Port of Constanza is doing. And I had old news in my head about some recommendation from the president. We need to upgrade the facilities in Constanza port. So, you know, the old problem with all railway cars on the railways sitting there and rusting and things like that. So are 64 railways which are in modernization, 12 are already done. They work on the roads also, so to facilitate the access, because it's nice to see some leadership from there saying, oh, we are the 4th biggest port in Europe. We can deliver 95 million tons of goods, but I watch a bit of statistic on every year and it's not even close. So the problem was the access, and they work on this. It's continuous work, and is made it by the state. Is no more, you know, just licitations, things like that. And also they get some European funds. So, in my opinion, with a big Danube, we can use a lot the ports which are not made it for the cereals, like Ismail and Rain. You can push from Odessa some ships to Galatz in emergency, or just pushing through our waters. I know this will make some problems in vicinity of Constanza, but you can do it via Bulgaria. I mean, emergency. But what I said to our American friends in this morning, I watch on Al Jazeera what Turkish say, and the Turks are very determined. First, they said 40% of all the trade of agriculture stuff, so the exports, not the consumers, 40% is via Black Sea. First player is, of course, Russia, but second is Ukraine. And Ukraine already delivered 9.6 million tons of agriculture stuff. Usually in a normal time, they deliver double of this. So I can say at this moment, I am stunned how good their trade is. in war condition with, don't forget, we had garrison in Snake Island for a lot of time. And I take in consideration the probably second greatest air defense system in Odessa, or how I can say PIV then, Operation Command South after Kiev. If we take in the mind how the Black Sea fleet will react to this, I know the submarines are something like a weird equation in this, but I can say I'm a bit optimistic because Turkish said how important is this trade for them, how important is 400 ships already made it this voyage, and the attitude of the Turkish correspondent was not at all budging or saying, oh, Russians are out, so you know, we need commissions to inspect the ships, nothing like that.
The thing is, so regarding the inspection, I think this is a good point to make. To my understanding, in previous weeks, the JCC only inspected maybe double-digit ships a day, right? I think it was about 3 teams, and they could do 3 to 4 ships each a day. Now, Turkey said something along the lines of 40 ships either in 1 day or maybe in 2 days, without the Russian and without the Ukrainian participation, just the Turkish and UN ones, which kind of signals...
It's very important. It's very important, because Turkish is stepping in.
And it kind of signals that the Russians were really, as was suspected for a long time, and as was alleged for a long time, slowing down the inspection process. So now we might actually see a clearing of the backlog of ships that are anchored to the north of the Bosphorus, so they actually get cleared. The problem with those is ships at sea cost the person who's sending the grain, right? So they were costing the Ukrainian agribusinesses and Ukrainian farmers money because they were being delayed by the Russian component of the inspection team at the mouth of the Bosphorus. And now they're just, being processed much more quickly. They're still being processed because the Turks are still, saying, oh yeah, there's still, inspections.
Okay, and what problem?
But it's good.
Turkish
no,
are
good,
very,
right?
very interested.
The
Turkish want.
interested.
Let me explain something. Turks are in a fight in Middle East for the supremacy of the story. Who is the protector? Who is the defender? Who fight against terrorists? And they had an armistice with Russians because Syria, because Iraq, because Libya. And I think Erdogan maybe weighed his cards a bit and said, okay, what we get from this? We help them with some stuff to be imported via us, via Georgia, shit like this. And what we get from this? Blame. Biden will call us all the time saying, we don't send you the parts for F-16 because you don't play along. And if we play European cards, if we play with our friend Zelensky, what we get? Good image, maybe opening some doors in Europe, in the United States. Maybe this trade will add some venues to our problems in economy. We get, I don't know, a good image protector of the weak and poor and hungry in Africa and in
There's
Arab
that,
world.
but you know what the real one is? The real one is completely domestic. Turkey is facing very high levels of inflation.
That's why, because this story will be published in Hürriyet. I don't care about what Al Arabiya said. It's important what is in Hürriyet. And I think if they are pushed by Russians, if Russians make some signals bad, they will say, you are not alone there. Because I don't saw anything from the Turks with their navy in Black Sea. They were very patient, very calm. They tried a lot to stay in the middle. But I think this jackpot for them, the transit, the storage, and probably buying some stuff, and also Baykar, his son-in-law, he's a jolly joker for Ukraine there. And I think they choose the card Kiev, and probably they will stick to it. And I don't think Putin want to try to see how mad Turks can be when they feel threatened, because Syria incident for me is a good relation how Russia perceives Turkey. And this is my take about.
I agree with you, Dan. Perceptions elsewhere matter a lot, and it is a lot of this is a political action. But at the end of the day, this is strongly domestic political because Turkey is facing very high levels of inflation. Ben can talk about this more, but 80+%, possibly 100%. Some speculations are in 180% levels of inflation, and food prices are going up very steeply within Turkey. A lot of that is the weakening of the lira, and there are things related to that. Among other is the great need for grain, not just for human consumption, but also specifically corn for consumption by animals, especially chickens in Turkey. And without that, if the price of meat, goes up a lot, Turkey consumes relatively a lot of meat per capita. This will spell bad things for Erdogan, and will spell bad things for Erdogan in the upcoming election. He cannot afford to have domestic problems. He tries to deflect from domestic problems with all manner of other things already, let alone with this. Matt,
they need sunflower oil.
They also need sunflower oil.
Well, and also my understanding is that in Syria we had a lot.
Matt, there are rules here. You're new. I understand you might not be aware, but if you unmute your mic and start speaking, I am just going to mute you. That's just how it's going to work. It's an established protocol, so please be so kind as to put up your hand and wait for your turn, just like George, Bionade, and Mitek are doing. With that, Daniel, I think we spent enough time in Turkey, and we should go on to Bionade. Go ahead, Bionade.
Yeah. So I was talking to a friend this morning. She's also from Kiev. In her part of the city this morning in Pozniaki was electricity. But yeah, it depends where you are and on which times. The question I have, maybe someone knows this, how much solar is Ukraine using, and how is it for in the electrical grid to the user system? For example, here in Germany, we can reintegrate the leftover power from solar systems into the electric grid. Is this also possible? Has anyone any ideas?
I think solar is very small in Ukraine. Maybe very low single-digit % of electricity generation comes from solar. Of course, in the winter, less so because it's more cloudy. And also, notably, I think one thing to remember is, and Ben can help me out with this one, a lot of solar is in the south, in Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, a lot currently under occupation. There was some talk about some solar power plant being dismantled in Zaporizhia. I'm not sure if that was indeed true in the end, but at least it was being discussed at some point. So I know that the largest one definitely is in occupied territories. That's how much I know from that one, or at least the second largest one is definitely occupied territories.
I didn't mean on industrial scale. I mean on user scale. So basically, every private person can with a balcony or a house can put a solar tile on their roofs and put the electricity into the grid.
I would suspect that's relatively lower, done at a lesser scale than in countries where electricity was more expensive historically as well. Remember, Ukraine had vast quantities of nuclear as well as quite a bit of hydro, and relatively cheap gas historically, right? And cheap coal historically. So it just wouldn't be financially feasible to the same degree. Ben, help me out on this one. I'm sure you're better informed on the economics of it.
I'm sure I'm not. Oh, please go ahead, Bernard.
Domin, I was more talking about the technical side, not about the feasibility. For example, if I have a friend there and for example, a system with, I think, around 300 watt outputs per hour cost like 500 euro. So yeah, if I say, oh, hey, I have a nice Christmas present or something like this, and I think there are more people in Europe who think, hey, okay, came, at least you have some basic power for lighting and maybe, something else.
All right. I mean, I guess it can be done, but again, right, winter, cloudy, not great. I don't know if it's feasible, especially not at the scale that's necessary. Ben?
Yeah, it's just a detail, but solar panels were part of the things that were asked from our friends in Ukraine. I don't know how they're going to be used. Clearly, they were more on the individual or maybe small collective level. They didn't come with any evidence that they were going to be tied to the grid. It was more that's helpful for a farm in the middle of nowhere, or even for a small house in a city, or for a small building in a city. They seem to be considering it at least as a stopgap, and probably for later use. But yeah, there's clearly people have thought about it. They're covering the subject, but they're not integrating it into the whole grid as we would have in Germany, for instance. Because did you know Bayonetta is from Germany?
No, not really. No, but that's not a trivial thing to do either, right? Integrating stuff into grid scale as well. And I don't think that there are a whole lot of grid level electrical engineers who currently have time on their hands to do other stuff in Ukraine, I suspect. I think they're all very busy with solving the infrastructure situation. George? Oh, sorry, Bionade, there's more. Go ahead.
Yeah. The point is the technical part is not so complicated. You just have an inverter in two directions, and every energy you can store, you just put back into the network. That's basically relatively easy. But I'm maybe someone who has some contacts, or maybe knows someone. You can PM me, just follow me. I will follow back. And thank you.
There you go. I think David's coming up to help us explain this. But I think, yes, there are going to be cases where this might be useful. I think those are going to be very, very limited indeed. Not to mention the sheer scale of this that would be necessary for anything that would be really of use. David? Right, it's not something you could do overnight to affect millions or tens of millions of people, basically.
So I was just going to add that the only real benefit would be anyone who had it, in actual fact, reduces the pressure on the grid, doesn't it? So instead of giving it to the grid, you're reducing it from the pressure on the grid, right? And that's pretty much the only real benefit. And the benefit would be personal. If they had a battery, obviously, then they could just store some up. So any extended times, then they'd be able to use that instead.
Right, there you go. Thank you, David. Yeah, I think likewise. And again, expensive, non-trivial, and of local benefit, perhaps only. George, morning.
Morning, Dolman. Yeah, so one of the plans is they're also getting power walls, and what they want to do is these solar panels will be put in certain villages. One is to get, as David said, to take the pressure off the grid, and the other thing is these will be used to power up, to keep Starlink terminals powered up, so that they can not lose the internet connection in some of these areas. That's what I heard late last night. That was one of the plans for them, to take some of the villages off the power grid, right? Because you wouldn't need that many, and also the certain areas to be put on panels, and also with those Tesla walls, or whatever you want to call them, and power up the internet, so that if the power is lost, the internet connection is still available in whatever area I guess they want to concentrate these things on. Dolman, I was going to say, now that Turkey has shown that Russia's full of BS, even more, and Turkey pretty much called their bluff, and Russia is just going to sit back and watch the grain be exported from Ukraine. What do you think that does moving forward? or what should it do moving forward for people that don't want to, are scared that there's going to be some kind of escalation, you know, in regards to Russia?
That's a good question. So the funny thing is, Turkey's been playing this double game this whole time, as far as I can tell. And again, I'm saying these at an 85% reliability rate, right? It's kind of, on the one hand, they were very on board politically the whole time. Erdogan kept saying, Crimea is part of Ukraine, Russia should leave all of the occupied bits of Ukraine, etc. And so politically, they were very much on board the whole time. At the same time, they were importing more from Russia. They were exporting more to Russia, which is really the crucial bit, right? And between the two, they were really helping out Russia in the time that they needed. I don't really know what I can what else I can say about that, but that's kind of what they were doing. And I think the change now, what change is going to happen? None really, because Erdogan is very good at segmenting things out, and he seems to be segmenting out the kind of the one thing, and the one thing being grain segmented out from everything else, because Turkey really desperately needs, as much as possible in cheaper grain. George?
I was going to say, yeah. Well, with Erdogan, it's all about the bottom line, right? The money. So obviously, if he can make money, trading with Russia, fine. And obviously, you hit the nail on the head. He needs to make sure that food prices don't go even higher than they already are in Turkey. That would be disastrous for him and his reelection, right? So this move is a self-preservation move. Erdogan's going to do what's good for Erdogan, not necessarily Turkey. I mean, that's obvious. Just look at his reign. But what I'm referring to is the fact that Russia pretty much got punked by Turkey. The Black Sea Fleet isn't doing anything. It's not going to interdict that convoy. The last thing the Russians want is a confrontation with a modern Western military power. And I don't understand why the United States and Great Britain and other countries haven't realized this and start sending everything they possibly can to Ukraine.
Oh, certainly, absolutely. No, Turkey has sent some military equipment as well. They sent 200 MRAPs, and that's pretty good. But beyond that, not that much more. TB2s, obviously, but I think they were actually purchased by Ukraine on an existing contract from before. So I don't know if that counts. Right. Thank you very much, George. Mitek, go ahead.
Good morning. I think it's morning where you are. It's almost noon here. So the thing I wanted to talk about is not the first thing I'm going to mention. The first thing I'm going to mention very briefly is the concept of the resumption of history in Europe. And Turkey is part of that, and it's just doing what Turkey has always done. If you look at the beginning of the Cold War to the end of the Cold War, in salami slices, the resumption of previous history, all the nationalisms, all the economic activity, all the diplomatic activity, all the actors who used to be certain things are being those things again, and people have just picked up their old scripts and are carrying on. And that's just the current situation is further proof that that's exactly what's happening. But that's not why I chimed in. So what happened with the deal where these people are coming in from other countries to help with the electrical situation in Ukraine is an escalation of sorts. Let me explain. So let's take a peacetime situation, and I'll go back to the story that I told a while ago about the ice storm in the province of Quebec in 1979. or was it not? Yeah, 1997. Sorry, and it's simply this: when Hydro-Quebec was completely broken down, every single crew out there, every man, woman, dog, truck you can imagine was out there trying to keep what could be kept up going. Maine, Vermont, New York, Ontario, New Brunswick, Pennsylvania at one point, and I think Illinois sent hydro crews to the province of Quebec to help maintain the system and rebuild things along with equipment, along with engineers. And this became an international or by state, by province effort where people who were not nationals of the territory were now coming in not as volunteers, but as a direct action of their government intervening in the situation. So we're now in a situation where the Polish doctor or the Polish soldier who may have volunteered before at their own risk to go to Ukraine is now being replaced by skilled workers along with equipment that is owned by various outside states to come into Ukraine and directly assist the Ukraine in their endeavors. What does that actually mean? If we replace those items that are going to be put into the grid, if we replace those engineers and those workers with soldiers and rockets and weapons that are going to be handled by those soldiers who are not Ukrainian and are there at the behest of their government, we are a diplomatic hair away from full intervention of other states. And that puts the Russians in a difficult situation where if they start bombing electrical infrastructure and start harming these crews that are nationals, that are there at the behest of their government, they are now walking on eggshells and hopefully thinking, are we going to be causing the next thing, or are they going to be not caring at all? And like the situation with the wheat, we could be just looking at calling their bluff, and zero escalation has occurred. It's just that we're a little bit more involved. But that's the way we need to see that situation. If we can get away with sending crews to rebuild the infrastructure of the electoral system at the behest of national states and companies directly for Ukraine, openly, without punishment, like because if I could get back to that, the Polish soldier or the German soldier or the French soldier who went to Ukraine prior was doing so against their own regulations. They are AWOL. Whereas these engineers aren't AWOL. They're there because they were sent there. And so there's the big difference. And if we look at it that way, we'll see what happens next. I think Russia is losing the diplomatic war. I think Russia's slowly being backed into a corner. And I like that.
I concur, Mitek. Look, 12 countries are sending electrical equipment, right? This is probably relatively high-end stuff. This is probably high-end equipment that's being noted that it's being sent. Like, these aren't cables and pylons, right? This is high voltage transformers, other substation-y specialized equipment stuff. These are generators, big diesel generators that are like a container size each, things like that. So this is quite significant. What they're sending here is quite significant. Beyond that, more is going to be coming. Right? We have people like Florian in the space, helping out with that. Hopefully, something comes of it. Hopefully, something comes of it that will help regenerate electric infrastructure quicker. And the other part, you're right. There's Polish electrical engineers, grid maintaining types who can go and help. I bet they are going to go and help. I don't think that's going to be under question at all. If nothing else, we can just shift everybody a little bit further east, right? Take guys from Western Ukraine to go fix up Kiev, and take guys from Poland to fix up stuff in Western Ukraine. That's not that difficult, and they can do it quickly, efficiently. And hey, I would be all up for that. So you're quite right. It is crucially important. So this is really the thing. This isn't so much about the countryside. In the countryside, people have individual furnaces a lot of the time. They can burn wood. It's fine, right? But the real problem for this is going to be the cities, because when you're reliant on district heating, you don't have individual furnaces in apartments. You don't even have individual furnaces in buildings. It's a lot harder to adapt quickly, and this is where these district heating plants are going to be hit, and that's going to be something of a problem.
I want to add another thing to this, and so we remember how back in the 80s and 90s there was this big blockade to get certain things from being shipped into Russia and China because well, they were dangerous and they were parts of weapon systems, and so and I remember this because at the time I was trying to get into some kind of trade, and well, you know, you do what you got to do, and you do your research. So I found out that if you wanted to ship to Russia certain things, you could ship game components until, you know, the people at certain government departments got wise.
Do you remember the PlayStations that powered Saddam Hussein's systems, right?
Yes, exactly. And so what I'm thinking now, there's two things that can occur. Number one, there's the overt, really obvious, oh my God, how could we not see this situation where electrical grid equipment is coming in? That's every diode, that's every wiring system, that's every board, that's every kind of material you can possibly imagine is coming into the Ukraine, ostensibly for electrical systems. That can be used for other things. And let me add on one other thing, a human component. Let's imagine, Doman, that you are a really bright spark, and I assume that you are, but in a specific department, you know how to make missiles fly faster, stronger, go boom better, but you're going there disguised as humble electrical engineer Doman. And so you end up there, you do your thing, but you also have, you know, a part-time job over at the Ukrainian Ministry of making things go boom. We can send anything and everything we absolutely want now, and we probably have been for quite some time. And this is why I say Russia is screwed right now. The door is open for every single thing, short of them actually saying, no, you can't do this. Oh my God, we have proof that you're doing these things. I was like, oh no, he's just an electrical engineer. And they've been outplayed. They literally have been outplayed by their own game. I've been tired. I've been sitting in and out of government service for decades, looking at how the Russians have tried every single way to infiltrate Western societies, both ultra conservative and both ultra liberal. And by ultra liberal, I mean, you know, what passes for acceptable socialism in a lot of people's minds, to bring their glory and profit. And they're being outplayed. They're so being outplayed. I'm tired of having to tiptoe around, you know, what do they call them? Diplomatic people at the Foreign Office, and back in the day at International Affairs in Canada, who spent more time looking over their shoulders than looking at what was the right thing to do. Let's just do the right thing. And I think at this point, we are moving out of the Cold War into the point where the Cold War is less of a thing, because we know they're doing stuff, and we don't care that they're doing stuff because they're going to get arrested, and they will know that we're doing stuff, and there's nothing they can do to stop us. Literally nothing. And I don't for a second believe they can.
Do the right thing. Thank you, Mitek. Nale, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can we change the subject to economics? All right. Well, if there are any economists on the panel, I would like to know if how screwed is Russia, because I'm getting conflicting information from the economists, and then some other people are saying two totally different things about the same subject matter. So I would like to know.
So
because
I am not an economist, but I shall filibuster until somebody comes. How about that?
All right, because
'Cause
I'm an electrician and I don't know anything about this. So that's why I'm asking.
So even better, Nale, even better. We're getting an economist up who can explain this stuff. Hopefully Ben will be up momentarily to help explain this stuff to you. But pretty screwed is the answer. Not completely, but pretty screwed. And the longer the sanctions go on, the more screwed they are. But Ben, you are an economist, so you can explain this far better than I can.
All right, thanks.
Well, to be technical, I'm actually a recovering economist, so you pull me back in. It's bad. To be clear, they're a little bit screwed right now. They're very, very screwed to longer term. A little bit screwed because they're having problem. Some areas, both geographic and in terms of sectors, are really, really, really feeling the pinch. I hope there's not too much wrong with wind. If there is, please tell me. I'll continue later. So yeah, some sectors are heavily suffering. You can think of the automotive industry is probably the best example, which has seen its production collapse by, depending on the numbers, 60, 70, 80%, and those are the official numbers, which are sure they're trying hard to make them look as good as possible. So yeah, this is very, very bad. But the automotive industry in Russia is not huge. Industry in general in Russia is not huge. And some key sectors, such as the oil sector, whoops, phone call.
Yep, oil sector was the last word.
Sorry, what was the last word?
Some key sectors like the oil sector.
Yeah, some key sectors like the oil sector are doing fairly well. They're still working. They don't seem to have massive shortage of anything. They're still functioning. So for the moment, it's fine. They're doing fine. So the present situation, the present image is a bit gray. Like in some cases it's great, in some cases it's not. And and for the future, the best bet is they're very, very screwed.
So even the oil sector is screwed then?
Okay, I am no specialist of the oil sector, but you can only run an oil sector in independence from the rest of the world for so long. So they might get some stuff from China. They might get some stuff through the black market, but ultimately there's a moment when things are just getting too expensive and too fragile, and you need to move on to something better. All right. Okay, I need to feed someone.
Thank you, Ben. Don't worry, Nale. We'll pick up where Ben left off. And
all right,
I will pass it to Joanna first because she is an economist as well, I think, unlike me. But I can add some stuff at the end, depending on what's missed out. So Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I cannot be well. I'm not an expert, but I can add some little things. First of all, we should not count on Russia's economy failing to stop the war, because this will not happen. It will take years until it will be so bad that Russia stops the war because of this. Russia's economy is a centrally controlled economy. It has a large degree of inertia, and now it's going into import substitution, and it's closing. It's developing like a closed system at that moment as we speak. So it will not count for some years from now. But there are things that are doing really, really wrong, like the transportation. So Russia will be very affected by the transportation. We talked about ball bearings a lot of times, but it's also spare parts. So trains will go less and less. Planes, their air industry is, well, not doing anything right now, and plane transportation is slowing down. Also car parts, truck parts, and other things. For example, the price for transportation by truck raised significantly because there are lesser and lesser trucks available. So transport, it's a point of interest, and it should be regarded as such because Russia is a very big country. In certain regions, there were certain specialities, certain types of factories, so they relied a lot on transportation by train from one part of Russia to another. And with those problems, in quite a short time, they will have really some difficulties in transporting merchandise inside Russia. So this is one. Second is oil. Oil already dropped a little bit in October. I don't have the figures right now, but it was a drop, and it will continue to drop. And some say that in December, the oil production capabilities will be 30% less than December last year. I have to check this, so take it with a bit of salt. But anyway, the oil is dropping. The gas also is dropping. While they are selling to India and China, they are selling to with lower prices that they used to sell to Europe. So they have less money, but they still have money. So the Russian economy is not doing well. It will doing worse in a few years, but we should not count on this to stop the war, unfortunately. This is my opinion, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So I'll add just a little bit to this, right? Joanna's right. The Russian government simply doesn't care about the economy for this to stop the war. For Russia, this is a war of choice. What's important about the sanctions is that they constrict the Russian ability to continue pursuing the war on a material basis. That it's not about the numbers, it's not about the indicators, it's about literally limiting what Russia can import so that they can't bring in stuff that are important for them in the pursuit of warfare. So they can't make more, they can't refurbish lots of T-62s and T-72s that are not in very good shape, that they can't get more optics for tanks, that they can't get certain other components. So that's what's really important. The other thing that Joanna stressed, like ball bearings, for example, you think, why are ball bearings so important? Ball bearings have to be pretty precise. Now that you're from Finland, right? So if you think of Swedes, your neighbors over there, they make fantastic ball bearings, really hard, really smooth, can take a lot of mass on them, row really perfectly. There's no such thing as a perfect sphere in practice, as perfect sphere is a mathematical concept. It's a question of how close can you get, how reliably, with how strong a material, right? And Russia simply doesn't have ability to make the really strong, really nicely spherical ball bearings that are needed for their trains, actually. So a bunch of their rolling stock has already been taken out of service. And as Joanna said, long distances, they really rely on those trains. They also can't get spare parts for cars. They can't get spare parts for a lot of things. They even their domestically produced commercial jets have a lot of foreign components, right? All of these things add up. It takes a while, they add up. The other part is the oil sector. Unlike in Saudi Arabia, where and I'm slightly over-exaggerating, but shockingly not that much, where you stick a piece of pipe in the ground and suck on it and oil comes out. That's not true about Russia anymore. Russia was kind of like that many decades ago, but now a lot of those places are high up in Siberia, where it's very cold, in the permafrost, complicated places to get oil out. Not the super complicated places, but relatively complicated places to get oil out. So the future of the oil sector, if Western companies that have the intellectual capabilities and technical capabilities to do so don't help them out with it, they won't be able to get oil out of the more complicated places up north. So it's lots of things like that. We shouldn't count on the Russian economy being, the numbers being what stops Russia in its tracks. It's about what they will no longer be able to import, what they're already not able to import, very specific things that actually directly affect the war. Yeah, so that's kind of the balance of it, if that makes sense. The other part is simply Russia will be ever more isolated, and people will just be finding other places to get stuff from. So as time goes on, other countries and other industries are just being ever less reliant on Russia because they're finding other suppliers. So their importance in the global economy is just going to diminish in the long run, especially if and when sanctions continue for a long time afterwards. And we here argue that sanctions should continue for a long time afterwards, and at the very least until all of those kidnapped and deported into Russia are returned. Sanctions shouldn't be weakened as well. So that's the other part of it. But Florian, I bet you have thoughts on this because you've been thinking about this stuff a lot.
Yes, sorry, I didn't find my button. Yes, and this is sort of very well sort of intellectually argued, and I have some connections to Russia, and some of the stories emerging from Moscow point to this problem. So, for example, I know of a house where they have an open space parking ground. They had now to organize a security people and a fence around it because the cars get stolen and plundered for spare parts. And this is such a massive scale now that people have to protect their cars because they're now just sort of driving spare parts storages that the mafia takes away. Another indication that something is really amiss is the price for white appliances have more than quadrupled in Moscow. Even for the cheapest Chinese shit, you pay 4 to 5 times for washing machine or something similar, as opposed to whatever in Germany or in France. But this stuff is not arriving anymore. So, and this points to this problem. Then commuter railway is thinned out around Moscow. So you see the railway problems already appearing. The commuter railway runs on a slower schedule. These are all very, very sort of haphazard measurement points, but I think they point out that the story you were telling is right, and it's already starting to bite.
Thank you, Florian. Nale, I just want to say this is the other part of the sanctions, right? Making the life of those that have some semblance of political power in Russia less comfortable. Those upper middle classes who drive the nice German cars that can't get spare parts anymore for them. This kind of sucks for them. So maybe this is the one sort of pressure point for Russia where things might be able to change. Nale?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the part when you had the Russians sucking on pipes. So thanks for that.
No, good. I hope we kind of outlined the situation, right? We didn't go into the numbers. The numbers aren't really the point here, but I hope you have a better understanding of it now.
And who trusts Russian statistics also in the aggregate? What they're saying, I think it just mirrors and smokes the Russian statistic where they show, they were in surplus and everything, and GDP holds up so well. I think it's entire crap, to be honest.
Exactly, right. Russian statistics after February 24th. Before that, Rosstat could be kind of trusted some of the time, but now it's just kind of, whatever, moving on. Edvard, go ahead.
Thank you, Roman. You might have touched on that. I just want to add one more very critical example of, for instance, the Russian Aeroflot, the national national Aeroflot has, for instance, they have both Airbuses and Boeings, and airplanes are very sensitive to updates and needs to be updated and maintained at a very regular time points and flight hours and so on. And they can't get these updates or these spare parts anymore. So, for instance, if you look at flight radar, which is a fun example, you can actually see by your eyes that the amount of traffic inside Russia has diminished, or it's not so big anymore. And this is a crucial thing because Russia is a big country. So that's just another example, which will not go very well in the long run. Of course, we're talking long run here, but yeah, just wanted to add a perspective there.
And to add to that, right, we know that Russians are already scavenging parts from other jets to fix up other ones. That's a big part of it. And also, I would note here that this is the one thing where I'm not 100% sure on what the sanction state is, because I think there is some amount of leeway on the sanctions, specifically for commercial aircraft, because there was some clarification at the end of July regarding that by the European Commission. And I need to chase up a friend of the space, Tomasz Wostowski, to clarify with me what exactly the situation on there is, either on the side of deliveries or on the side of the law. That's the one bit I'm not 100% sure on. But you're completely right. And the other factor there is also a lot of those planes were leased, not owned by Russian airlines. So Russia effectively stole hundreds of airframes from leasing companies, many of them Irish, when late in February. That's another thing to remember about that. Right.
Absolutely.
Edward, go ahead, and then we'll go to Paul and Florian.
And for instance, if there is, I don't know that either domain, it might be some exception from the, but I mean that's also one screw you can tighten, for instance, and that will make all those planes unusable, so to speak. So I mean they're yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Pauli, go ahead.
Mic check.
That's right.
All right, yeah, just a few observations. I think on a global level, in let's say 2 to 10 years, I think what we also have to see that it is quite likely that the secondary sanctions are going to be placed in vast scale, and then in those sectors that Russia was already behind, let's say. Pulp industry, wood producing, oil industry, moderate mechanics. The gap is going to grow even more, and now that Russia isn't allowed to have any new tech, and a lot of the experts are fleeing or have already fled, I would say that gap will grow even more. So. To put it short, in my opinion, Russia is going towards North Korea in the industry level on a global scale. But then when we look at the Ukraine and Ukraine's ability to fight the war, it's also important to notice that at the same time as Russia isn't able to get new equipment and kits or repairs, at the same time they have to use more old stuff, and at the same time, little by little, meter by meter, Ukraine is actually gaining new stuff, modern stuff. So the gap is also growing there, and I think that's also something that we shouldn't abandon or that's something that we must take note to. Thank you, and really good discussion. I'm delighted to hear so many professionals here, not including myself in that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. We like to include you in our group. Like hearing from you as well. Don't worry. But thanks for that, Florian.
But also partly because Pauli is the lawyer here. The legal implication: Russia brought all those leasing agreements, and the value of them exceeding 10 billion euros. So Russian airlines, even if they're flight worthy, cannot fly to any international location, Dubai or Turkey, because then the aircraft would be seized, because the actual owner is an Irish and Bermuda leasing company that wants to sing back. And this is the one thing that happened. And so it restricts you to fly around. They don't even, I don't know if they go to Kazakhstan, but now they're restricted to fly within Russia and nowhere else. The second thing is software updates, not just only the physical spare part. There's a few videos going around from Russian pilots sitting in their cockpit and showing, oh, the autopilot doesn't work, this system doesn't work, this doesn't work, this electronics doesn't work. I think they're not flying, but it's very interesting because they sit there and you see from I think it's an Airbus, a relatively recent A321 Airbus, that half of the systems have ceased to function. So they actually have to stop the updates or do something that becomes awfully difficult or awfully dangerous to also use Russian airlines. I would not hop in any of their planes anymore. We will see crashes. The other thing, and then people won't dare to fly because they know the problem on the airworthiness.
So let's expand that a little bit further, maybe. So Russian airlines do fly abroad, but what they've basically done, and I'm oversimplifying again, right? Remember my 85% reliability rule. The aircraft that are from leasing companies, they use an internal route. The aircraft that the airlines actually own, they use an international route, so that they can't get
You're
seized.
right on that. Yes.
But they kind of work around it this way. Also, they just need fewer airframes because they don't need to fly as much. So they were quite quick to basically park some of them and start just scavenging off of them. Of course, if you've ever heard anything about how airlines work, you know that commercial aircraft are not supposed to be using scavenged parts, right? They should be using new out-of-the-box parts. And as you say, Florian, there will be crashes incoming. Undoubtedly, there will be crashes incoming. The question is, will they really care? If you look at the number of crashes of Russian airlines in the 90s and the 2000s, it's ridiculous. It is absolutely, an outstandingly large number of crashes, often because of poor maintenance. And, they had this brief period in between when mostly using Western jets, but at the end of the day, I think they'll be very quick to just adopt the old notes here and the old approaches. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, but no.
And also, if you compare this to the Soviet Union, Russia has also lost important sort of basic or deep technologies. In order to really manufacture something, you need the machinery and tools. The thing where you manufacture a piece, this I don't know how we call them in English, the thing that ganze Drehmaschine in German, where you spin a part and precisely peel off the metal. And the Soviet Union had that.
A lathe is what that.
Correct, a lathe, correct. And they had manual labor that was trained to operate this machinery. This completely went away. The whole tools and machinery industry collapses the Soviet Union, and they start to buy mostly German and Japanese equipment, but now the updates are not coming. So not having this type of technology, you're losing your complete manufacturing sector. And the Chinese don't have them. The Chinese run on German and Japanese, and there's Italian, and there's a few from the Nordics companies. But essentially, China is also not good at it. If you look also what Kamil Galeev writes, he says there's no made in China, it's assembled in China. But the deep technologies from the chips to this type of machinery or important chemicals all come from Western companies in Europe and the US and Japan. And that has been completely lost. And if you lose this, you lose the ability to manufacture something new. You lose the ability to innovate. You lose the ability to repair things, so on and forth. Not initially, it doesn't hit them in the first 3 months, but it starts to hit them in a time frame of a year.
the manufacturing approaches are just different now than they were previously, right? Things that would have used a lathe previously and would have needed a trained operator, 25, 30, 40, 50 years ago, they're just a machine that does all the stuff. There's a machine that you need to know how to use, but also there's a machine that needs software updates. There's a machine that needs parts. Things that make things. Things are made many places, but things that make things are only made in a select few. And this is really where, Germany especially, a few other places as well, Switzerland, Northern Italy, right, Japan, the US, but Germany is really the poster child for this. Germany is the poster child for making things that make other things. And if you go to Chinese factories, as you said, if you look at things that make other things that sit in that Chinese factory, where are they made from? They're from Siemens, they're from Heidenheim. They're from a few others as well, of course. But really, it is the global West where precision engineering is being done that enables to making things that make things. Florian, earlier today we were talking about error bars, and this is really all about error bars, because when you make something, you have certain tolerances, but when you make something that has to make something later on, that has to be made with a lot smaller tolerances, because otherwise the errors on the final product or the machine that makes something makes are going to be bigger than they would be otherwise. This is the point of precision engineering, to really drill down to the very core of it. And this is what Russia doesn't know how to do. So it's really fascinating, right? In the 30 years since the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia, on the one hand, lost the capacity to do stuff the old way, the way they used to make it, which was not very precise, was massively oversized, but okay, it existed because they had machinists and lathe operators and whatever else. And they're all, not really active anymore, or at the very least retired. And they've replaced it with these foreign machines that make things. And now, if they can't maintain those, and sadly they get to maintain those better than they should be able to, that's really a big problem. That's kind of a big hole in the sanctions, I have to know. But that is really the key. That is really the key point. At some point, they will run out of ability to produce things as well, and this will ever more isolate them. Bionade.
Yeah, actually, I have a friend who has a company in this sector, and my brother also worked in this sector. So it's not only it's also the maintenance. It's also the parts, and usually these companies don't have so basic needs for maintaining they can do, but if there's some part broken and this guy doesn't know how this works, you usually have a team from Germany or from Slovakia. They're also very specialized in this kind of industry, who comes over and have to fix it, and this will not happen anymore. There are so many special parts and small electronics, and also for the error rates. If you have to maintain it with the error rates, you have to check the small tolerances and everything. You need special material, special equipment for this, and they don't have it. They don't have anything, and many machinery also is retrofitted. So old machinery, like we see it with the tanks, with new equipment. So basically, yes, they can go back to the old machines, but it's not really a thing they can produce anything good with, which is more modern than some World War II stuff.
Bionade, T62s, T72s, the old ones. Where were the optics for those made?
Oh, I would guess it's size optics.
And that's in where's that? Is that in Tomsk, in Omsk, in Yekaterinburg?
No,
Where's that based?
It's in Germany, yeah.
it's in Jena, right? It's
Yeah, it's in
close
Jena.
to
It's in
Jena
Jena.
anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's close to where you're from, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
But they're not allowed to sell optics to Russia anymore, are they?
I think I'm not sure if there are some sanctions on the optics or something like this, but I know from Carl Zeiss that they have scaled back almost all operations in Russia, and yeah, I don't, but I can look a little bit up what kind of operations they had in Russia. Would be interesting.
So see, this is important, right? Even when the Soviet Union was making its, let's say, some engineering advances following the Second World War, a lot of that was relying on the territories that they were occupying in bits of Europe to the west of the Soviet Union. A lot of that was relying on the Soviet occupied part of Germany and the Soviet puppet regime in Czechoslovakia, right? Czech Republic before, especially Bohemia and Moravia. Slovakia as well, absolutely, but especially Bohemia and Moravia. Before the Second World War was some of the most industrially developed part of the world, right? They actually had people who knew how to design things, who knew how to innovate. And a lot of these post-World War II improvements to Russian technology, to Soviet technology, came with a lot of help or at least a lot of reliance on these other countries that they no longer have an access to. So even if they wanted to make a T-72 from scratch now, I don't think they'd even be able to do that, and that's 50-year-old tech. If they wanted to make an old one, they still have some bits of optics left, and of more modern optics, and they're working on that, and they're installing them onto new tanks, but there's limits to that. Florian, I'm sure you want to jump in on this one.
Do you know where the main center of electronics and microelectronics production within the Soviet Union was?
Was it in Ukraine?
No, in Latvia, Lithuania, around Riga. So they lost all of that. That's why this country became so digital, because they had all the engineers. Similar to Dresden becoming a big manufacturing place for chips, because they had Robotron. And they all lost that. And the little bit of chip manufacturing the Soviet Union did was in Armenia. So that's why there's awfully many engineers in Armenia working in chip design for the American company. And this is all non-Russia now.
Yeah, and obviously really modern stuff, right? Is out of the Netherlands, is out of Japan, South Korea, US. That's where the IP is for the really modern stuff. That's why when.
But also the human. Don't forget the human resource.
Of course. But
it's the engineers who need and the designers who are in the Baltics and will never ever work for Russia in their damn lives.
Of course not. And what I want to stress here is, this is kind of actually why Russia can use scavenged electronics from breast pumps and washing machines and refrigerators to some degree at least. It's because they are working on a much less advanced level of electronics to make certain things, right? So, for example, even some of their missiles, but their UAVs and the like, they're made in a very, we'll do this very on the cheap, but not just on the cheap, but with a really outdated approach, and we'll kind of budget together, and it will be good enough. And that's actually why they get to do. This is something that actually benefits, and this is why they get to use certain other pieces of electronic equipment that were never intended for that sort of use. So that's kind of the flip side of it. But nevertheless, it certainly prevents anything like innovation. Björnade?
Yeah, Domin, that's actually what I wanted to say. After Tim's question lately, I talked to my parents about the times in the DDR and something like this, and the point is, there were technologies and new inventions, and the people wanted to produce it, but they couldn't because they were not allowed, because the Russians wanted to sell their bad quality electronics, and if there's something else on the market, you will not buy these bad things. So innovation was actively stopped. So the Soviet Union had good economics, but yeah, it's really mind-blowing for a person who has grown up in a capitalistic system which is driven by these kind of factors, and you look at this and think, oh my god, yeah, but this is how it worked. I mean, I have an old when I had my first education, we worked with Stassford RFT, was it called? They produced all the good TVs, color TVs, and stereo radios for West Germany, and couldn't sell it here because the Russians wanted to sell the shitty equipment.
Yeah, absolutely. Florian, go ahead. And then I have a Swiss question to ask you, actually, a very present Swiss question. Nale, I hope that we have answered your initial question in excessive detail by this point. You know, really kind of breaking stuff down. I hope that you're appreciative of this. Florian, go ahead.
Just a short remark. The old Soviet system, or the old East Bloc system, was a reverse empire, where the actual imperial rulers had the commodities and the colonies had the industrial manufacturing, as opposed to whatever the British Empire, that was the other way around. And that has to be appreciated.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a really good illustration as well. I shall try to remember that one and use it going forward. All right, Florian, Switzerland is in the news. Switzerland is in German news for kind of all the wrong reasons. So my question is, that Gepard ammunition, there's 12,000 pieces of Gepard shells, there's 12,000 Gepard shells, I guess I could say, in German possession that were manufactured in Switzerland by Oerlikon at some point. This is already, the re-export license for these to Ukraine has already been issued by the Swiss government, I think in June or July, thereabouts, and maybe May already. And Germany instead contracted with a Norwegian manufacturer to make these shells instead. But now Germany sent another request to the Swiss government to please allow for the re-export of Gepard shells, because obviously they're being used, more perhaps than was being expected. May, I think, the denial came, the initial one. So, what is this? Is this a big deal in Switzerland? Why is Switzerland sticking to this notion of neutrality so much? And why doesn't it? Why doesn't it want to allow Germany to send things that Switzerland? Oh, have you lost me? Bionade, have you lost me?
Maybe it's my problem. I cannot hear you. I understand
nope,
why
I have not lost you.
To, and then I lost it.
Okay, Bionade, can you please tell Florian to disconnect and reconnect, because the problem is on his end, and we can resolve this in 20 seconds.
Florian, you need to disconnect and reconnect. It seems like the connection problem is on your side.
Good, at least he got to hear you. That's been happening. That's a new Twitter glitch. Right? We used to have these very general audio loss Twitter glitches, but now we have this much more limited Twitter glitch where it's only a one-to-one sort of problem and nowhere else. Hopefully we'll have Florian up in a matter of seconds again, because I really want his thoughts on this Gepard re-export permits, especially what's going on in Switzerland regarding these, and also there's an even better asking about the re-export of the Gepard ammunition. If you can hear me now, hopefully you can.
Yes.
That has been re-requested by the German Ministry of Defense. How big a thing is this in Switzerland? Why doesn't Switzerland allow the re-export of the Gepard munition?
We don't allow it because the neutrality and not delivering in any active conflict zone is in the constitution. So the Ministry of Defense and the Foreign and the Economic Ministry cannot issue that license. It's against the Swiss constitution. And there is this huge part on the right, the Swiss National Party, who's dead against the Ukraine, who's on the Russian side, and this is the biggest party with 26% of the voters. So it's politically impossible. And the other thing is, Switzerland doesn't have a prime minister. They have 7 ministers who rule together and have to jointly agree to this. And there's simply the two guys in the Federal Council from the SVP, the Swiss Nationalistic Party, that blocks that. So politically impossible to get that. That's the reason why we act the way we act. I don't like it, don't understand it, because we're part of the West and so on. So those are my disclaimers where I'm frustrated with my own home country.
So my question here, Florian, is the German government, and at least some German politicians, have indicated that this makes Switzerland no longer a reliable partner going forward for supply of armaments. Is this of any concern at all, or is it kind of a shrug and move on attitude from the Swiss government about?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. It was a bit in the news, but of course, Switzerland is a small country. There is quite some friction with Germany for quite a while on various matters. The problem of southern Germany doesn't allow planes to land at Zurich airport crossing German territory after 7 o'clock and all over the weekend. So they have to fly over the city of Zurich, despite half of this part of southern Germany works here. There's 400,000 people commuting to work around Zurich. So we are major factor for southern Baden as economics. But the relations across the border are not very good, and for around 15 years. So I think Germany wants to upload it, sort of dump its problem for its own media to us. We cannot deliver. They knew the answer. They knew the answer perfectly well. But the German-Swiss relation isn't too good for quite a while.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. I'm being told by another Swisserer that Switzerland has supplied weapons to war-fighting countries all the time. While they were at war, I'm guessing mostly in Afghanistan. But was that treated differently?
But this was supplied to the US and not to Afghanistan. To be honest, I don't know the legal minutiae on the neutrality politics. I do not know them. I have to look them up. It's not my strength. And maybe there is this interior politics that there's a large party not very favorable to Ukraine who actually likes Russia a lot, but there may be a good deal of politics involved. And the legal reasoning are not the real reasons. But here I do not know how you interpret the neutrality politics in detail.
Sorry, Bernardo, I'm going to go straight to Pendolino because, Swiss. Pendolino?
Hi. Yes, there's a lot of confusion about Swiss neutrality and why they don't provide weapons to Ukraine. So neutrality doesn't mean you don't provide weapons to people fighting. It simply says that you offer the weapons to anyone who is in war. So, and also in the past, also First World War, Second World War, Switzerland was always supplying weapons to all of the countries in war. So the Oerlikon guns ended up in the United States Navy, as well as they were used by the German armies. And the whole thing about the re-export license for the Gepard ammunition is not because of the neutrality. It's always used as an excuse, but in fact it's because we have a new weapons export controls law, which came into effect in 2022, based on the experiences Switzerland had with previous exports to Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Yemen, United Arabian Emirates, where we provided heavy guns and also M109s. And those were later then by the United Arab Emirates re-exported to Morocco, which used them in Western Sahara, and which were also used in the Yemen war, which was explicitly forbidden when it was exported. And that's why the new export laws now foresees because of this pressure also from the left, that we don't provide weapons to active conflict zones, which is, of course, hilarious, because it would stop all weapon exports to the United States, to Germany, to France, to anywhere, if they are in any armed conflict, which is usually the case. See Afghanistan, even because there is no exemption for UN mandated missions, for instance. So it's complete bullshit. And the Germans are playing a bad card here, because what they should do is simply deliver the munitions and nobody and tell nobody about it, and or tell the Swiss authorities, oh well, we delivered it, because Switzerland has absolutely zero leverage on the German government, absolutely zero. They can file a complaint and that's it, because we need the Germans as, of course, our customers. That's all I have.
I just want to say, I would really love if the Germans did that, because then other countries would be like, hey, so Germany doesn't care about re-export laws either.
Yes, and that's also the solution that everyone gives you in Switzerland, who gives a fuck about it. And of course, everyone who is not a lefty, because it's the whole export thing was really a left-green initiative that came through, because there were several public votings about full export bans on weapons, which were all slashed in popular votes, but there was some sort of a given by the others by saying, well, of course, then we don't export to active war zones. And now, since it turned out, oh, Ukraine, no lefty ever thought that there could be righteous wars in the world. I mean, I don't know how they come to this conclusion. And now they're saying, well, of course, we should amend the law in the way that we would supply weapons at any time to democracies, which makes sense. So we won't export to Turkey and Hungary, or maybe Poland, but at least to Ukraine in the future. And since this is now in discussion, some politicians who were for the current export ban to Ukraine are now asking, well, since we want to change the law, we should already allow the export to Ukraine because of the upcoming law. But this is also very undermining the whole legal situation, right?
So, Pendolino, Florian, I have another Swiss question. Sorry, Björn, I swear we'll get to you. But earlier today, Pendolino, you sent me something from the Aargauer Zeitung about 100 million euros, francs, it's all the same, dollars worth of help for Ukraine. What can you tell us about that? Have you found out anything about the details of it? Or indeed, anything else? Anything interesting? There must have been something.
Yeah, there is something about it, because as we know, the Swiss federal president, Mr. Cassis, was last week in Ukraine when Steinmeier decided not to go because it was too dangerous. So at this day, he showed up there and said, well, yeah, we would like to support you. We can't send you weapons because we're cowards, but we should do something. And now somebody told the Swiss government that they could actually do something immediately, because the Russians now started to destroy the energy and water supplies in Ukraine, and there is something that Switzerland produces as some sort of a world market leader, and this is grid supplies for electrical grids, power stations, and also water pumps and everything. And somehow politicians from Aargau, where all these factories are situated, now pushed to the federal government that they could provide the stuff to Ukraine if someone pays for it. And on Wednesday, the federal government will decide if they want to pay for it and send the stuff over from the Swiss factories to get the electrical grid in Ukraine working again. And I think it will be a substantial help with 100 million. I think it's by far more than Switzerland ever gave to Ukraine. and it could be the start for a very good relation, I think. And it came from Aargau, and yeah, somebody yesterday told that he would talk to the senator of Aargau.
Florian,
I think that was you.
I started last week, Monday, 2 days after the attacks on this Monday 10th, to call two people who were chairmen or member of the advisory, not the advisory, members of the board of directors of SMI group companies to call around on this matter. To call the ex-ABB boss, call Mr. Maurer, and so on. So I started to work my telephones, have a few people who are not want to know them, but who can talk to the government on a direct speaking line, who are captains of Swiss industry or captains of Swiss finance, and are very well known. And I talked to them and told them, ask them for the electrical infrastructure components that come from Hitachi ABB systems. Ask around, because this is where we can do something. Like, we don't do the weapons, and of course we help with strategies, but this is where we can practically really help, and also for the conservative parties, this avoids refugees. That's very dear to their heart.
So is this the sort of stuff? I mean, the contents of this, are they announced at all? Are they detailed at all anywhere? Is it going to be sort of electrical infrastructure equipment, or?
Specifically electrical infrastructure, and the factories here in Switzerland, they are producing the transformers for high voltage systems. Yes.
These are the high voltage transformers. This is the really, really important stuff. That's why Hitachi bought ABB's division, because they're now the world market leader. It gets manufactured in Baden, in Aargau. And I have talked to my contacts, and they start talking. And hopefully this also sort of support letter from Ukraine arrives, because then they have an official request, and then they can, and it's been discussed. I didn't know it was today. I knew that the Federal Council will discuss this week.
Yes, it will be discussed on Wednesday when they have their weekly meeting, and 100 millions are nothing, so it will get through.
Yes, in an 850 billion euro economy, we can afford that.
Exactly. And I don't know how much electrical supplies 100 million euros buys, or francs. It's so 1-to-1 anyway. But I bet it's a lot. Just to guess.
5, 6 substations.
Okay, like that makes a big difference, right? That's a lot of power plant generating capacity connected back to the grid. That makes a big difference. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
But the important part is the government needs to go in
and set priorities, right?
Yes, no, and then basically tell them, take equipment you have off the shelf or finish to manufacture for other clients, prioritize them. We help you with compensation and so on, because the private company cannot easily break contracts or modify contracts. But if the government comes and says, there's a national interest, we take care, we help you with your foreign clients on this and that, then they have an excuse to do so. And that's why it needs the government. It's not Hitachi ABB Power Systems can decide it on its own, because they would break contracts with whatever US utility, and they wouldn't dare to do that.
Right, I get it. And this way they get an out, right? That's really what you're going for. Okay, excellent. Now, see, I'm understanding this ever better. Right, let's go to Bionade and then to John. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to make a joke about the airport and overflight and the not so good relations between Switzerland and southern Germany. I mean, it's not hard to have bad relationships with southern Germany. I mean, ask every northern German what problems we have with Bavaria, and so Baden-Württemberg is two countries. It's really.
I was just looking at where the border between Bavaria, this is not important, but I was just looking at where the border between Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg is. And I have just found out that the city of Ulm is bisected by the state border, which I think is very interesting. Because I was wondering whether Switzerland actually borders Bavaria or not, and it doesn't. I mean, only on the lake. But
Switzerland does border Bavaria at the Lake Constance, because there is a
but I said
municipality
only
at the Lake Constance.
Yes, but I said only at the lake. I did say only at the lake.
And
so, anyway,
and, Ulm is not divided between Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. Neu-Ulm is on the Bavarian side and was founded after the Second World War, I think.
Okay,
That's why.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. We learn something new every day. Then John.
Yeah, thanks. So actually, I have a question about because we talk. I mean, we use those I don't know, professional terms. Substation. What's the size of those substations? Is it 10 kilovolt or 50 kilovolt, or how big is the substation? What voltage are we talking about?
It depends, right? But if you have one that's next to a power plant, then those are the ones that tend to be the highest volt. This is my very basic understanding of electrical engineering. If you are a grid level electrical engineer or are familiar with this, please request to speak, and we will listen to you on this instead of me. My understanding is that if you're next to a power station, you need a converter, transformer, substation-y thing, which looks like a bunch of steel parked next to the power station, to actually get the electricity into the high voltage lines, and those tend to be the highest voltage stuff. So the 330 kilovolt ish, right, up to that, and then you have a bunch of other ones that drop stuff down from the 330 to 220, 110, and so on, as need be, and down to the 45 kilovolts, I guess, are the ones that are more for local distribution to the local transformers. So it depends on which ones they're hitting. And yesterday, if my understanding is correct, among other things that the Russians hit yesterday, they hit 4 substations next to hydroelectric power plants. So those would be, I presume, at the highest voltage. But I mean, I presume is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Then, John?
Yeah, because I actually used to work with this forever ago in the 80s, and I mean the lowest level transformer is the 10 kilovolt down to household 380 or 400.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that's in. Wait, then John. So just to characterize this, right? Because you and I get this, but maybe we have someone listening with half an ear. So with the lowest level one, you're talking about the ones that are basically in every neighborhood, right? Is the little tower in every neighborhood?
I don't know,
The big cables come too. Exactly. Right. So that's the lowest level. So what's above that?
Yeah, exactly, and that's I'm not sure. I mean, when I worked with it, it was like I think it was 20 kilovolts and 50 kilovolts. So those two types, depending on if it was rural or not.
Yeah, and then above that you have the major grid distribution ones, right? And maybe you just weren't touching the giant long distance pylons.
Yeah, exactly. That's I don't know, 200 or 400 kilovolts. So my question is, which ones are they targeting? I assume it's not the 10 kilovolt. I mean, it must be.
I mean, it's the ones next to the power plants, right? So those are the ones that feed into the long distance grids. So they would be the highest rating, I presume. Right? This is just my guessing here, but no. I think Florian knows, because Florian's actually been looking at the stuff, and no. Florian, can you hear me already? Yeah. So I think that, Florian, I know that you have really specifics, but maybe let's be scarce on the specifics and just be on the very general stuff. So the things that are needed are the highest voltage rating, right? That's a yes or no question.
Yes, it's the one that go from the power plant to the transition grid.
Yeah, okay, right. So it is the highest voltage stuff, which is basically the rarest stuff, because you need the least often, because there are many fewer power plants than there are neighborhoods. Right? It's all about that. There's the ratio of massive power plants to residential neighborhoods is quite large, because you only have a few giant power plants and you have lots of small residential neighborhoods that need the little transformers that Dendron was talking about. We're getting a question here, and I think this is interesting. Dendron, maybe you can try to explain this, because I can, but I think you'll do a much better job of it than I will. So why can't Ukraine just substitute everything and just run everything on like household voltage or local level distribution voltage? Wouldn't that make things a lot cheaper?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I mean, you have the power
So
generation.
why can't Ukraine run the whole grid on 10 kilovolts? Is basically the question.
No, because low voltage has big losses in transmission, so you need high voltage to limit the transmission loss.
Exactly. So if you think about electricity as water, I know, weird idea, but imagine cables or pipes and electricity is water. Voltage is basically your pressure, right? And if you're trying to get water a very long distance, you're going to need a lot of pressure, especially to bypass any, and this is more iffy, any losses. So you need a big pipe and you need a lot of pressure to be able to get stuff across. That's the very simplified explanation, not even an 85% sort of correct explanation, but for anyone who isn't particularly physics minded, it might be helpful.
I can add also, I mean, you could do it, but you would need enormous cables because the current would go up instead. So yeah, I would have cables with I don't know, a couple of meters in diameter to instead of
which is again untenable, right? Because no pylons would be able to support that.
I'm sure that this has been calculated, and it was cheaper to have the high voltage than to have massive cables. I really need really massive cables.
Exactly. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is basically the distribution. So you have you have basically usually 3 nets. Big net where you provide the energy and the really long range transmission. Then you have a smaller range transmission, and sometimes you have an extra grid, for example, for electronics and in railway and something like this. I think in Germany it's 10 kV and some bigger too. But the problem is, I mean, you could build a grid with some smaller productions and something like this, so you have more local grid. But I think basically Ukraine's energy infrastructure was built this way, so it can more withstand in case of an attack from in the Cold War, if I remember correctly. So it's not a bad thing to have it, but yeah, you need these kind of transistors as spare parts, and so these really big transmissions, and we don't have it, sadly. So or they're getting produced or whatever, but they need more.
And this is really the main point, and this is what why Florian has been so obsessed with it, very rightly so. These things aren't manufactured in large quantities because they are needed to spare parts for things that are next to big power plants, or they're needed when new big power plants are set up. There just aren't that many big power plants that are set up or need servicing that often. So the production capacity for this sort of equipment just isn't that big. And yes, it exists, absolutely. Production capacity for everything exists, but it's kind of like, I know what else is it? What else is a good comparison, right? Imagine sort of like national level supercomputing centers. Maybe that helps someone. There's only very few around. Why? Because they're national level. They're really expensive. They're big. There's not that many people to put those together. Imagine anything else that is done at a very large scale. Like very large aircraft. There's only so many produced every year because they're hard to put together, and there's just not that much demand. And therefore, there isn't that much production capacity for them. So this is why, what Florian's been arguing for, it's really important that this is prioritized at a government to company level, that where they're needed most, they go there, and also that it's done as quickly as possible, because not shifting around production schedules is again not a trivial thing. Florian.
Yes, and there's another aspect of it. Germany and Switzerland now getting their act together to deliver that. At the same time, we need now the air defense around, because also there's not thousands of power plants and substations in Ukraine. It's a few hundred. So all the NASAMs, the IRST, and so on need to come, and they need to come there because that's essential civilian infrastructure defense. And also, if the power grid would fail, the railway would fail. So it's essential for war logistics. So that's why we need to get this up. And if 30% is lost, 30% of the population are gone. But if more is lost, we are leaving the margins of grid stability. So that's why we need to work on this as fast as we can. But once the stuff gets repaired, we need the air defense. We need to defend this point. This is also, the military side is as essential because only this keeps the Ukrainian city, and only this keeps industry and logistics running. And that's why this is the key civilian battle, and this needs the air defense support, because once we have to start back, it needs to be defended.
And maybe this is the point where we can note that there isn't an either or. It's not there shouldn't be any false dichotomy introduced here. It's not an either or. Both can and have to be done at the same time. More air defenses and the repair. It's not one or the other. It is simply both. Luckily, there is tens of millions of Ukrainians, and they can collectively walk and chew gum at the same time. Then John, and then George, and then Bernardo. Then John.
Yeah, just another parameter to why they are so scarce, because they tend to last forever. I mean, it's basically no moving parts in a transformer. It's just copper, iron, and oil, and it doesn't move. So unless you blow them up, they will last for a very long time. So
yeah, it's like a 20-year, 30-year kind of piece of kit, right?
I would say longer than that, actually.
I would say 50 is the lifetime.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I personally painted, those in maintenance, and they were like 40, 50 years old when I did that. So,
George.
Yeah, Domin, you know what doesn't last a long time? Just sitting there, and the production is a lot higher than transformers that we can send to Ukraine. ATACMS missiles. You don't have to paint them. If you leave them on, where they're at right now, they have an expiration date. So before they hit their expiration date, it would be better to use them on, some Russian airfields within Russia, especially and definitely in Crimea, because that is Ukraine. Make sure that the harbor facilities in Sevastopol are taken out, including the warehouses where they reload their Caliber cruise missiles and Kilo submarines and whatever have you. So we can send transformers, but like you said, the production of these very high kilowatt, megawatt, whatever you want to call them, transformers is companies only produce maybe 1 or 2 or 3 a year, whereas ATACMS missiles can be in an abundant supply, and they are. So they're getting, some of them are getting close to their expiration date, so we should use them before we lose them.
Couldn't agree more, George. Right? There's an abundance of targets, absolutely, and I think that even with just the existing HIMARS and M270 MLRS systems, there's they can work some extra hours, launch some extra missiles.
And remember that I've lost track now of how many MLRS the M270 or the German equivalent. I know that Italy is also sending a couple. I've forgotten how many we have total. I think it's approaching 10. And
more than 10.
Yes, more than 10 without the HIMARS, right? And
there's more than 10 M270s, and there's around 20 HIMARS, I think, currently. So let's say there's 40 slots for pods, maybe more in Ukraine.
Yes, because the M270 / equivalents, they can fire 2 ATACMS at a time. So just imagine more power to the punch, and if Putin thought that the drone attack on Sevastopol was something to cry about, I can't imagine after an ATACMS attack.
All right, absolutely, George. I couldn't agree more, right? And yesterday, I will note that we saw Ukraine take one Ka-52 Alligator out of the sky over Kherson. And then another two taking out on the ground in Pskov. Apparently some sort of partisan action, something like that. There's lots of consternation about that in Russia. For very obvious reasons.
They need to hit the bombers. Whoever's, and I'd like to personally say thank you to whoever that individual was. I'd like to invite them on the space at any time. Whoever sabotaged those two helicopters. But your next target, if you're listening, would be the Tu-95 and the other bombers in the Russian Air Force.
Is it also the Tu-22Ms, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, whatever old garbage they're flying. That would and once again to my point is that if there was actually somebody with if there was actually a Margaret Thatcher type person in the West that the air cap over Ukraine would have already happened, because she would have known that the Russians would have done absolutely squat and done nothing, just like they did nothing with the Turkish led convoy out of Ukraine. So yeah. Meanwhile, everybody else is worried about World War III, and the Russians can't even defeat the Ukrainians. Anyway, I digress.
I'll just note real quick, I'm being reminded by someone who works in electrical engineering stuff, that the higher you go, the more bespoke it is. So power plants get basically bespoke systems installed. Obviously, the basic components, are interchangeable, but the whole compilation, the higher you go, the more specific it is and the more bespoke it is. It's worthwhile noting as well. And Florian, earlier we were talking about trains, and I forgot to comment on this before I jumped to George. So my understanding is that about half, just under half maybe, of Ukrzaliznytsia network is actually electrified, but half isn't. And they do have quite a few diesel locomotives, obviously. However, it's better when they can run on electricity, because, especially when electricity is abundant, because it's easier, it's cheaper, it's easier to function, etc., etc. So I completely agree with your point, but I'm just saying it's not everything is lost when it comes to the railways just because there's not electricity. It just makes things harder.
Yeah, I was not even aware on the DJ test. I knew there was diesel around, but if electricity on the railway breaks down, also personal transport breaks down, logistics for companies breaks down. It's the economy's consequences. You may still run your logistics to the front on diesel engines. We should do everything that this doesn't happen, from whatever we can. I think this is paramount.
Oh, certainly. I mean, again, I'm in agreement. I'm just saying, it's not 100% thing. It's not a binary thing. It is, however, crucially important, obviously. Bionade.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. Domen, did I remember correctly when we had the interview with Ukrzaliznytsia that they also have their own energy infrastructure, as far as I understood it? Also, I think many engines are still diesel electric, so they have a diesel engine and also produce electric for the motor, so for the engine. So it's not all lost. It's correct, and but yeah, with energy, it's always better.
Yeah, let's clarify what diesel electric means. A diesel electric locomotive is an electric locomotive with a giant diesel generator strapped to it. Just to simplify things. And yeah, of course they have their own electricity infrastructure, but they don't have their own electricity generating infrastructure. I mean, other than the diesel electric locomotives, right? They don't have their own power stations, and even if they would, Russia would be shooting at those anyway. So they rely on the electricity generated in the regular power stations, but at some point, it's quite a high voltage. The grid for the bits of the grid split off specifically to supply the railways. I think that's generally quite a normal approach because they are a very large consumer of energy. So it's kind of like when you have a factory, you're going to get your own line kind of dedicated from a quite a high level transformer. The same goes here. When you're the electrical network for the railways, at some point it splits off at a much higher level than it splits off for other companies. Björn?
Yeah, on a different topic. I just read about a study in Germany about the decreased use of gas, and in personal households 30% less gas is used, and in industry also 20%. In relation to another September like this, and with the same temperatures. And I really find it quite funny, because you always hear from these people trying to insinuate chaos and the German economy, the energy prices are so high and everything, and the industry still runs fine, and they use 20% less gas.
So my understanding is that certain parts of industry obviously have to shut down, right? But at some level, it is economics that determine that. At some level, it is simply prices and costs and what's sensible and what's worthwhile doing. So I think there's probably some recycling of aluminum cans or maybe glass that currently isn't being done, I suspect. There were glass shortages already during the height of the pandemic, and that might be getting worse. Maybe I've not really been paying attention, but I suspect that might be a part of it. But those are relatively low value industries, right? Like high consumers of energy, but low value industries in relative terms. So I think that's worthwhile keeping in mind. Björn?
Yeah. Also, I think from a more deterministic point of view, if we hadn't had used these cheap Russian gas in the first place, this industry or this business model wouldn't have been be able to exist in the first place. So it's kind of questionable to say, oh yeah, it's we lose this industry. So yeah, wasn't really good to start with.
Florian?
Am I allowed to do a myth busting? Germany's gas prices are exactly EU average. There's no cheap Russian gas in Germany, because there's integrated gas market. There's some cheaper gas in Hungary and Slovakia because of closeness to Russia and subsidies. But German gas price, the German industry is exactly the EU average. So there was never an economic advantage of doing all this nonsense.
Do you want to know something fun?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like Hungarian gas going forward, Hungarian Russian gas, might be, and already now, might be quite a bit more expensive than elsewhere in Europe. So there's an interesting article on g7.hu, and I'm going to tweet that out momentarily. So give me a second. But basically, they're saying that last week, at the lowest point, you could buy gas elsewhere in Europe at 120 Hungarian forints per cubic meter. 120 Hungarian forints is about 30 euro cents, maybe, something like that. Whereas in Hungary, the average price of Russian gas imports to Hungary were around 900 forints per cubic meter. So basically, 8 times the price. And the lowest they hit was about 5 times the price of elsewhere in Europe, which I think is just really hilarious. But yeah, I need to read that a little bit more to really understand, because the auto translation isn't great. And my Hungarian is kind of shit. But I don't know. Florian, are you amused by this?
Absolutely. But I think there's 12 shell companies owned by the Orban family and friends in between that drives the price.
Probably, yeah. George?
Yes, I was going to ask you if anybody on you or anybody else in the panel knows how much gas? This is like obviously this is natural gas. How much natural gas does Hungary import from sources outside besides Russia, like maybe from the EU or other places? Anybody
Very
have an-
little.
Zero.
Zero. So this is great. This is great. Yeah, and let me just make this point. I would make sure that it stays absolute zero. Let him eat this one. Maybe when the energy prices in Hungary go through the roof, and I would actually limit oil and actual diesel and petroleum products too. If I were the EU, I would start saying that there's problems with delivery. Yeah, and let's see how long that fat slob stays in power when energy prices go triple in Hungary, while the rest of the EU is okay. That would be the best thing. That the high energy prices actually take down Putin's friend there in Hungary. But I would, if I were the EU, I would make sure that any other petroleum products are not delivered.
So most of that also comes from Russia for Hungary as well. It's interesting. It's complicated. But basically, the gas is all about infrastructure, right? Gas is all about infrastructure, George. Because outside of pipelines, it's not very convenient. So I think there are these plans to connect the Croatian LNG terminals as well as the new pipeline going up from Alexandropoli through Bulgaria and Romania to connect that up to Hungary. But I think
I would delay those projects. I would delay those projects.
Oh, that's going to take years anyway. Yeah, no, that's going to take years anyway to construct.
Yeah, and then if somebody can sabotage the pipeline that goes to Hungary, that would be even greater.
Oh well,
smoking accident maybe.
No, I'm not like that. I'm just not. Then John.
Yeah, I have a slightly different topic, but so if you want to hear something funny, then I can say it. I can talk.
Oh, I think Florian might want to comment on the Hungary, and then we'll switch back to you. Florian?
George, the sabotage of the pipeline is not necessary. Mr. Orban's economic policy is sinking Hungary at the moment. Hungarian inflation is what, 25, 28%? Hungarian government cannot pay its bills since September. It can only pay its employees. It could not pay any bills in September, and as far as I heard, also in October. Hungarian forint is diving. Hungarian's foreign reserves are getting close to zero. Mr. Orban made all this excessive social policies. His economy is diving. He's in an economic shithouse. The EU is now denying him the 7.5 billion. If he doesn't get it, Hungary is basically bankrupt as a country. In a way, way worse than Greece was, because Greece at least could politically negotiate, and you can debate it up and down if this was right or wrong. But in the end, Greece got the debt relief and could stay in the euro. It was a very hard process. Hungary has no friends whatsoever, and so there's no money coming their way. There's no support coming from the European Central Bank on euro accounts. There's no support coming from the German government. So Hungary is in a deep economic shift of the making of Mr. Orban. So the Hungarians have put themselves in such a problem. It's just incredible. So it's the best self-sabotage mission I've ever seen in recent times.
That's great, Florian. You just made my day. And it also proves that Orban has a time travel machine, and he was able to travel into the future where I said to sabotage Hungary, and Orban decided to do it himself. This is just incredible. Thank you very much. But yeah, that'll be a great day when he's finally gone.
Yeah, and populism always ends like this. Populism works as long as the money is flowing, because somebody else created a working system. Then they wreck the system, and then the money flows, goes, the economy goes, your civil standard goes, your people leave the country who are productive and willing to work and want to live in a normal country. It plays out every time the same way. And Hungary is just another proof point.
Vielen Dank, Florian. Thank you very much.
And that's why don't call on sabotage, George. Call on ATACMS. Call on the great things the US can deliver. And thank you very much for all your support and all what the Americans are doing for us in Europe. I'm deeply grateful.
Exactly what Florian said, right? Let's think positive rather than negative. Destroy Russian ammo dumps, not infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Doman. They sometimes, the Spartan emotions get the best of me.
Yeah. Oh my! I would say things, but I won't because people might think that I'm trying to rile you up, but I wouldn't be. It's just be a Spartan joke.
It doesn't take much, Doman, to rile me up. It's if you noticed.
I know. Oh my! Then John, right? Change the topic.
Yeah, and it's an amusing one actually, because I just read a thread or a post from Anton Gerashenko, where he's basically from Russian news that Russia is ready to return the grain deal and bringing grain out of Ukraine if Kiev guarantees the safety of the Black Sea Fleet in Crimea. I mean, this is ridiculous. So basically, some desperation. Don't sink our ships, and we might allow grain to leave Ukraine.
Yeah, have you seen a primary source? I saw that, and I was looking at Kommersant's Twitter page real quick, and I didn't see anything there. Not in the last few hours, because that's usually my kind of source for.
Yeah, I might be spreading disinformation, but I didn't check the source. So, but if it's true, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's hilarious, actually, if it's true.
So let's remind everyone what Russia initially claimed. They said they need to suspend the grain corridor because Ukraine used a cargo vessel that was in the grain corridor to launch unmanned surface and possibly submarine craft, one of them or maybe both, that were attacking the bases of Sevastopol. Except yesterday, the UN came out and officially stated, you know what, actually, there weren't any ships in the grain corridor many hours before that attack took place. So we reckon Russia might be fibbing a little bit. And we're just using that as an excuse for something they wanted to do all along anyway. What they wanted to do all along anyway is pull out of the grain deal to, cause harm to Ukraine, obviously. Right? That is all it was about. Now, in the first 3 months, before Russia pulled out of the grain deal, Ukraine already shipped out about 9.3 million tons worth of agricultural products through the grain corridor alone, on top of what they were shipping out through the Danube or the rail and road. So it was actually a really big component of getting kind of back to normal and bringing money from exports into the Ukrainian economy and generally helping Ukrainian agriculture survive and the Ukrainian agricultural sector survive the next year. Beyond that, it was beyond that, the grain corridor was also very much limited by the inspections down at the Bosphorus because Russia had a say in those. And it seemed like starting in September already, certainly in October, they were slowing things down quite substantially in the grain corridor in order to, on the inspection side, in order to make life harder on Ukraine. So about 3 weeks ago, strong rumors started circling that the grain corridor, which was already limited to 120 days only, would be ended, and rather wouldn't be renewed after the 4 months, which would basically be at the end of November. And there was a lot of preparation already going into this on the Ukrainian side. But now, 14 ships, I think, left yesterday. 3 more ships left this morning. Let's see what actually happens. it seems like Ukraine is getting ships cleared a lot faster now at the Bosphorus. I would really love someone who's monitoring marine traffic to tell me if there's a lot fewer ships now at the northern entrance to the Bosphorus than there were a couple of days ago. However, I understand that there's significant fogs over the Bosphorus today, and traffic is actually being kind of stopped, so it might not be as evident as it would be in clear weather. But maybe they will actually just get to continue. That would be honestly by far the best option here, by far the best outcome. We shall wait and see. But Russia pulling out of it, interesting situation. I hope someone can ferret out anything from Putin specifically saying that what Gerashenko tweeted, because I'd really like to see a primary source, just because I like seeing primary sources. An advisor to the interior minister, not a primary source. Generally, not on these things. If he's reporting on something to do with, Ukrainian police, absolutely a primary source. If he's reporting on something somebody else said in another country, probably not a primary source. So I just want to see a news report from somewhere else that says it, just for technical reasons. But there we go. I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is indeed what Putin would have said, because it's very much in character, and it's also funny, Don't destroy the pride of our navy, please. Anyway, Florian.
Why in the first place did the grain deal materialize? What was Russia's motive to do so? I never really got that. Is that because a few oligarchs got rich on stolen grain? What was the motivation to do it? Because in the psychological war against us Western Europeans, the fear of whatever they have would have still complemented by the fear of many African refugees because it starved them. Why was this fear card taken off the table? Never understood why they did it. They said it was actually a very good thing, especially against German politics.
Okay, this is a multi-component answer, and this is just bringing me back to this time, August, right? Early August, late July, early August, when this first happened. So let's first explain a little bit about the structure of it. It's called the Istanbul Initiative, and it's between Turkey, the UN, Russia, and Ukraine. However, there are two deals. There isn't one grain deal. There are two grain deals, which basically have the same text, but are separate pieces of paper. One was signed by Russia, Turkey, and the UN. The other one was signed by Ukraine, Turkey, and the UN. Basically, Russia and Ukraine did not sign the same piece of paper, is the point. And it says that Ukraine can now safely, Russia says it won't do anything to grain ships, and it will basically provide mine charts to all intents and purposes of the northwestern Black Sea, so grain ships can safely transit out of the ports of Greater Odessa, so Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Pevdeni, out into the Black Sea towards the Bosphorus, and then once they reach the Bosphorus, they need to get inspected, both on the way in and the way out. On the way in, so they're not carrying weapons. On the way out, who the hell knows why. The motivation for Russia isn't about the stolen grain. Russia was already shipping out stolen grain as well as their own grain perfectly fine, because no one really had the ability to stop them, and maybe they actually kind of did. They just didn't actually do it. So it's an iffy situation. But the motivation for Russia was a publicity coup in various African countries, I guess. Probably something to do with China. I suspect strongly that they had interests to do with China here as well, because China is strongly involved in a number of countries that are large grain importers. And China tends not to like it when the governments in those countries are overthrown because of, riots and protests and anything else that can come from food suddenly being more expensive and more scarce, right? So that's probably really why Russia wanted to do it. I think Turkey wanted to do it because of itself, because it meant lower grain prices in the first place, as well as my understanding is they were promised some sort of discounts by both Ukraine and Russia, or at least by Russia if they let it through, right? But more than anything else, it's that prices for grain would by default be lower, which is something that Turkey kind of needed with the very high inflations and currency depreciation issues that they were facing, both grain to feed humans, but also grain to feed animals that then are eaten by humans. There's a lot of meat consumed in Turkey. Chickens need corn, and were it not for cheaper corn, and more accessible corn, so very close by, there would have been a lot greater, much higher prices for meat in Turkey, a lot greater scarcity. Remember, Turkey is integrated into the common market for goods with the rest of the European Union and the European Economic Area, except for when it comes to agriculture. So their agricultural market moves separately from the European market, whereas markets for other things in Turkey move together with the European market. That's broadly speaking, again, 85%. Remember, but that's a big factor here as well. Florian, does that make sense, or still confused?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I simply do not. I remember a lot of things, but I do not remember that. Thank you. And also, I think Turkey made a very good publicity coup on this. It increased the standing of Turkey, at least in my part of the world, because that was the thing that was really feared, that the grain situation will lead to mass hunger and mass refugees towards Western Europe. That's why I always thought this is a very strong psychological card in the hand of the Russians.
That's kind of true. I mean, you're right, obviously. And this is why they partially wanted to scuttle it now, right? Because they could scuttle it and blame Ukraine and then get all of the stuff back that they would have had previously without them being looked at being to blame in the eyes of many, many that kind of, work on it. Anyway.
One short remark, because Russia rouses the loony left and the loony right, but the loony right is afraid of refugees. The loony left is afraid of starving Africans or Latin Americans and so on. But that motivated the very left extremely. Once this was off, they have cooled off the topic. Of course, the Ukrainians are still Nazis and so on. But this point of now we have a global famine was a very important rallying point of the loony left.
Probably, yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point, Joanna, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted, but you addressed it already, to answer the question, why did Russia do the grain deal? But the answer is quid pro quo. Erdogan wanted to achieve a success, and if you went in an Istanbul bazaar, you know how much the Turkish people like negotiations. He seems to believe himself to be a great negotiator, and I guess we can see what Turkey did in the last few months. It's still blocking the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO. It doubled the export towards Russia. So if Putin wanted Erdogan to be a little bit on his side, he will concede to this grain deal, who makes Erdogan look better, both foreign policy and in internal affairs, because now he can say, look what I've done in the international world. I'm the one who saved the world from hunger. So Erdogan wanted to look good. Russia wanted something from Erdogan. And you remember the summit when Erdogan was the father of them all, sitting on a high chair and everybody around him. He wants this position because his relation with NATO and European Union and the West in general is kind of not very clear. So he wanted a great success. And I guess if Putin wanted something in exchange, it was the only way to do it. But right now, I guess Erdogan has taken a decision, and I'm really glad for it, because it can be used on other stuff, like, for example, NATO. So I hope Erdogan has finally realized that Putin is weak, and being associated with a weak person and leader as Putin is not in his interest. And even if there will be elections, and even if there is a very complicated relation with the countries near Erdogan, near Turkey, like Syria and Iran and so on, maybe Erdogan will finally take a clear stance in this matter. I hope it's, I don't know, understandable what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he realized that Putin kind of doesn't have a card to play here, right? Because it would be too clear to everyone if one of the ships yesterday or today or tomorrow gets blown up. You know, it would be kind of clear to everyone who's to blame for that all of a sudden. And no, Putin really didn't have a good card to play here. Florian?
I mean, it's a good mental picture. There's not only the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, there's also the geopolitics bazaar.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you very much. I have to go. Business commences again. Sorry. Interesting discussion. Sorry to leave you.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Florian. I think we all learned something today, which is part
Absolutely.
of the point of this, right? Not just being up to date, but also learning something today.
Maybe listening, talking to you at night. Bye bye.
Absolutely. Cheers, Florian. Thanos, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I think we're doing relatively well, to be honest. We were talking a lot about infrastructure today, a lot about electrical networks and railways and other things that Russia is trying to destroy. But do you happen to have anything more weaponry related to possibly bring up? One thing weaponry related that we did speak about earlier today was a press conference by the highest ranking Swedish general, the Swedish chief of general staff, I guess, who was kind of preempting an upcoming conference by their defense minister on what now Sweden will additionally be sending to Ukraine. And one thing that's postulated as a very likely thing for them to send is the RBS-70, which is a kind of like a giant man-pad sort of thing, if you might be familiar with it. It needs a tripod and it weighs almost 100 kilos, so not really man-portable. Well, I guess as man-portable as a mortar. But are you at all familiar with those sort of short-range air defense systems?
I actually am not, unfortunately.
Well, it was worth a try. But basically, he said he can't comment on what's going to be sent because that's a political decision, not a military one. Although it seemed that he was quite happy to, send some of the surplus stocks in addition to what Sweden has sent previously, which is generally good news.
Yeah, the biggest challenge right now, with respect to Ukraine, in my humble opinion, now that all these weapons are coming in, is preventing what I would call a dog's breakfast of inventory. So when you look at some smaller countries, especially countries that might have some resources or geographic importance, but not necessarily enough money to make very big defense expenditure purchases, they end up with a lot of different systems that are not necessarily interoperable. And like, for example, you could have 6 different main battle rifles, and they're all in different calibers. And some are made by China, some are legacy American weapons, some might be made by Fabrique Nationale, et cetera, et cetera. And it is just a bear to try to figure out the logistics, let alone when you're talking about modern electronics, how you're going to integrate these. Now, this goes far beyond just, what we would see when you're integrating a HARM missile into a MiG-29K. Putting together a integrated air defense system is challenging. I know because I'm doing it right now. And when you are taking these disparate systems and you're trying to do analyses of alternatives and you're trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to make all of this work? And you have competing political interests, you have competing technical interests. It is just an absolute bear. So every time I hear about a new air defense system going to Ukraine, I'm always like, oh God, not again. Just give them capacity. Capacity. At this point, we don't need any new systems. More stingers. more, if we want to give more NASAMS, that is very, very helpful, but stop, giving them a new system that they have to learn. And right now, Ukraine's not in a position to say, no, thank you. They'll take what they can get, but it's just placing a ridiculous burden on the Ukrainians to try and maintain competency and capacity, and just giving one more thing to your maintainers to have to track, and one more thing to your logisticians to have to track in terms of those spare parts. It's getting absurd at this point, and NATO needs to do a better job as the alliance. And if NATO is not going to take a formal leadership role, then a new formal cadre needs to be set up amongst the international coalition of the willing to make sure that we're not overburdening the Ukrainians with a dog's breakfast of air defense systems and just building capacity.
Thomas, I have an idea. I'll bounce this off you real quick. It's not a very well developed idea, but I would maybe suggest the following, right? You have all of these different countries that maybe each have, a little bit overcapacity that they can spare when it comes to, say, air defenses, because that's probably the easiest one to talk about. Now, wouldn't it be perhaps a great idea to just send all of the NASAM systems that exist all to Ukraine, and then, send a French SAMP-T battery to backfill, and, with French operators to station them in, say, Norway or another country, that sends some of the NASAMs, and then send some other Patriot battery from some other country to some third country that sent NASAMs, and send some German operators with it to, because in peacetime, it doesn't honestly really matter, right? And if you send some Frenchmen to Norway for a few months, it's not going to be the end of the world. It's not going to be the end of the world for France. It's not really difficult to sustain that. It's in peacetime anyway. It's close cooperation. Would that maybe be a good way to do it? And this way, maybe free up, a dozen NASAM systems to all be sent to Ukraine?
You know what? That's a very compelling idea. I'll tell you why the politicians would balk at that, even though I think it's a great idea. They will balk at it because even though there is the NATO alliance, they do not have faith in each other to completely purge an entire inventory and then have a critical dependency, for example, on the French to provide defense. I mean, look at what's going on right now with Russia and France or Germany. No one is in their right mind is going to put all their eggs in the French or German basket, even though what you are proposing is logical and seemingly a good idea. The other challenge with that is right now the cost to replace systems is astronomically high. There's, as you're aware of, and it's been discussed, there's massive rampant inflation all throughout the West and probably everywhere at this point. But at the same time, we have a tremendous shortage, global shortage of processors, chips. And that shortage is affecting some systems more than others. And I'll leave it at that. But this is a significant concern. And unfortunately, it is, when you start having those kinds of shortages, when you start talking fuel, food, basic human security, and then ability to produce or replace weapons, your primary interest, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs starts coming into play. So I wish that we were able to be more pragmatic in how we provide resources to Ukraine. I think that, I posted the other day that in calendar year 23, Lockheed Martin is reopening the F-16 production line. This is a fantastic development. I think that this is a great opportunity for some of our NATO allies to replace their existing airframes, to maybe donate their current airframes to Ukraine, or maybe even Ukraine gets new airframes. Who knows? Wow, wouldn't that be crazy? But that it still remains to be seen how expensive those new F-16s are going to be, and if we find ourselves in a similar position to where the automobile manufacturing industry is right now, where you have tens of thousands, if not more, of automobiles sitting in warehouses and parking lots right now, waiting to get their final chips. But they've been sitting for damn near a year and still no chips. So it's a real concern, and it's one that that unfortunately is going to heavily influence what Ukraine gets going forward.
I see. Thank you, Thanos. That's very frustrating. But I still think my idea is good. And, maybe not in the NATO level, but, maybe countries that work closely together already, say within, I don't know, the Danes and Norwegians, for example, could sort something out. I don't know if they have appropriate capacities or whatever, but,
Listen, it's worth putting together a point paper. It's worth writing an article, posting it in the nest of this space right here. A simple blogspot.com article. If you want to write one, post it in the nest. Someone will see it. It will be discussed. This place has enough reach that, someone will at least see it, contemplate it, and talk to a colleague about it. You never know what might catch on. It's not a bad idea that you have. I just see, that institutional inertia that I'm so used to dealing with, trying to attack it, but it doesn't mean that your idea would not survive first contact. There's a good chance it would. So follow up on it. It's a great idea.
Thank you. I think I might well do so. I'll just say, right, specifically, the Norwegians and Danes actually do kind of work closely together. Like the Brits and the Americans, might be willing to trust each other on stuff like this. So maybe it might be a little bit easier that way. But anyway, I've got one little question for you, because earlier you mentioned the semiconductor. Then I'll pass it on to Joanna. When chips are made for military applications, is there something else about those chips, about those semiconductors, that they're maybe selected for a little bit more resilience, durability when it comes to temperature fluctuations, kind of sharp accelerations, or are basically chips as long as they are the same density of transistors or whatever the equivalent is still?
Great question. It all goes towards application. You have some semiconductors that are rated, for example, for aircraft. You have some that are rated for tanks. You have some that are rated for space. Then you have basic, semiconductors, processors that are rated for a coffee machine. Does it mean that, you can't take a coffee machine semiconductor and stick it in a cruise missile? Well, I think we've pretty much seen already that the Russians have done it a few times. That's how desperate they've become. But when it comes to, American or allied $1 million plus missiles, one of the things that we're always concerned about is the source of the semiconductors. Do they contain any kind of malware, so to speak, without getting into that too much, that could compromise our systems or our tactics, techniques, and procedures in any way? And that is a significant concern. Does that mean that Ukraine wouldn't get benefit out of just about any semiconductor? No, I'm sure they could. But when you're talking about American military systems, there is a higher standard. Whether or not we always reach that standard in our sourcing of semiconductors is a discussion that is for another room at another time. But it is a challenge, and it's something that, when you are talking about defense applications, you really want to have your semiconductors understood what they are, and either purpose built or built to a already acceptable standard, whether it's an NSTM or a MIL standard or something else. You know what you're getting. That is the principal goal.
Got it. Thank you very much. Let's go to Joanna and then to Goldman. Joanna, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to, but I guess you addressed it already, to talk about the 8 NASAMS that will go to Ukraine. 2 of them shortly available. I don't know. You talked about this.
Yes, but they still have to be built, right? That's the problem with those ones. So the question of when that capacity will be available is how long does it take for those to be built? Whereas what Thanos and I were trying to kind of figure out is how can you get existing NASAMS into Ukraine from elsewhere, and maybe but still maintain the air defense capacity in the places that they're currently located at the same time. So that's kind of figuring out how to do it quicker, because Ukraine kind of needs these air defenses now just as much as it needs them next year in April. That's why alternate routes, right? Right, thank you. But yeah, absolutely. So 8 NASAM systems are supposed to go to Ukraine. But the first 2 will be delivered shortly. The other 6 will be delivered at some point, because they are new production. So it just takes time for them to be sent. Goldman, go ahead.
Ziegelman, that's okay, close enough. Hey, I just wanted to comment on the semiconductor. One of the biggest issues is not only the ruggedization that's unique to militarization, but it's also the military applications are usually a generation or 2 behind from a technology perspective. Because weapon systems take 7 to 10 years to develop and deploy. There'll be a 5 or 10 year gap in technology where the industry itself has moved forward to new standards in processing speed and things like that, whereas the military applications need to move more slowly, to incorporate a new chip technology in them. So, it's really twofold. The issue with semiconductors, it's the ruggedization for military applications, and the fact that the technology is usually a generation or 2 behind. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. That makes sense, of course, right? And also, you wouldn't want to use the less proven stuff, which is something that Thanos was saying at the end there, was you want to make sure that what you're getting is going to do exactly what you expect and behave exactly the way you expect it to work. And that's probably a part of having something a little bit older as well, just because it had more chance to show any faults that it might have. Thanos, I've got one more air defense question for you. So there's ever more reporting about these Iranian short-range ballistic missiles that Iran is supposedly going to be sending to Russia. This is what, say, NASAMS would be really critical for, right? Because they are much more modern technology than many of the other air defense systems. They can actually probably counter these ballistic missiles much better than most other air defenses. Is that right?
So specific capabilities and limitations of weapon systems versus specific threats is classified. In the case of wanting the most up-to-date system, you always want the newest and greatest, something that hopefully has been purpose-built to be able to attrite not just cruise missiles or UAVs or jets, but hopefully also ballistic trajectories. Ballistic trajectories can be very challenging. I think we've talked about this before because of the very steep lookup angle that you need to have in order to intercept one on terminal. Terminal is when the missile is just about vertical, or it's in its final maneuvers to hit its target. There's 2 other opportunities to intercept the ballistic missile. The first is during boost phase, so that means when it is after it has launched and it is going towards apogee, the highest point it will be at. There's what's called mid-course, or when the missile is no longer under powered flight and it is exercising a ballistic trajectory, utilizing its high altitude and gravity to cover the principal amount of distance that it is going to travel, and that is exceptionally hard because you need a interceptor that is exoatmospheric in most cases at that point. And it also requires a significantly powerful radar, and I don't think there's really anything in Ukraine right now that is capable of a exoatmospheric intercept. I think most of what you're looking at right now is going to be endoatmospheric, and I don't know that there's really anything pragmatic that you could have close enough to the launch point to achieve a boost phase intercept. So what we're talking about here is almost certainly going to be exclusively terminal phase intercept. So you're going to be needing to have sensors that are capable of looking up. You're going to need to have some kind of cueing to tell you that there has been a ballistic missile launch, and then whether or not your area of responsibility, so the area that your weapon system is defending, is likely to be in a position to conduct a terminal intercept. And then it has to provide you a track that, if not to engage directly on, a track that is sufficient to act as what we call a cue, or tell your radar where to look. Look at this angle of elevation, at this line of bearing, at approximately this range, and you should see a ballistic target at time whatever. And this is a very difficult math problem, let alone a engineering problem, systems of systems. So I think there's a very good chance that if ballistic missiles are launched, Ukraine would likely be relying on a third country to provide some kind of indicators and warnings that there was a ballistic missile launch, likely to calculate the potential impact zone, and then hopefully to provide a track cue to that system, whatever it would be, to intercept that missile. But again, this is a very challenging problem. This is something that the United States has been doing since the first Gulf War. You saw just with basic, very, very basic Scud missiles that Saddam Hussein was launching. I think we got maybe 40% of them with the very first Patriot batteries. And back then, our sea-based capability, Aegis, was only able to provide a cue sometimes to those Patriot batteries. We had no organic missile defense capability on those ships. Now, of course, that has radically changed for the United States since then. We do have a credible ballistic missile defense capability, but it is very expensive. It is very hard to operate. And in all cases, ballistic missile defense, just like real estate, location, location, location. If you don't have the location, forget about it. It is geometry all day, every day, and then it becomes vector physics. And if you're not going to be there for the geometry, don't even bother trying to calculate the vector physics.
So as a general rule, right, we can say that older systems tend to not counter ballistic missiles as well because it's hard, and newer systems over generations have been developed and worked on to be better able to counter ballistic missiles because of all the factors of how difficult it is to do it that you've explained over the last 2 minutes. I think that's fair to say, right, without any restriction.
Absolutely fair to say. And this is something to keep in mind too, is that's not even considering modern countermeasures. There are there are dozens of different countermeasures that different countries employ to make ballistic missile defense even more difficult than it already is. And so it's very much if anyone is familiar with Dr. Seuss, it's very much the butter battle book where, the boys and girls in the back rooms, dweebs like me, are just sitting around trying to figure out how to get past, the other side's latest doodad or latest diversionary tool, and then how we can develop a diversionary tool to fool them. So it's quite interesting that this is unfortunately in 2020, soon to be 2023, how we are still spending the majority of our science and engineering budgets, but it is what it is.
I kind of have another quick question. Maybe you can help with this. And again, general physics terms. Air launched cruise missiles versus ship launched cruise missiles. Let's assume it travels at the same speed. It's and it travels at the same altitude. Is the fact that the air launched missiles are launched from a obviously much higher altitude, is that why they can be detected more easily, because the launch can be seen more easily by radar? Because if you have an airborne radar, of course, you can see further. But also if you have a ground-based radar and something happens up in the air far away, you can see it more easily than otherwise.
Yeah, so the thing, so you've got the Coriolis effect, right, which is what happens when your calculations change or the curvature of the Earth comes into play with your radar horizons. The other thing that you have to consider is, how these weapons are being employed. So a lot of cruise missiles that are fired from ships, they will fire out of their tubes if they're vertical launched. And then once their initial booster gets them to apogee, the booster separates. The regular turbine jet engine, if it's subsonic, or a ramjet engine, kicks on, and the missile will immediately decrease altitude and usually assume a lower profile in order to minimize the amount of time that the enemy would have to react to it. So maintaining a small radar horizon. Smaller you are, the lower you are, the more difficult you are to get a fine fixed track target engage assess. So when you have, let's say, a MiG-29K up there, or an Su-34 Mike, and he's up at 34,000 feet, and he drops, name your cruise missile, KH-35, let's say, that missile does not require a booster because it is being launched from a aircraft that is moving at a speed threshold that it can just turn on its jet engine. It'll be gravity dropped. So once that missile turns its engine on and you get a decent separation, you can easily discern that where there was one track, there are now two tracks. And almost always what happens after an airplane launches a cruise missile, it turns around and goes away. It doesn't want to get killed. So when you have one track coming towards you and one track going away from you, it's pretty obvious, someone just dropped a cruise missile. And then that cruise missile has to decrease altitude to get to a more, nap of the earth, terrain hugging altitude. So you have plenty of time to at least develop indicators and warnings that someone has launched the cruise missile. Now the challenge comes if that cruise missile has waypoints. Waypoints are a pre-programmed number of locations, points on a map that the missile will fly to in order to obscure its intended target. And so, for example, if you were trying to hit Kyiv, let's say you would fly in the vicinity of Ersan and then maybe cross over the Dnipro River, and then you would maybe try to backdoor Kyiv from the west instead of hitting it from the east. That is an example of a waypoint guidance program that you might pre-plan. And so it's not as simple as just drawing a straight line from the vector that where you detected that MiG-29K where you saw the initial separation between the MiG and when you suspect a cruise missile was fired. So it can be very challenging. It's why air raid warnings, when missiles start flying, the area of concern is not limited. It is very wet, very, very, very large, and that's a good thing. It's best to give everyone the warning, tell everyone in a very large area of uncertainty where to turn on their air defense radars and be ready to potentially intercept tracks. So, and as you have more radar contacts, that information is hopefully being shared, if not over a integrated air defense network, a radio network in some situations can be very effective as well. Not as effective, but very effective. If you have smart people who know what they're doing, who are working on a dry erase board that has maps and are keeping an active plot on times and targets and where these different tracks are being identified, you may be, and you have decent intelligence, you may be able to figure out what kind of missile is being fired and where it was fired from and where it might be aiming towards. And then all that kind of information can be used down the line to then maybe even know exactly what airports, what air bases you want to attack in the future to prevent those kinds of attacks.
So yesterday, there was a big salvo in the morning, right? Mostly air-launched cruise missiles, apparently some non-air-launched ones as well. There seemed to be 55 cruise missiles launched in total, maybe 56. And 45 of them were shot down by Ukraine. So that's, let's say, just over an 80% shoot down rate. Compared to what can be expected in a place that's well covered by air defenses, is that a good rate on its face? Obviously, every missile that goes through is one missile too many, right? And they cause massive damage nevertheless. But just to characterize this with a little bit more contextualization, shooting down 80+% of a large salvo of cruise missiles, would that be considered a high efficiency?
That is effing incredible. That is a fantastic rate. That is nothing to blow your nose at. I think that if the British had an 80% rate of shooting down incoming threats at, the Falkland Islands, they would have been ecstatic. That is an excellent rate. It is also, beyond that, when the Russians are expending that number of missiles, that's missiles they don't have. It's missiles they're not able to replace. So there is the not entirely failure of the fact that they're even still shooting, right? So I mean, there's positive in that, these morons have no ability to target real forces anymore. So now they're firing at civilians and civilian infrastructure. It's a Hail Mary. And it shows their desperation. And when you shoot down 80% on top of that, that is something that, and I know it's horrible to say to someone who literally just watched the car next to them get blown up on the way to work, but that is something that Ukrainians should feel extremely proud about. Shooting down 80% of a morning raid that is aimed at non-traditional military targets is something that, which when you're shooting at non-traditional military targets, it makes it damn near impossible to even guess where they're going to shoot. So the fact that even with no real indicators of where their next attacks were going to be, you were still able to shoot down 80% of them, I'd hang my hat on that. I think the Ukrainians should feel very good about the effort and the dedication that their armed forces are demonstrating to doing absolutely everything in their power to defend them against the Russians, and doing a pretty damn good job about it too.
One thing that was noted yesterday was that the IRIS-T system, the first one that's been delivered, yesterday had a 100% success rate when engaging targets, and I think that's good. Good testimony for some modern German engineering as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it has a 100% in theater usage by the Ukrainians. Never believe nothing's ever going to be 100% perfect. Chances are most things aren't even going to be 90% perfect, right? Because whenever we do what we call probability of kill analyses, there's always a million caveats, right? Where we talk about the ducting environment, the surface and evaporative ducting. So that's basically the characteristics of how far our radar waves are traveling due to the temperature and other conditions, which provide these corridors of reflectivity and refraction that either shortens or lengthens the range of the radars. There's, different variables with respect to the actual missiles themselves. There's variation in the threats, the ranges, the vectors, blind spots, you name it. There's always a million caveats. The bottom line is IRIS-T is a good system. There should be an expectation that it should perform well. Everything else that has been handed to the Ukrainians so far, none of it has been, as far as I understand, a disappointment. Like, wow, we just unloaded a whole bunch of crap on the Ukrainians and it totally sucked. So far, everything from our Stingers to the Javelins, to the IRIS-T, to name your system, the Excalibur rounds, the basic HIMARS rounds, and everything has been pretty solid, and it's been extremely competently employed, which again, I always take my hats off to the operators for receiving much condensed, much non-traditional training in these systems, and then how adeptly they've been able to not just employ them in a tactical sense, in a singular engagement, but how they've been able to employ them within the greater overall context of campaign and operational design. That's where your big effects are generated.
Thank you, Thanos. With the arrival of, I think, 3 more IRIS-T systems over the coming months, 2 NASAMS soon, and then more later on, the percentage is going to go up, I trust. But I'm guessing there's some sort of a ceiling on that percentage as well, regardless of how many air defenses there are, simply because it's still a very large country. There's still going to be there's still going to be standoff threats that make it through whatever happens, right? Is there some sort of a theory somewhere that says, what a theoretical ceiling ends up being for air defenses, or does it not work quite like that, or at least as a rule of thumb?
So there are performance ceilings that you can model. There's a point of diminishing returns, and so one of the ways that I love doing the analyses that I do is called design of experiments. And when we're doing design of experiments, we are looking for different sensitivities of the factors. Your factors can be, for example, number of IRIS-T systems, number of missiles, number of radars, distribution of such said systems, what have you. And you design the number of cases, and then you run through a litany of Monte Carlo simulations and try to then plot your results and determine where the point of diminishing returns are. So there are very well documented, well known. For example, you will say, hey, you can have 10 launchers of name your system surrounding this city. If you go beyond 10, you're really not going to get any additional benefit. It's just you're going to max out at processors, at saturation of RF energy. Physics becomes an issue. There are limitations with raid sizes, right? There are limitations with how closely spaced some of your raids might be, which can affect how hard it might be to discriminate some of those large missile raids. So there are many factors that do provide a upper bounds of effectiveness of any given defense system, and it is, you know, the design of experiments construct which helps you to see where your upper bounds are likely to be when you start reaching that point of diminishing returns. And really why that's so important is because if you have critical infrastructure that you absolutely positively must defend, but you still have a real big country, you need to have a means of gaming out, of modeling, you know, what your best defense number is going to be so that you don't overcommit resources to that defense at the unnecessary risk to another area. So great question from you. Hopefully I was able to describe design of experiments loosely enough so that someone could understand it without necessarily being a engineer or data scientist.
I mean, I get it fine, right? So basically, it's a highly multivariate problem. A lot depends on where you're going to put things and where threats are going to be coming from and how well you can predict the type of threats. But also, of course, it depends on the type of threats a lot. If all the threats would be, what can we say? If all the threats would be World War II era bombers, then you could probably quite easily make 100% coverage or like a 99.9% coverage air defense, even over Ukraine. Possibly already what is there might be good enough, right, to get rid of all those threats. But if you're tackling especially lots of ballistic missiles, or if you're tackling quite advanced cruise missiles with, you know, lots of waypoints flying the nap of the earth, then that makes it a whole lot more difficult to do so, especially when it is a large country. And at the end of the day, you can't have 7 million air defense batteries around Ukraine.
Well, you would have long reached you would have long exceeded your point of diminishing returns before you got anywhere near that 7 million number. And you know, don't undersell the complexity of a World War II air raid. You know, we were sending, like, for example, against the Germans, it was like a cloud of locusts how we would send those bombers against German cities. And so if you were to launch a similar campaign against Ukraine today, I don't know if there's enough missiles in that country right now to take down all those bombers. So it's quite, warfare has changed, but the sheer volume and the numbers that our grandfathers, I'm sure there's some German listeners here, when our grandfathers were fighting it out, had to contend with on both sides are just mind-boggling.
Maybe this gives me another question to ask you. Russia going to ever bigger salvos of cruise missiles to kind of saturate Ukrainian air defenses, especially when it comes to the eyes and ears, right? What might be the point at which it tilts over? Because often, quite recently, when we've seen small salvos from Russia, 8 cruise missiles, there were 7 out of 8 shot down, even 8 out of 8 shot down. But then once you go into the many dozens, of course, the ratio suffers a little bit as well, simply because the computer can't keep track of all this stuff at the same time, can't necessarily resolve so many individual threats at the same time. Is it at all typical as well for, this is my curiosity, kind of separate question, but for cruise missiles to fly maybe 2 together so they look like a single thing on a radar? Is that even possible? Just far enough so that if one gets destroyed, the other one can still fly on, but that they look as a single dot?
And that's the $1 million modeling question, right? Which is, if you have two missiles flying so close together that they look like they're one target, what's to say when you successfully intercept one, you don't actually kill two? That is the limitation of, some people's modeling and simulation. I don't know that it's a limitation of everyone's modeling and simulation, but there's, for every benefit, there is a consequence, right? So you're trying to get past someone's radar by making one or more missiles, look like just one. Okay, cool. Well, what happens if I take out one of those missiles? Is shrapnel going to fly into the other missiles? I mean, let's remember, we're talking jet engines in these cases, right? Those jet engines have air intakes. Air intakes don't like to suck in pieces of debris, let alone pieces of another cruise missile, right? We're not talking about, a tiny little bit. Even a nut or a bolt or a washer is enough to take out a modern, jet engine on a multi-million-dollar fighter plane. I assure you it's enough to take out a cruise missile. So it's quite interesting when you start really trying to game out all those second, third to the nth degree effects of, decisions that are made when you're playing this butter battle book game.
So if you have these very large salvos, how much does having more radars in more locations help you with resolving?
It helps a lot, right? Because at the end of the day, but it only helps you if they're networked, right? So having different perspectives on a target helps you, as you said, to resolve the target, to get a good track, to achieve a composite track, assuming that you have the benefit of actually having your radars networked. Now, the actual places, you want to have your radars in proportion or relative to the track. I'm not going to get into that. I don't believe it's classified, but it's just, we don't need to discuss it here because really there's nothing anyone's going to do with that information. But yes, having different perspectives. It's like looking at any problem that you have to look at in your life, right? Does it always help when someone else who has a different perspective comes in and looks at it? Absolutely. Does it help when, if there's a fire and you've got a bunch of firemen and women on the ground and you put a drone up in the air, or you have a helicopter in the air that's able to beam back a picture to the iPad of the battalion chief so they can see things that they might not be able to see from ground level? It's extremely helpful. So yes, more radars good, more radars networked better, more radars networked in places that matter to gain different perspectives and different vectors on your threats, assuming that you have a decent idea of where your threat trajectories lie. Very effective.
Right. Thank you very much, Thanos. This is
and on that, I'm going to have to bounce out, but I hope you guys have a good day. Stay safe to all our friends in Ukraine, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging all of my physics questions. Goldman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing about the networking, because if you look at it from the Russian perspective, I think what the Ukrainians are doing to beat their air defense systems is preventing them from networking. And the networking affects it in other ways than what we just discussed. The fact that if they're networked, you can allocate targets to different batteries. And when they're not networked, many times you'll have multiple batteries focused on the same threat, because from its perspective, it's the most critical. But when they're networked, then you're allocating targets to batteries, and you're not doubling up on one at the expense of another potentially. And I believe that's what Ukraine through cyber has been doing to kind of diminish the Russian air defense capabilities stopping the systems from networking so that they can allocate targets to different batteries. And thus they're focused on, the most, the most threatening threat for each battery, which could be the same threat with multiple batteries. So just that the networking part is really important because that's where you get your efficiency is from a launch perspective.
And this is also why this has been so stressed by various NATO officials, right? Integrated their defenses, and this is a big part of it. Getting all of these systems to talk to one another and to delegate tasks appropriately, perhaps.
Yeah. So seeing the threats is the first problem. The next part of the problem is allocating, batteries to specific threats so that you're not doubling up on them at the expense of something else. Yep. And just on the discussion of numbers of air defenses, it's basically a logarithmic function. So doubling the number of air defense systems might, at some point get you a small percentage of increase. So if you ever look at a log scale, you can double and get very little increase in percentage. So there is, I don't know what the number is, but it is a log scale.
Oh, for sure. Okay. As there are many things, many things in nature don't work to linear scales. I hope to get John Ridge up soon, and maybe we can continue a slightly different missile discussion. But I think he's watching a rocket go up into space. So hey, right, ladies and gentlemen, if there's a different point you might want to bring up, talk about, just click that request button, and we'll be quite happy to bring you up and talk to you. Martin.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
First time, I believe.
Oh, yeah, it's the first time. I was kind of wondering, Sweden sent the Carl Gustaf, I remember. And what new kind of weapons are they sending at the moment to the Ukrainians?
So this is kind of an interesting discussion because with there's suggestions that there's a good chance that Archer artillery systems are likely going to be sent soon, as well as the RBS 70, which are the short-range air defense systems. There is some want from some of us, such as myself and then John over there, who is Swedish, that they would also send some CV-90s, at least some dozens, if not maybe 100. CV-90 being the infantry fighting vehicle, because that could possibly break down this artificial dam that some countries, such as Germany, have put up, saying, we're not going to send any Western manufactured IFVs or MBTs unless somebody else does it first. And since CV-90s are completely Swedish manufactured, that would be very useful. And between their armor and their armament, they would be incredibly helpful to Ukrainians as they try to liberate more of Ukraine.
Yeah, that sounds really like a plan, I think. And of course, we have the explosions at the Russian airbase yesterday, I believe it was. 2 helicopters and even 2 other helicopters were damaged.
So
that's kind
2
of interesting.
KA-52s plus 1 MI, either 8 or 24, I forget which one. So 3 helicopters were reported destroyed, actually, not just 2, as well as 2 damaged. Yeah, so 2 alligators plus 1 other one, and then 2 damaged runs.
And it feels kind of weird that happened because it's kind of far into Russia.
Well, not really. Pskov is right on the border with Estonia.
Oh, yeah. But I don't know if Estonia has been actively engaged with Russia.
No, of course not. What's been reported on Russian Telegram channels is that it was effectively sabotage, so kind of like Russian partisan activity, effectively. More or less associated with Ukrainian intelligence services, but could just be completely, domestic partisan activity.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but I feel a little bit afraid of what comes after Putin. I mean, Russia hasn't had the best of histories with leaders, to be honest.
So this is actually something that quite a lot of people have raised. I think General Ben Hodges, General retired U.S. Army, former head of U.S. Army Europe, I think he was one bringing this up at a conference somewhere not that long ago. And he was basically saying, look, first of all, we need to get Ukraine to win, right? And a victory for Ukraine means liberation of all rightfully Ukrainian territories. Period. We need to do all we can to make sure that happens. But beyond that, he says that we need to not worry about what happens with Russia afterwards. We're not here to think about, what might or will happen to Russia afterwards. However, what is very important is that the Western world collectively prepares for the various possibilities of what might happen in Russia afterwards, right? If that makes sense. So those are two kind of different things, and there are many scenarios possible, and we can speculate to no end. So it's not necessarily the most productive, but I think it's not wise to assume that there will be a Russian Federation within the current borders for a very long time necessarily. There is a good chance. I'm not saying it's the most likely outcome, but it's at least like a few percent chance that Russia ends up balkanizing, as in breaking up into lots of other countries, right? So that's one component of it. The other component of it is indeed, what comes after is a big question. But then again, we can't really influence what comes after. It's important for Russia to, let's say, normalize from within, because there won't be a reckoning like there was in Berlin or Tokyo after the Second World War, because nobody is going to be rolling tanks into Moscow. Honestly, at the current rate of Russian tanks getting destroyed in Ukraine, Russians aren't going to be rolling Russian tanks anywhere near Moscow anytime soon either. Right? There's maybe a little bit in jest, but I think you see where I'm going with it. But there's not going to be the same sort of reckoning that Germany went through after the Second World War, that Japan went through after the Second World War, simply because it's not going to happen. So it needs to come from within, and that is often very difficult. Some might say impossible, but no, it's not really impossible, but it's definitely very difficult because it doesn't have a strong political culture and strong civil society that would do that, because it tends to be a fairly apathetic society. It tends to be a society that doesn't really care to protest and change things from within. So until and unless they do it themselves, maybe the best prescription is say, okay, well, you're just, shut off from the rest of the world, kind of like a North Korea, until you guys figure yourselves out. There's only so much that can be done from the outside. They've been attempted to be helped. I mean, Sweden, for example, invested vast quantities of public money as well as private money into building up civil institutions in Russia throughout the 90s and 2000s. To what effect? None. It wasn't alone. Many countries spent a whole lot of public money and helping a civil society develop in Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, much more so than they did so in other post-communist countries even. And the media and so on, but it just didn't have any effect. There was a very interesting thesis that somebody on the space put forward. I forget whom it was, last week sometime, saying basically, like, if half the money that was spent on Russian development of a civil society was instead spent on the development of a civil society in Ukraine, it wouldn't have taken until 2014 for the revolution of dignity, but Ukraine would kind of follow the development that, say, Poland went through or Slovakia went through, or other countries that were much quicker to shake off the mental shackles of a totalitarian regime as well. So I think it's a legitimate thing to think about. Absolutely, it's something that the collective West, the governments, have to certainly prepare on a highly intergovernmental basis. But at the end of the day, whatever it is, it cannot possibly stop us or restrict us from pursuing the one morally just and morally correct end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is the liberation of all legitimately Ukrainian territories. Everything that was undisputedly even by Russia, Ukraine between 1991 and 2014, when Russia decided to go and invade Crimea and then eastern Ukraine. Russia itself has affirmed Ukrainian borders many times in 1994, in 1997, and 2007, probably a few other times in other treaties as well. So, there isn't really any question by anyone except for Russians and a couple of their anything else we can worry about separately, if that makes sense. Martin?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. That's really great to hear as well. No, it's we are supportive here, very strongly supportive of MriyaAid, also because we know that it's well run. It's administered by, among other, a number of serving high Canadian Army officers, and including one that used to be the commander-in-chief of Operation Unifier, the commanding officer of Operation Unifier, the Canadian Armed Forces training mission in Ukraine, as recent as last year. So is in particularly good touch with a lot of people across Ukrainian military, from NCOs all the way to the highest ranking officers in the Ukrainian military, as well as the Ministry of Defense, because those are the people you meet a lot when you're running a military mission in another country, warmly invited and welcomed. So it's whatever MriyaAid ships out tends to be exceptionally well placed as well. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you for your comments.
I have one more question. I've been listening to you for a few nights now, and You don't have on your, I followed you, and you don't have on your profile what country you're from. If you don't mind saying, I can't place your accent.
For sure. Yeah. No, I'm a Slovenian. I no longer live in Slovenia. I live slightly further north in Europe. But yeah, I hope that helps out.
Slovenia. Okay. Is that former Yugoslavia?
Yes, it's the northernmost former Yugoslav republic. Yeah.
Great,
Just south of Austria, east of Italy.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you very much, Eric. No worries. Happy to share that.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes you might hear Tim Sennett say that I'm from Slovakia because he teases me that way. Nick, go ahead.
Isn't it Tim who says you're from Tim who says you're from Slovakia?
It is Tim. It is Tim Sennett who says I'm from Slovakia.
What you were saying in reply about the when the war, or what happens with to Russia when the war is over, we have a kind of reflex, or we've developed a kind of reflex on here, which is to say that the war is not over just because every square inch of Ukrainian territory is liberated, but also because when all the Ukrainians who have been kidnapped have returned home, and that's going to be a completely different phase, is it not? We're not going to, as you say, we're not going to send tanks to Moscow. We're not going to say to Russia that if you don't return, all the children by the end of this month, that we're going to take out your hydro plants. And so I think that's a factor that we're going to have to start thinking about. Maybe people already are, but it's going to be political. And at the moment, the nice thing about the current situation, there are no nice things, but everything is relative, is that as long as the politicians stay out of the way and occasionally sign off on bits of paper, the majority of the work is being done by Ukrainian soldiers, NATO coordination, military hardware contractors. But the time is coming when this will become a political problem, or more of a political problem than a military one. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because at the moment it's quite hard for a European politician in power to argue for anything other than the sanctions and support of Ukraine, even if they are privately a little bit skeptical or a little bit pro-Putin. But when the peace comes, it's going to be harder to continue to sell that. People will be wary. People will be wanting compromise. The claims, which we believe to be true, but they will be portrayed as claims, that there are large numbers of people being held against their will, or have been deported and are unable to get back, and that goes triple for the children, are going to be a lot harder to put in front of people and say, look, we need to do something about this, in a way that the street scenes in Bucha were hard to deny. So I don't know what's going to come, but whatever comes in Russia after Putin, we're going to have to deal with them, not just in terms of future world relations, but also to finish the war. Because the war cannot finish until those people have been returned. So, yeah, there is going to be this strange phase when the fighting has stopped, the shooting, the kinetic war has stopped, but we can't begin to even put in place what you said, the North Korea solution. We can't even begin to put that in place until we've finished with the bits of the war that are effectively geographically within Russia, which is to say the kidnapped people. I think this is going to be a very tricky situation, and I hope that some of the better minds in European governments, in the EU, in the United States, and perhaps even the United Nations, actually, that part of the United Nations that Russia can't veto, are working on this. That's all.
I think we've had this talk before, Henry. because I disagree with that it's going to be harder to do it. I really strongly disagree with that notion, and I'll explain why. But I think I've said this to you specifically before. Maybe we
No,
could
I
look
don't
it up
recall.
today.
I don't think I've had this conversation with you, but my memory is terrible. I mean,
okay, fair enough.
We've been here 270 days, so I'm sure there aren't very many new conversations under the sun. I don't think we had this one, but it is quite possible. Nietzsche's definition of eternal recurrence is an excellent description of my memory on a 3-week basis.
Oh my. Okay, so let's talk this out a little bit, and maybe I'll make an introduction to it, and then we'll go to some other hands, and then we can talk about it some more. Let's see how it goes. But my thinking is kind of the following: look, when trading relations, because that's really what sanctions are about. When trading relations between countries have been established for a while, then the initial break from those is the really painful bit, because suddenly there's a whole lot of excess production capacity, supply chain issues, whatever else. The longer the time goes on, the fewer there are. So this is part one, right? The fewer problems there are, because things have been substituted from other sources. That's broadly how markets work. Economics 101. You're welcome. The other part is, currently there's a lot of, let's say, anxiety in many capitals, among electorates, whatever else, whomever else, about the continuation of the kinetic war in Ukraine. So to separate, and I think you quite rightly observed, the war doesn't end until all those kidnapped and deported are returned. But at least of the kinetic phase of the war, which is the bullets flying, the missiles flying, that phase of the war. There is anxiety about that. How long is this going to go on for? There's a lot of people who are highly empathetic, who just look at this and are completely heartbroken every day when there's missiles flying at Kiev, right? Or Odessa, or Lviv, or Vinica, or again, wherever else, every day that the war continues in its kinetic form. I think once the kinetic phase of the war is over, it will be a lot easier for people to say, do you know what? To hell with Russia. What is there to lose at standing up to them? And I think there's a big difference between the initial situation where sanctions are imposed and trading relations start to getting limited, and a later time, such as that, when trading relations would be more of a question of reestablishing trading relations. It's a lot harder to take something away from people than to say, well, you're not allowed to go and try to get something somewhere, right? That one of them is a lot harder than the other. One of them hurts a lot more than the other. So let's say, let's imagine it's April next year, right? Europe got through the winter fine. Yeah, heating was expensive, but so it was the previous winter, honestly, when there wasn't a war on yet, right? Gas was already expensive the winter before. Supply chains have been almost entirely substituted by then. There's really no more reliance on Russia for anything in Europe, say. In the US, there was never a reliance on Russia for anything anyway. The winter was survived fine. There's a bunch of new LNG terminals all over the place, right? 3 new LNG terminals in Germany alone by that point. There has been a rebalancing of things. The summer's coming. There's not really a big need for energy as much as it is during the winter. The economy is doing, not great, but it's probably mostly other factors. And let's say that Ukraine has expelled Russia out of Ukraine at that point. And all we're then seeing is all the war crimes that Russia has committed, all of the evidence for all of the war crimes and crimes against humanity that are being uncovered day after day after day. That's all there is in the press. It's all the stuff that Russia has done. And in the phase where Russia isn't hurting Ukraine anymore, but you see everything they've done, I think, and you're much less dependent on them, and you benefit from whatever theoretical economic relationships, much less. And there's the theoretical promise of future benefits, but none right now. And the pain of the ones that have had to have been ended for good reason is no longer actively there. I think that it will be easier to persuade people to, screw sanctions on Russia harder, especially in that phase between the kinetic war ending but there are still millions of people missing and unaccounted for and somewhere in Russia. I think if anything, it's going to be easier. It's going to be easier to tell European populations, look, frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you whether there's sanctions or not, because your economy is not going to change really to any degree. I mean, maybe your energy prices might go down slightly, but beyond that, it's barely going to affect you at this point. Right? We've gone through the winter. We're going to be even better prepared for the next one. All is fine. I think it'll just be easier rather than harder. I don't know. Nick, what do you say to that?
I think that's one possible scenario. I don't share your optimism that the news will be dominated by news of Russia's war crimes. I think
the Ukraine section of news, if nothing else, right? It won't be dominated by continued fighting, because by definition that would have ended.
No. But I think the people don't pay as much attention to the Ukraine section of the news already as I would like and you would like, and I don't see it being an issue of being something that politicians will be able to put front and center as a priority issue. And at the moment, people can, because it will be in the past. It will be in the past. The discoveries of the graves and whatever will not be, but it will be in the past. And there will be people who will say, okay, well, yeah, we should punish these people, but that's a fairly abstract thing. And I think there is some truth in Stalin's rather cynical assertion that a death is a tragedy and a million deaths is a statistic. We see this when we see ongoing conflicts elsewhere in the world, where, another 300 people were killed today here or there or whatever, and people get rather numbed to it. And so I'm not optimistic that the political will be there to do. I mean, it's not even clear to me what it would take. I suppose we could argue that perhaps, the repatriation of the deported people is perhaps an analogous problem to the getting the war criminals, in front of a tribunal. I think perhaps we could put those two together, and trying to imagine what kind of Russian regime, what the chances are that let's say Putin gets bopped on the head sometime on the first anniversary of the war or something. What are the chances that the regime that replaces him is amenable either to extraditing the officers responsible for this policy, or the various genocides, or is amenable to handing back the deportees. I think in either case, the chance that they're spontaneously amenable to that is fairly nil. And so the question is, how much pressure can we put on them at a time when people will want to move on, just kind of emotionally? So I understand your scenario, but I'm more pessimistic about the bit that requires people to be demanding of their politicians that they not let up pressure on Russia until this gets fixed. I think it will, once it's no longer Ukrainian refugees being filmed standing in lines at the border, getting off trains in Paris and Berlin, I think it will tend to float onto the collective back burner. But we can hope on that. I think that's where I think I would disagree with you.
I get that, but the big discrepancy I think comes to costs, effectively, to costs to the to the various Western countries to apply whatever sanctions or whatever it is. I think this is really probably the most important component, and I really think that the costs are just going to be diminishing so much that it's just going to be a lot less problematic. But anyway, we have lots of hands up, and I'm very happy to circle back to this because it's an important point. But let's go to Raver, and then to Gilbert, and then to Timo. Raver.
Hey, good morning, Dom. And my essay this morning was on this very topic. So I think there are possibly three ways that this war ends. Best way, Putin decides that all is lost, retreats back to Russia, and becomes amenable to diplomacy, in which case we might be able to negotiate the hostages back. Two, his armies get kicked out of Ukraine, in which case I think he dies in office by rather high-velocity means, or the stress of it all, he dies in office when his ticker stops or something like that. If he's not still in office, what are the chances that Russia even stays together, that there's a regime to negotiate with? And we could end up dealing with a dozen new republics, some of which may be more than willing to send Ukrainians back home, especially in trade for recognition or aid, and others that we have no access to, and others that are like neo-Russian rump states that absolutely hate everything to do with Ukraine and may at least, pogroms on.
See, Raver, I think that's a really plausible scenario, and I think this is one of the things that General Hodges has been kind of talking about, right? This is a scenario for the collective West to be prepared for. And you're right, and I think it's exactly the sort of situation. Some republics would be like, "Hey, we don't want these people. It was the other guys and thousands of miles away who sent them here. No, you want them back here. Here you go. Can we pretty please get a UN seat now? That'd be really nice. We'd really like one of those. Can we pretty please get recognition so that we can establish diplomatic relations with like the EU and the US, because we'd kind of like those, Japan. So I think that's a eminently likely thing. I haven't read your essay this morning yet. I'm sorry, Raver. I'm going to go off and have a look-see. But no, I think this is very much an important thing to be thinking about, especially if you are responsible for foreign and security policy in a Western nation or a collection thereof. I think that's very likely. Gilbert.
Hey, so question is, what Putin's obviously made the decision to try and knock out Ukraine's power, and he's done it now. Why wasn't it done at the beginning of the war? Like, why would they? What advantage do they have? Like, it would obviously knock out the logistics of the trains. It would be very damaging. Why did they decide to keep? Why until now have they left the power alone?
I think that Raver wants to answer this, and I think it will have to do with seasons. Raver?
So early in the war, he thought he could take Ukraine. Why destroy something and create a bunch of IDPs and refugees that he's going to have to deal with? Leaving the power grid up left in place the mechanisms for occupation. Now that the dreams of occupation are dead, it's time to just go full out and unleash, Plan B, which is just kill as many Ukrainians as possible.
So I agree with everything Raver said. I think there's another component. Even if he said, say, for example, if he realized in August that this, that he's done for and that this is the maximum extent of occupation, taking out the power then, yes, there's no electricity, but, fine, days are long, there's no need for heating, etc. Doing it now, as winter is approaching, is just a lot more impactful, is a lot more devastating, is a lot more cruel, is a lot more brutal. He likes being a lot more all of those things. So that, from that perspective, it makes sense why he perhaps wouldn't have done it in July or August, but has done it now. So in February, March, he thought he can take the whole thing. Why destroy the stuff that then you'd have to rebuild expensively so, right? In July, August, there was no point. In September, he's like, oh, I can just wait another month. And now in October, it has much more of an impact. I think the other part was it was already clear that Ukrainians were already training on like Aspida, for example, anti-air systems in September, and it was clear that the NASAMS are going to come. And I think at that point he kind of realized, okay, I need to go and do this earlier because I can deliver only so many standoff weapons because our logistics are kind of shit. And because of that, I need to do it now in October rather than then in November when their air defenses are going to be even better and fewer of my standoff weapons are going to go through. Something along those lines. Now, can I show this quantitatively? No, but it kind of makes sense. It's probably an 85% reliable explanation.
Makes sense.
All right. Thank you, Gilbert. I like easy questions because, rather questions that I can answer because I can answer them. And that makes for a better conversation. Timo.
Hi. So regarding how to get the children back, the Ilkka Korhonen, he gave quite interesting example of the power of Western, I think in this case it was United States sanctions. Basically United States forced the chief executive of Hong Kong, Carrie Lam, who was doing exactly what the Chinese government wanted. Basically, United States forced her to live cash-only life because Chinese banks refused to give her bank cards due to sanctions. So if we can put through secondary sanctions if we have to, we could really force cancel Dubai and Abu Dhabi holidays for Russians if we have to. Because also I think one reason why they reacted so strongly to the travel ban is because that has real consequences to their life quality. If you have stolen $1 billion to live high life and offer high life to your kids, if the sanctions take 1/3 of that way, it really doesn't matter. But once sanctions start to hit where you can travel and you can live pretty much only in Moscow or to have a holiday in smoggy Beijing, that's gonna really hurt. So also I think because Russians, I think someone said here that Russians are brutal but not tough. There is this kind of highly individual attitude among many of them that F everyone else but my core family and my core friends. You can see this also kind of in the Medvedev trade. Putin did a really politically bad trade for his friend Medvedev, with whom he had personal relationship, because he couldn't handle him being president, and he made the politically bad trade for Azov to trade Medvedev for Azov leaders. So I think we can force their hand eventually. And also I think we can see this in how we have been. Also, there is a lot of snitches and corruption in Russia. We could, for example, track down who are their missile route planners, and then we have been able to track their poisoner or the agents who have done the poisonings, because you can bribe everybody for information. So I think we can eventually track the kidnapped and also force Russia to give them back through various sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. I think those are good. Those are really good points. For those who missed it, Timo was referencing notes from Ilkka Korhonen, who is the head of the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies. So he mostly studies how economies develop, but sanctions are basically the reverse of that. And you might remember he was with us, 2 weeks ago? Here on this page, we had a big discussion about the impact of sanctions on Russia, and it was really good. He's really fantastic. Go ahead and follow him. IIKA is his first name. That should help you find him. and he's really good at listing, observing the effects of sanctions. Lots of graphs. If you're into economics and the like, go seek him out. I occasionally retweet stuff from him, as does Ben. So if you're at a loss, you can probably find it through one of us, through one of us, or look at the previous cards on the MriyaReport. That's probably easiest. Joseph.
Hey there, folks. Joseph here. Happy to be back and see all the great speakers still around. I just wanted to circle back to the targeting of the population. I think it's actually a continuation of the initial strategy, which has always been to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. And it seemed like at the beginning of the war, it was by shooting their houses to make them leave, which would cause something called uncontrolled or chaotic population movements, which would have served two purposes. One, occupied the Ukrainian armed forces to protect the population, and two, serve as cover hostages for the Russians to move in, for example, in Kyiv. And in that sense, it's not a new strategy, and they always had the intention to kill or force out as many Ukrainians as possible to, of course, occupy the country and mainly steal everything they could. So I wouldn't really put it all on new capabilities or having a different goal today as they had before. But it's always a combination of things, and in that respect, it makes sense to get as many Iranian missiles as possible to continue to target the civilian population as much as you can, which is just so terrible. And that's why we have to help as much as we can. Definitely write to your representatives to support Ukraine also in a technical way with industrial power and water. And just one last point. I might have said this yesterday, but it seems like there's a new wave or an increase in Vatniks online, and I see a lot of NAFO fellas and fellerinas here. So just maybe now it's a daily reminder to don't give up the fight, support each other, and keep doing what you're doing, because it's all the more important now as it's always been. That's me done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joseph. I will agree with you that it's pretty much the same goals being pursued, right? And I think Raver and I were agreeing with that earlier as well. It's just that particular timing affects the pursuit of goals, I guess, is where I come down to it, and it just furthers their goals better to be cruel in this particular way now than it would during the summer. I think it really comes down to that, and I think Joseph, you're probably in broad agreement with that very general statement as well.
Yeah, it's scary. It's really scary, actually, and it's so bad. Imagine if they're successful, and how many hundreds of thousands and millions of refugees it will create. We have to support them as much as we can, and these people are the worst. I don't think it's been so clear, good versus evil war in my life, and keep doing what you're doing, folks.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, I guess it depends on how old you are, but you're right. I can't think of, goodness, it's been decades since there was a war, a large-scale conventional war, conventional war of any scale that's as clearly defined as well. There have been so many more civil war types, limited interventions, whatever. This is a vast-scale conventional war. Now, as the refugees that it might or might not cause, now, there's definitely going to be many people internally displaced within Ukraine, people moving from cities out to the countryside, simply because if you live in a house in the countryside, you are a lot less dependent on infrastructure. Because as long as you can heat your house with wood, then you're probably, you're much more likely to survive. You don't need strong electricity-driven water pumps to move water up to the 15th floor either. So all of those things help. The other part is, there's already a coalition of 12 countries that are sending substantial quantities of electrical equipment to Ukraine to help fix things up. More of that will be coming. A lot more of that will be coming. And that is going to help no end as well. So between that and vastly improve their defenses, there's going to be a serious improvement of the situation in Ukraine as well. So hopefully it will not have to come to that. But I agree. It is imperative to help in every way imaginable. And it's not an either or. It is both air defenses and more weapons for Ukraine to be able to quicker and better liberate itself of the Russian invasion, and help to rebuild crucial infrastructure needs to be rebuilt now. All of it at the same time. There's 30+ million Ukrainian adults. They can walk and chew gum and talk and do many things all at the same time, because they don't each have to do all of it. Different people can do different things. Raver, go ahead.
Hey, Domin. So I'm going to go back to an even earlier point. I think it was the first thing I heard you say when I logged on this morning, is that you had been co-hosting for about 6 hours and were not up to date on any breaking news. And I'm not an OCT guy. I don't pour over satellite imagery or translate Telegram channels. But I am a bit of a futurist by trying to read between the lines and weighing it against history. And everything I was seeing this morning was Russians talking about everything but the battlefield. They'll talk about the Su-57M. I saw some videos of some pretty girls bragging about people on the streets of Kyiv using generators to sell phone charging. And that tells me that they don't want to talk about the battlefield. Ukraine's been relatively quiet, and they usually are when something big is brewing. And I think between the two of those, we're probably getting closer to our next big breakout Ukrainian news story.
But there's not a whole lot of news yet, right? Still information blackout on a whole lot of fronts at the same time.
Yeah, correct. But it's the fact that the Russians aren't talking about anything. They aren't engaging in their usual braggadocio. Actually says quite a bit, even if we don't know exactly what it's saying.
Yeah, some things never change. Some things really never change. I think that's one of them. Yeah, thank you, Raver. Daniel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. You know the subject, so I wondered why all of you are starting saying that on Russia 24. And let's explain to our listeners what I saw posted by Gani, because Gani loved to troll. And I watched it and I said, why he say what he said? Of course, he blinks the eye at the final tirade, but it's interesting because he says the truth. And, it's very hard.
I still think they're fake subtitles. I still think it's a parody. No, and I can't comment because I haven't had time to listen yet.
No, I listened just to proposition, and with my rudimentary Russian, is that it is not something different, because if you look at the host, which is not the host, it's just a puppet that is made it for Solovyov to make his tirade. He said, shut up, shut up, shut up. The idea is something like this. What our American friends and Western European people don't understand about propaganda is the propaganda of the Russian is not Soviet propaganda. Is a small difference but consistent. Nobody goes to Simoyan or Solovyov from Kremlin, I don't know, chief deputy of assistant of the cupbearer of Shoigu, for example, and say, this is the text for tonight. The Russian propaganda doesn't work like this. They are more subtle. For example, all their wild claims, people imagined, not Julia Davis, because she understands them very well. But people imagine, you know, they are in strict coordination. They made wild claims, more fascist attitude, and now the grandpa come and calm down. Look at me, I'm a mediator. I'm the good faith you can discuss, negotiate, make a deal, things like that. No, their propaganda is a parallel system. Is something I'm pretty sure I never say this, but their system is not like a parasitic, is something like coexistential, something like that. Both get power from this symbiosis. And even when you say this truth was said, let me elaborate so the listener can understand. He said, very simple, we lose the war, our people die, we bomb Ukraine in the hope they will freeze to death, but our soldiers will freeze to death in Kherson. They destroy our army, and Americans are happy with this. And we not understand, we will lose this war. Not only will we lose, but we'll be in tribunals, we'll be judged. We have our heads shaven and will be paraded on the streets of Kiev because Ukraine will defeat this imperial Russia. It's shocking because this is my discourse, not all of you.
Yeah, Daniel, again, they're fake subtitles.
Okay, okay, better. You understand better, you are Slavic.
No, so this account is really good at making very believable fake subtitles. They're just
Yes,
slightly
yes,
off,
yes.
but
I
tracking it
got
really
in that.
closely. So,
but you said it's different, much different.
I haven't listened yet because I can't, because I'm the only one here. So let's reconvene about this when I have had a chance to listen, because I can't listen to the space and listen to that. You know that.
Okay. Let me say what I said about parallel system, because it's real. This is very, very real. I don't know. Like I said, my Russian is rudimentary. This system of coexistence helped them a lot to take the steam, the pressure from the society and put it, I don't know, at work, because they have a problem calling patriotic war. They cannot call this patriotic war. This is the entire edifice of referendum, annexation. This was the motivation. They cannot make it people to die for the motherland. And I think is a very bad situation for them. Very, very bad. Because remember they asking for volunteers for 3-4 months ago, right? They don't get it, volunteers. They start forcing recruitment. After forcing recruitment, they go into penitentiary, home shelters, everything. Immigrants, anything. Because what they need? Human meat. They need soldiers, what they don't have. And I think that is the problem for them. Because they counting people will feel how they want them to feel. Go defend Mother Russia. And if you are stupid from Chelyabinsk, maybe you say, okay, it's Mother Russia, it's Odessa. But most normal Russian know very well Ukraine is not Mother Russia. So you cannot call them to defend the motherland when you are clearly an invader. And this small thing, I think, is the essential problem. I see the struggle for them to get this war to be popular, to be sustained by the people, to say, okay, well, I lose my butter, I lose my job, I need to work more, my uncle is dead, but, you know, for the glory of the Russia. For me, it's very funny to see the struggle to get people involved, and didn't get it because you have the proof. Emigres, that immigrants are just for that. I will start to listen again. That shit. Maybe I will discover how wrong I am.
I asked a friend who can maybe listen in my stead at some point in the next hour to give me proper subtitles, or a proper summary, and then we can take it from there. But yeah, I agree about the structure of the propaganda, though, and I think this is really the more important point. This is the one I'm going to go and engage with, right? It is very much the concept of throwing lots of at the wall and seeing what sticks. And they have pretty free hands, right? As long as they are consistently very pro Kremlin and very pro Russia, it's fine, because it doesn't really matter, because truth isn't important. It's the spirit of the things that's important, right? The truth doesn't really matter, and they're perfectly happy to just go and do whatever, to say whatever, just move along. Blame the Anglo-Saxons, blame whatever minority domestically. If you want an internal enemy, blame whatever, whomever else. Blame the Nazi Jews. Blame the blame the LGBT community from Hollywood, right? Blame someone. It doesn't matter. Just blame someone. And if there's 7 different propagandists and they blame 7 different people, each segment of society, depending on who they hate most, is going to remember the one that they believe most anyway, and everybody's going to move on. And different people are going to blame different.
Blame for what? Blame for what?
Whatever.
This is the problem. No. I can say anything about Russians, but they're not stupid. They are not stupid. Normal people from any city, town, even village, they're not stupid. People say, oh, these peasants, these slaves. They're not stupid. Because how many targets they missed? We go to denazify, demilitarize, to stop NATO, to defend Christianity, stop all the decadent West, something like this, right? And they just move targets, because nothing was achieved. Nothing. They said, we'll conquer Kiev in 3 days, then in a week, then they retreat. They said, we demilitarize Ukraine. Ukraine is so militarized, not just because the West, but because them. they said stop NATO. Okay, hello Finland, hello Sweden. Things like this, and even if you stay every day in that couch and eat your cabbage with carrots or what you want to eat this day, and watch Russia 24, watch Russia Today, right? Channel 1, anything. At one moment, after you are very passionate, you are very patriotic, you believe in this, and you think the grandfather is right, yes? But still, something is wrong. You heard about zinc coffins finding in garage place in Belgorod. You see, I don't know, son of your neighbor coming without legs and saying Hohols kill them. Things like this cannot be totally crushed. Even Chinese try to censorship everything. Russia is not like this. And people start asking, if we winning, why we need more soldiers? If we winning, why do we retreat? If we winning, why are our fleet sinking? Things like this.
Advance backward, Daniel. Advance backward.
They are not stupid, Doman. And even the grandfather knows. They are not all stupid. Not all will fall in this. A minority, of course, they will go to execute them, kill their children, destroy their cities, but it's a minority. A majority says, I can do anything against. That is real. They don't have the psychological muscle to oppose them, because they never did something like this. Oppose the war, oppose the Kremlin. It's something almost, how I can say, wishful thinking. But they know they're losing. I will watch again that 2 minutes.
Thank you, Daniel. In like 5-10 minutes, I can tell you what's going on. Okay, let's in the meantime go to Martin, Joanna, and Jörn, and by then I will probably know. Martin, morning.
Good morning, Doman and the rest of the world from Winnipeg, Manitoba, just about in the center of Canada on this 1st of November.
Martin, the center of Canada is a lot further north.
No. Center going east-west. Actually, the geographical center of Canada is near the city of Steinbach, Manitoba. There's a big sign on Canada #1 highway, Trans-Canada Highway, that explains it all. So we're not too far from there. So, and Winnipeg is the major population center. So that's why I say that. City of 780,000 people. And I invite everyone who ever has the opportunity, including, of course, you, Doman, my friend, to come and visit one day. There's lots of sites here and of course, across the rest of the Canada. But I'm not here to be a travel advertisement for my grand country of Canada. Though at a drop of a hat, I will do that. Doman, I just want to say Slava Ukraini. And thank you. And just bring a couple of things to people's attention. One is for my Canadian friends, CBC television, I believe it's this Thursday, on the show The Fifth Estate, which is an investigative journalism show, is going to have a special about investigating Russian war crimes in Ukraine. I believe it's this Thursday. I've seen it advertised, so I think it's important to bring that to people's attention, Doman. And thank you for allowing me to do so. When I'll post more information about it on Twitter when I find it, but it's been advertised on CBC TV, and I think it would be, I'll be very definite. It is important for people to see that. And also, I retweeted a number of articles from the past 2 or 3 days that 2 of which were in the Times of London. Very informative. One was called Putin Read My Book on Potemkin. Now he has robbed his grave. And it's by the British historian Simon Sebag Montefiore, who wrote this book about Potemkin. And just reading the article, because I didn't know much about Potemkin, apart from the usual phrases, Potemkin village and some scattered information. But it's very, very enlightening. Another article, Domen and friends from across the world, is called From Holodomor to Kolodomor, and it was in The Hill, and I reposted that. And it's also by a historian on Ukrainian and Russian history, on Ukraine and Russia from the United States. And then there was one more article that I posted as well from the Times of London that people can take a look at about, it's really important. It's called Putin's Cheerleaders Are the Darkest of Cynics. It was a comment in the Sunday Times this past Sunday. And so I won't elaborate, but they're all there that I retweeted for people to read and to help inform themselves even more about this situation, which we are all we have all been involved with since February 24th. So I'll head off from there and just say Slava Ukraini again. And Domen, thank you again for indulging me and relaying this information. And I'll drop down to listener, and cheers to everyone.
Thank you very much, Martin. Let's make a slight intermezzo before we go to Jana. Daniel, would you like to mea culpa?
Oh, no problem, no problem. Like I said, my Russian is rudimentary. But when you say Americans bucks, that is not something very, very.
No. So Daniel previously, the stuff that Daniel was referencing earlier is from an account called Real Subtitles, which is a fantastic parody account of Russian propaganda videos. It mis-subtitles them, but it's called Real Subtitles. And I couldn't listen to it, but I got a friend to check it out. It's like, no, it's really well done, but the first 30 seconds roughly follow it, and then it's all fake. But it fits very much his facial expressions and speech patterns, and it deceived Daniel earlier.
And some words, because this gets me, because some words I know, but I don't watch it carefully because the end is very, very, very clear. Is just a message of triumph and we will win, things like that. Idea is you don't know Russian, don't pretend you know Russian, ever.
Yeah, so apparently, what I'm told real quick, it's just the regular old diatribe on Ukrainians are servants of Satan and are slaves of Satan and just follow everything Americans do, and just the regular old, same old by Solovyov. Nothing new, nothing like was being advertised. Anyway, moving on, Joanna.
Hello again. So I was wondering if you want to talk about the military status. I know that you touched Bakhmut earlier.
Wait, 10 seconds, because we're getting our favorite John up. Not our favorite John. Sorry, John, but Colonel John Spencer is still our favorite John. I'm sure that we'll be accepting of that. Or we can be joint favorite John. How about that? Joanna, continue now, because I'm very happy I have John here for supporting fires.
Yes, I'm happy to. So I was wondering if we can talk a little bit about Kherson. I know that there is a radio silence or blackout, how do you call it, around Kherson, but still there are some additional information that appear on media. For example, that they are now evacuating 15 kilometers more, that they are moving equipment, but I don't know which side, from which to which side, because it's a little bit confusing. and also the cubes. So when we talked about the tetrahedrons, and I wondered what other platonic solids they will bring. Well, there is a collection now. We have the cubes. I wonder when they will bring some icosahedron to the field. So what can we figure about Kherson right now?
Good morning, John. Would you like to take this?
Thank you.
So in terms of events on the ground in Kherson, I haven't seen, anything new over the past 24 to 48 hours, just largely a continuation of what we've been seeing before that. There continue to be reports that Russians have been withdrawing artillery pieces from the right bank to the left bank, or in other words, from the western bank to the eastern bank. Those reports continue to persist, but beyond that, I haven't seen any new motion of the front line in a significant way.
Did you see the cubes that Johanna's mentioning? The sort of like pillbox type things, or like little prefab bunkers? Not the ones with the rounded roofs, but these are new from yesterday, I think.
I saw some videos of them moving around those prefabricated fortifications. I'm not sure if I saw the cube one specifically, but they were moving them to some weird areas, like the Kinburn spit near the Gulf of the Dnipro, which is a very strange location to place them.
Yeah, so that's the really pointy outy bit from where Russians were shooting at tugboats yesterday, right? The tugboats at Ochakiv.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I had, sorry for after this I'll be quiet. I had like a hypothesis about the attack with drones to the port, to the Sevastopol port, because apparently we don't know yet, but apparently there are not many ships that are damaged. But I know that they attacked some infrastructure facilities on the ground also. We have seen some smoke and explosions. And maybe they targeted only the radars there. And maybe they did it in preparation for something in Kherson, because practically the radars from there can go over to Kherson in a way. So I don't know, maybe it's a little bit far-fetched. But what if it's just some kind of interdiction of, radars on the area? I'm not the military, so
yeah. No,
bear
John,
with
you
me.
just talk. Just talk. I've been talking for like 7 hours straight. You just go.
Right. So that is a possibility, but two things to consider there are the Russians have a number of ground-based radar stations in western Crimea. So we're talking really northwest of Yevpatoria that are much closer to Kherson than any of the ships in Sevastopol would be. The issue for the Russians is from what we can tell, they are not willing to chance getting that close to the western Ukrainian coastline, obviously due to the presence of a large number of Ukrainian anti-shipping missiles, obviously harpoons at about 100 to 150 kilometers in Neptune, out to about 280 to 300 kilometers. They don't seem to be very willing to get close enough with their surface vessels, for risk of due to the risk posed by these anti-shipping missiles. So if they are trying to provide radar coverage for the area from Crimea, I suspect they would be using their ground-based radar installations in northwestern Crimea. That is also where they're launching a number of the Shahed 136 loaded munitions from. So I don't remember the specific locations of the sites off the top of my head, but they've been launching those fairly close by to some of those radar installations, again, northwest of Yevpatoria.
I guess it was Olenivka or something like this. But thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, John. Jörn.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick question. seen reports, and this may have been covered, but I haven't been able to listen that much today. Seen reports about a raid on an airfield, and I checked the maps, and if I understand it correctly, that airbase is close to Estonia. Is that correct, or am I way off? Is this for
Yeah,
real?
Pskov is just off of the Estonian border. My understanding is it was some sort of partisan or intelligence type activity. 2 K-25s destroyed. Sorry, 25s, 52s. See, this is the problem with English. Who says they're 10s before they're 1s? I don't understand. The K-52s and an MI something, John, and then 2 other helicopters damaged.
I'll have to go back and check the Telegram post, pulling that up right
Yeah,
now.
they said 2 K-52s and 1 Mi-28, which is the very modern, almost Apache-looking gunship that Russia has. But do we know that this actually happened? If so far off from anything Ukraine is just fantastic. Then they should really get paranoid all over Russia.
So we now have reporting from both Russian sources and Ukrainian sources. So I believe it was Baza, a Russian source, that originally reported the raid. Now it's been noted and a battle damage assessment has been provided by GUR, Ukraine's military intelligence service, on their official Telegram page. So that's where the 2K-52 is the one Mi-28H Havoc, as well as 2 other undisclosed helicopters. That's where those figures came from. So we now have reporting from both sides. So that would make it seem likely that something did in fact happen. I believe there was also someone took a look at the video that was released of the explosive charges being planted, and they were able to identify, real explosive components. They identified, what was it, a VDZ-6CH mechanical delay firing device and some MD5 detonators. So, those are legitimate devices. It isn't just, that would seem to indicate that the video isn't just staged, as well as taken with the reports from, again, both Russian sources and now an official Ukrainian government source.
That's fantastic. I didn't know this would be a wine night, but it will definitely be a wine night. Thank you.
I have to say, then John's telling me that he can't speak at the moment, but I should remind everyone that no one's heard AXO in the space for a while. Pskov is right next to Estonia. Yeah.
So you're saying that we might expect more. There will be more raids.
I'm not saying anything. Just I'm just observing. Kidding. Obviously. Balanced. Next up. Balanced. Daniel.
Hi, sorry. You know what is weird? Sorry, let's bounce.
No, go, Daniel. It's all good. Go.
I will try to be short. It's not weird. Pskov, they assume that hit, which is very, very easy to enter because they let every journalist, every blogger to enter in that base. And Ukraine assumed that attack, which in my opinion is less likely than we expect, but they refuse to assess Saki and Kerch Bridge, which is very clear is not partisan war. And I like this idea. Assume something and dismiss other things.
And there was actually some kind of claims to it by Ukraine, wasn't it, yesterday? And I think that makes a big difference. It's like, yeah, we did it, kind of thing. John?
So there were some people were posting that GUR had taken responsibility for it. However, all of those people misread the Telegram post. Gore just provided a battle damage assessment. They did not actually explicitly claim responsibility for it. So it's still unclear in that regard, you know, if it was Ukrainian intelligence or Ukrainian SSO, or if it was potentially, you know, the Russians themselves, perhaps some conscripts or pilots that did not want to go for round 2 in theater. So either one's a possibility. We don't really have any firm confirmation either way at this point.
I just want to say, this morning, the Ukrainian General Staff said 1 destroyed fixed wing, 4 destroyed rotary wing. There was 1 K-52 downed in Kherson yesterday. No other reports anywhere from Ukraine, but 3 in Pskov, right? So they seem to. My guess is they're probably including the 3 destroyed in Pskov to make up the 4.
Is it Pskov or Pskov? I've always been.
I like your logic, Domen, but in my opinion, here is a flaw. If you see his partisan there, you want to be encouraged, not to be interrogated by military police. So better say, oh, yes, us, we did it. I don't think so. It's much easier for a recruit to get explosive and plant on the helicopter than get a logistical problem with delivering some special operation forces in Pskov. Is not so easy, in my opinion. I don't say
No,
impossible,
I agree.
but
I concur. But I'm just gonna say, look, it seems like they included it on the list, right? Which they don't usually do. Usually, the sort of weird things that go up in Russia, they're not included on lists. So that's why I think it's meaningful. I don't know, but I agree, John. Yeah, you're right. I remember then rereading that, you know, the posting in Ukrainian, and like, no, it doesn't say we did it anywhere. But did you hear of more than 1 helicopter downed in Ukraine yesterday, John?
I heard of 1, and then beyond that, I'm not sure. I did not.
And a K-52 in Kherson, right?
I believe so. I don't remember the exact figures off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, you're right. It's Pskov, but I say Pskov because that's how I would say it in Slovenian. But you're right. It should be Pskov. Anyway, moving on. Balanced. Sorry about earlier.
I like your logic, Domen. I'll tell you, I let Daniel go in front of me because of his voice. I try hard to emulate that voice. And when he comes on, I try hard. It's that resonance is solid. And I also like your logic, Domen. Question. Telegraph. So I'm not on Telegraph, and Telegraph or Telegram?
Telegram.
You think I know? I only hear the word 4 trillion times a day. Telegram. I don't know, something about that app. I was like, whatever. Is it actually no longer being utilized by the Vatnik douchebags that are posting like with 0 OPSEC, like, or was that bullshit?
So I think it was down for 12 hours in Russia over the weekend, after the night after the Sevastopol events. But I don't really know what exactly happened with it. John, you
can I
actually Nick, if you actually read Telegram, that's good chat. Because I don't.
But the story of Telegram downtime was that Telegram itself continued to work, the app. What happened was that Ukraine was, so Telegram is a communications app, but also a website, and you can share links to individual bits of the content. So when you see a video that's been shared from Telegram to Twitter, that will have gone via a link on a website or a web domain called t.me, which just saves typing. And somebody on duty in Moscow on Saturday evening decided or got told to take offline 2 or 3 links that were being posted by the Ukrainians with handy tips for Russians on how to surrender. And so they took the whole of the t.me with whatever sort of Russia's great firewall isn't quite as effective as China's, but with whatever means they have at their disposal, they made the t.me domain not work for, I think, more like 2 to 3 hours than 12. And so this got amplified into Telegram is down in Russia, which is kind of hilarious because Telegram is basically a Russian network in the first place. So all that happened was by trying to block 2 or 3 links, somebody got overzealous. And then I suspect probably he then got another call saying, yeah, but quite a lot of our propaganda operations rely on this, so put it back up again. So I don't think there was very much to see. And it certainly wasn't, there's a coup in progress, Telegram has been taken down. But, these things get pretty feverish. It was the weekend. It was the evening. Indeed, it was Saturday night feverish. And so there wasn't, no, Telegram was not taken down. Ukrainian and Russian forces continue to put their OPSEC in danger by using it. And to the extent that it's mostly the Russians doing that, I'm all for it.
John?
Gotcha. Yeah, there was a brief disruption to some of the channels. It would have really only been an issue for those that were not using a VPN, because most people in Russia use a VPN for obvious reasons, and B, if they were not using a VPN and they were potentially running the channel off of a desktop device where essentially you have to use the t.me URLs, because I noticed that a good number of channels basically stayed online. They did not stop posting even once Roskomnadzor put up that it was blocked, and then removed it from the list about 45 minutes later. While there were some that basically went dead for a couple hours, I presumed they were A, did not have VPNs, and B, were being run off of some sort of desktop application rather than the app itself. And so they were having to access the t.me URLs in order to actually be able to post stuff into their channels. So yeah, that disruption was resolved, shall we say, in fairly short order.
Got it. Thank you. I feel like I chased Daniel away. I was totally complimenting the fact that his voice was made for Twitter Spaces and radio, and he ran away. I feel bad. I feel terrible. I have to DM him. It's funny, Doman, do you know that you and Ben, I was joking with Axel a couple of months ago. I said, you and Ben sounds like you, except super, super tired.
Maybe that's because Ben does a lot of his hosting in the middle of the night, and I think he is
in the
super
bathroom.
tired sometimes.
He said,
or random French parks.
Right. I said, and I feel for him because when you're a new parent and you don't want to wake your kid, and it's like your first kid, and so same situation. First kid, didn't want to wake him, and so my wife and I spent a fair amount of time in our bathroom. So Ben had actually shared with us a few times that he was in the bathroom. But yeah, Ben's actually listening. So whoops. Now I'm going to chase him away. Oh, there's Daniel. They're not stupid, Doman. So anyway, Daniel, all props to you. You need to be in the radio industry. All right. Thanks, Doman. Talk to you soon. You guys are awesome.
No, Balance, you got it all wrong. He's not in the bathroom. There just happens to be a shower and a toilet in his office. It's the other way around.
Okay, got it.
Joanna.
You're so nice, guys. I love you. So I just remembered another subject because Daniel pronounced the word recruits. We didn't talk about the end of the mobilization and the fact that today there is a conscription starting, the annual conscription, which was delayed for 1 month because of the mobilization, which apparently ended, but we are not sure because there is no decree. and according to some, they mobilized 200,000. According to some other, 300,000. There is also the number of 500,000. I've seen some reports that some tens of thousands are already on the field. So, well, there is an end to the mobilization and the beginning of the conscription. Of course, the conscripted will arrive probably 6 months from now in Ukraine. What do you think about it? And the mobilization was ended quite abruptly. I read somebody saying that he was in the office and some I don't know, officer came and sent them home, something like this. We are not mobilizing now, you can go home. Good surprise. So I don't know if it's still a meaningful subject.
John, what's up with the mobilization?
Right. So there's this, in theory anyways, there's this interesting distinction between conscripts that are conscripted via their annual, or I should say their biannual conscription cycle, and those that are I shouldn't say conscripted, I should keep my terms separate here, those that are quote unquote mobilized via the current ongoing mobilization process. So my understanding, based upon the texts and the translations of the various different decrees that I've read, is that the current class of conscripts from the most recent conscription cycles, it's biannual, so twice a year, they still have not been, at least in large part, deployed into theater. For contrast, it's important to remember that when the partial, again, quote unquote partial mobilization decree was issued, September or whatever it was, the text of that stipulated that all mobilized individuals were to be legally considered contract soldiers rather than conscript soldiers. And so kind of within the Russian legalism, or really proceduralism, that means that they can be deployed to a war. They can be deployed to combat outside of the official borders of the Russian Federation without requiring, a formal declaration of war from the Duma and the Federation Council. And so that is why they did that. However, as far as I can tell, they never took a similar measure with the current class of conscripts that existed prior to the declaration of mobilization. So they were all still, I guess, legally conscripts. And so for the most part, with the exception of those that got essentially packed in to fill space in otherwise, contractor volunteer units due to corruption, we saw a good bit of that, especially in the spring. For the most part, that current class of conscripts was not pushed to the front lines. They were kind of just kept back in Russia doing random menial labor. With the new upcoming cycle, I don't know if that has changed. I haven't seen any specific texts of any decrees to indicate that they would be, that they're going to be legally reclassified as contract soldiers rather than conscripts. That's something to keep an eye on. That would indicate that, they're trying to, squeeze out that extra little bit of manpower that they can try and get from them. But I mean, I'm not sure how many individuals this conscription cycle will yield, because the mobilization and really targets the same demographics for the most part, since they're just basically conscripting or mobilizing, I should say, random people. It's more or less similar demographics to what they would normally target through conscription. In fact, it's even more broad. So I'm not sure what the yield is going to be manpower wise from this upcoming conscription cycle. Regardless of whether or not they choose to try and legally reclassify them as contract soldiers, so they can deploy them to Ukraine.
So probably not a very big deal one way or another, right? There's been some more chatter going on about there being a mobilization in Chechnya, which is kind of interesting because there wasn't one during the main one. But that is certainly going outside of the scope of just the regular old conscripts as per usual. So, you know, interesting stuff. Interesting. John, there's been another fire.
Oh, do tell.
No, bad one. For the third time in like a month, there's been a fire at Arsenal in Kazanduk in Bulgaria.
Is that name rings a bell? Is that by chance an arsenal or a munitions factory?
Yep. I mean, Arsenal, right? It's kind of tells you. Yeah.
Well, that is unfortunate. Presumably, assuming it isn't random coincidence, although I will quickly throw out a Mark Twain quote here. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action. I believe that the GRU was trying to infiltrate, potentially with intent to destroy a munitions plant in Albania. They were apprehended, and I believe there was a shootout with some local Albanian police, and
it was a military base.
Okay, understood. So if the GRU is up to that again, that's not surprising. A few years ago, I believe they had destroyed a munitions depot in Czechia. To be quite blunt, prior to the invasion, NATO's collective response to those incidents had been quite poor. We were insufficiently retaliatory, and it's clear that we failed to deter future instances of this type of action. So again, if this is not just some freak coincidence, if this was once again the GRU, action will need to be taken of some kind. What form that ultimately takes will be dependent on what the various military and political leadership of various NATO members decide, but some action will need to be taken in that regard.
No, exactly, and this is something that Ukraine has been suffering from before as well. After the start of the war in Eastern Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Eastern Ukraine in 2014, a lot of ammo depots across Ukraine, sort of 2015, 2016, went up in flames as well, as did a lot of these ones in sort of Bulgaria, Czechia, that were the most likely possible suppliers in the future to Ukraine. So, yeah, nothing that new. Now, they do happen sometimes, because they just do happen. That's all right. Munitions factories tend to work with very flammable stuff. Let's put it that way. But nevertheless, this is it's not good, is it?
Not at all.
John, earlier today there was a press conference in Sweden, and it was the highest ranking general in Sweden who had the press conference. There was some hope among some of us, mostly me, that this would end in some announcements of what Sweden might be sending going forward. Apologies for the background noise. I need to find something on a piece of paper. And there was some hope that they would be announcing some Swedish missiles like the RBS-70 and some Archers, and ideally some other stuff from elsewhere. But alas, there were no announcements, because basically it was said, look, this is a political question. This isn't a military question. So you have to wait for the press conference of the prime minister instead, or the defense minister, something along those lines. But they did talk a little bit about future work that the Swedish military has to do as it's in the process of joining NATO, such as and also increasing the increasing the production and increasing the expenditure on the Swedish military. Sorry, I'm confusing my countries now. So hopefully it does mean, and there were some positive indications in there that, he very much considers the war in Ukraine a matter of also Swedish defense, right, and regional defense. And therefore, I think that in that secret document that was sent last week from the Swedish military to the Swedish government, there are some quite positive words for quite expanded sending of goodies to Ukraine, be it archers, be it hopefully some other stuff as well.
Well, that would be an excellent development. The thing that I've been looking into actually recently related to Finland and Sweden is, this gets a little bit into the weeds, but in regards to NATO standardization, obviously 5.56 is the standard, or I should say 5.56 by 56 millimeter cartridges are the standardized round for service rifles amongst NATO member states. And Sweden does have a 5.56 NATO compatible service weapon, but Finland, as it turns out, does not. They have their service rifle still uses 7.62 by 39 millimeter, which is originally a Russian cartridge developed by the AK, then later used on the AKM, etc. Eventually was replaced by 5.45, which is what they use now. Which Russia uses now, I should say. And as NATO membership, or I should say, as NATO accession draws closer, that is one among many other significant items that we should be looking at that will show how quickly the final steps of NATO integration for these two, for both Sweden and Finland, will occur. Will be this really technical stuff of them adopting the remaining standards that they have yet to adopt. They've already adopted most of them quite a while ago, over the past decades, but a little bit of a tangent of something I was reading into.
John, was there an Iskander doing a 180 last night? Did I miss that? Because nobody could tell me when I got up, but I think that you will have paid attention to that.
So, there were some interesting videos from Belgrade. Is that what you were referring to, or are you referring to
Yes.
something else? So that video of that weird explosion over Belgrade, I wasn't exactly sure at first what that was. I don't have. I'll have to go back and pull up the tweet, and I'll get that put up into the nest in a minute. But in any case, there was a video that was put out of a strange-looking explosion at low altitude over Belgrade the other night, local time. Based upon the video, that seems to me to be my best guess, is it was some sort of Russian air defense system. Some people had suggested that it was a failed Iskander-M launch because there had been reported ballistic missile launches from the vicinity of Belgrade towards Kharkiv. However, the issue with that hypothesis is just based upon looking at the video. Given the apparent low altitude, an Iskander-M would still be in the boost phase of flight, meaning its rocket motor would still be burning, meaning we would see, a very bright, visible, not exhaust trail, but we would see, a very intense source of light from the, light being emitted by the burning rocket propellant. We don't see anything like that. It's just black sky, and all of a sudden, just a kind of a orange puff in the air from some sort of explosion-looking event. So that seems to me to indicate that it was likely not any kind of powered munition, in the sense that it did not currently have any kind of rocket motor firing. The event also didn't look like burning CP, ammonium perchlorate composite propellant, which is really what all modern solid rocket motors, including Russian ones for the most part, use. Didn't really look like burning rocket propellant. It looked more like detonation of some kind of warhead. So my hypothesis is that it was the detonation of a Russian surface-to-air missile. Given that we didn't observe, again, any kind of burning rocket motor or exhaust trail, that suggests very strongly that the missile had already experienced motor burnout. And given the apparent low altitude, that makes me think it was probably some sort of Russian SHORAD, short-range air defense system, as I would imagine the longer-range ones, such as Buk or S-300, would likely still have their motors firing at that point. And I'm about to put the tweet up in the nest.
All right, thank you very much, John. Okay, that makes sense. So odd behavior, not completely clear what it was. Not something that had a rocket motor still on, because that would have behaved differently. That makes sense. That makes sense. Some stuff you might have missed, and many other people who are just waking up on the excellent continent that is North America and elsewhere in the Western Hemisphere as well. Although South America is a lot further east than North America, so they're probably awake for a while now. 3 more ships, I think all grain ships, have left the ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Yuzhny. I don't know how many of which one this morning. So after I think 14 ships left yesterday, 3 more, and they're all in front of the Bosphorus somewhere by this point. 3 more left this morning. They're all already at the sort of northern Romanian latitudes, as far as the sort of Danube Delta latitude already. So they seem to be doing pretty well, and they got out unharmed, which is pretty good as well. What I'm kind of curious about is, will there's some container ships that have been in Odessa or maybe some other ports there since before the war started, since before the full-scale invasion started. So what I'm kind of curious about is, will there be an interest, perhaps, in those container ships possibly, leaving? Now that it's not just about the grain deal, because initially it was only the grain ships that were allowed to move, right, and not container ships. So I really wonder how they're going to resolve that, if at all, because I think that those owners of those container ships might want their ships back at some point. John?
So one thing I'm curious about in regards to the grain deal is, now that Russia has quote unquote suspended its participation, they've been making this weird narrative point of they aren't quote unquote withdrawing from the deal, they are quote unquote suspending participation. Do we have any word on whether inspections are continuing at Istanbul? I'm fully aware that the Russians had been, basically stalling and delaying, but is their inspections team still continuing to carry out inspections there? Do we have any info on that? Because, they announced that they were, again, quote unquote, suspending participation a day or so ago, and ships are still continuing to leave, are still continuing to leave Chernomorsk, Odessa, and what's the name of the other port? That I can't remember the name. Tivdini. Their vessels are obviously still continuing to leave there, and I'm curious, what we can glean from that fact.
I don't know. I have a hunch maybe Ben has an idea. So the thing that came out yesterday is that the Ascot, which is one of the insurers that work within Lloyd's of London, complicated system, maybe Ben can try to explain that as well if he has a minute, said that they would stop issuing new sets of insurance for ships leaving the southern Ukrainian ports. However, there's still that only kind of kicks in next week. So there are still ships that are insured. I don't know what conditions they're insured under, obviously. But within that, it's a little bit more flexible, seemingly, and it's almost as though Erdogan said, "Well, they're going to keep going," and Russia doesn't seem to have an ability to do anything about it. Whereas whereas there are inspections still continuing in Turkey in front of the Bosphorus, and seemingly at an accelerated pace. More seem to be undergoing inspection now than did previously.
Did we lose Domin, or is it just me?
I muted myself just now. I don't know. I thought I said everything that I could say.
You got as far as Turkey carrying out some inspections, but it did sound like it cut in the middle of a sentence.
I'm sorry. So it's only Turkey and UN now in the inspection teams, not Russia or Ukraine apparently. But they seem to be doing them at a much higher pace than they did in previously when Russia was still a part of it, because seemingly Russia was slowing things down markedly. John?
So that raises a very interesting point. So you are saying that it is a known fact that inspections are not only continuing, but they're continuing in the absence of the Russian inspection team and vessels that are and vessels are being allowed to pass through the straits, through the Bosphorus, without being inspected by the Russian team. Can we confirm that is occurring?
Yes, except apparently there's fog in the Bosphorus today, which meant that there's a lot fewer ships passing through anyway than there would be normally. So it's hard to assess exactly how many there are or were.
Okay, so this gets to a really fascinating point. So if Turkey, the UN, and I suppose Ukraine in this case are willing to basically say, screw it, we're going to let all these ships go through, even if the Russians don't inspect them, and just start getting these vessels inspected and through the Bosphorus. The interesting point that raises is, does Russia's participation in the deal even matter at that point? Because arguably it's irrelevant unless they take specific action, either via the Black Sea Fleet or via the Russian Air Force, to endanger the commercial vessels that are attempting to transit the Black Sea. Their refusal to participate doesn't really impact things, again, unless they are willing to take or at least threaten direct military action against these vessels or the shipping lines that they are using.
I'm honestly not really sure, John. Nick?
I've forgotten anything that I knew about that particular situation before the grain deal was signed. But back before the grain deal, were there actually any hostilities towards these ships, or was it just a sort of general, reluctant and entirely understandable, of course, reluctance or lack of insurance to and worrying about the mines, etc., that caused the shipments to stop? In other words, is the situation on the ground today, in terms of explicit military threats or whatever, actually any different from what it was before the deal was signed? I honestly can't remember. It reminds me a little bit of, clearly no civilian aircraft are flying in Ukraine at the moment, but I saw about 6 weeks ago, I think it was Wizz Air flew one of their planes out. I think it had only been stuck in Lviv, so they only had a short amount of Ukrainian airspace to cover, but they sort of decided to go for it and get their plane out of there. So I'm just wondering if was the situation before that there were overt threats, or was it roughly where we are now, where I think Russia had said something like, we can't guarantee the security of these ships, perhaps as a way to frighten the insurance company, but isn't actually going to make any, or doesn't seem to be like to make any overt movement to actually attack
I don't think Russia has. Oh, John, go for it.
So there were two distinct. Well, I shouldn't say distinct. There were two threats faced by any commercial vessel that wanted to transit the Black Sea from the Bosphorus to a port in Western Ukraine prior to the existence of this deal. The first issue and the most discussed was the presence of minefields, some that were laid by Russia, as well as some Ukrainian minefields that were in place to protect Odessa and the surrounding coastal areas from the possibility of any kind of Russian amphibious landing, which was a concern in the early weeks and months of the war. My understanding is that those minefields have been more or less removed now as part under the conditions of this deal. Ukraine clearly felt comfortable enough to do that with the anti-shipping capabilities that they currently have, again, by virtue of having Harpoon or ground-launched Harpoon anti-shipping missiles, obviously Neptune, that we've already seen in action. They've received a number of other systems, the AGM-119, which is usually helicopter launched, although I'm not sure if they have been given some sort of ground launch version. And then I believe there's potentially one or two other anti-shipping systems that they've been provided with. They're obviously, again, quite comfortable.
They've been provided with AGM-119. Has that been announced? Because we had a discussion a couple of days ago with the Norwegians, because it's kind of a Norwegian-y missile, right? And they didn't hear of it being provided.
I found something that said it had been provided back in May.
Interesting. Okay, where are all the Norwegians now that were here yesterday? Alan, Jørgen, etc. Yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. Interesting. Okay, because this AGM-119 is a pretty straightforward missile, right? Because it's kind of self-contained in a box, and you just hang it under the helicopter or whatever, and you don't need special pylons or anything. That's pretty cool.
This is very, but to continue, again, there was obviously that mine threat. Under the conditions of the deal, that was dealt with by various mine sweeping, mine hunting, and mine countermeasures vessels that were dispatched to clear those shipping lanes. The second threat was from direct action by vessels of the Black Sea Fleet, so as well as by aircraft of the VKS, the Russian Aerospace Forces, as well as shore-launched, Russia's own sets of shore-launched anti-shipping missiles. So P-800 Onyx, for example, launched from Bastion 300P systems in Crimea, for example. All of those posed a threat. In terms of strikes, missile strikes against commercial shipping in the Black Sea, there were a number of strikes in the first 48 hours. It's unclear if those were intentional or if they were just, due to the Russians having terrible targeting. Again, in the first 1 to 2 days, a number of those were docked in port at Odessa or underway in very close proximity to Odessa. I believe there were also 1 or 2 vessels that were struck by missiles of unknown origin while further out in the Black Sea. The situation with those was never really clear to me, but there was clearly some threat to shipping from direct attack with anti-shipping missiles, in addition to the threat posed by the minefields.
And this is also why there were no, there were no willingness to insure vessels or any willingness by the owners to actually move the vessels around. Jørgen, have you heard anything about it? Because 2 days ago we were discussing the penguins and nothing was going on.
Yeah, from what I found out, I looked around. I found some sources, not original Norwegian sources, but some secondary sources that the Penguin has actually been provided both by the Norwegians and the US. And it was developed as both a ground-launched from mostly ships and fixed-wing launched missile. But I know that it was sold to the US as a a rotary wing launched missile. But the Norwegians developed it for the F-16, and I know that several NATO partners participated in software updates for it to be possibly used by other NATO aircraft well into the 2000s. But one strength with it, it's not where the reach isn't very long. It doesn't have a very long range. But since it's a fire and forget and infrared seeking missile, it could be quite easily integrated into Ukrainian aircraft. So they might have a fixed wing launchable anti-ship missile now.
Can these be installed on boats? They can, right? I think this is part of the discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
On a light boat. And
Norway used it on both the frigates and very small patrol boats, which we designated as missile torpedo boats, or same sort of size as the German Schnellboats during World War II. So I think that the patrol boats that the US has said they would provide to Ukraine, I don't know if it's arrived yet, but that they could be fitted with Penguin missiles. So that would give them a bit of a punch in the Black Sea.
John?
So for the ship-mounted versions, do you know if they were horizontally launched, like with some sort of arm or box launcher, or were they designed for a vertical launch system with a cell-based type loading mechanism?
No, there were a box that were fitted on the hull of the craft, and they were launched from the box at a 45-degree angle. The tests that Norway did with the Penguin missiles had greater accuracy from the aircraft-launched missiles than the ship-launched missiles, and we think that is because of the vibrations of having them on the ships for a long time messed with the missile. But if you mount them for one single mission, then I think it would be all right.
And of course, there's also the other ones, right? The ones we discussed earlier today, the Robot 7, Robot 17, the Hellfire optimized for an anti-ship role, which is, I believe, also supposed to or can be launched from boats and the like, right?
Yeah, they can be. Those I actually operated on those and have fired live missiles with those. It's a very effective missile. It's laser guided, but it doesn't have a especially long range, like 10 to 12 kilometers. So you need to get in close, but it can be mounted on patrol boats as well. So, but I would use that if I had that. I would use it in a close range coastal defense role, the same as we used it in Norway to protect Mykolaiv and Odessa. And you could fire it across the river to destroy armored vehicles as well.
And maybe right now Ochakiv might be an appropriate place, right? But of course, I mean, they've been used in simple ground-to-ground role as well. There's no need to bring water into it unnecessarily, is there?
No, I absolutely could do that, but the system requires a bit of manpower, and you need the laser guiding team as well. So I think it's more efficient in a coastal row where you can move it around quite quickly with a boat, but there are easier systems like the Javelin, for example, that I would rather use in the land row, but you could absolutely use it.
John, do you know what I'd be curious about if Ukrainians manage to integrate such laser designators with some UAVs, and then makes the laser designating role easier and maybe enhances the utility of such laser guided missiles.
You could do that, but then I would just use the air-to-ground missile that the Americans have developed, because this specific anti-ship missile is Swedish license-built version that has a different flight path, which is ground to ground. So on a UAV, I would just use the regular Hellfire, the original one that the Americans has.
Oh no, I meant just the laser, right? So you can use like a little drone, like a commercial drone, even with a laser on it, and then the ground-based launcher, and might be. I know, John. What do you reckon?
I mean, there are a number of UAVs that Ukraine possesses that have some form of laser designator. Obviously, kind of the issue with really small ones is range is going to be limited, especially, you know, when you have that, you know, the mass of the laser designator factored in. I believe the TB2, it has a laser designator as it supports a number of small laser guided munitions. So that would be potentially an option to use an off-board laser designator, you know, from a TB2 or, you know, another similarly sized UAV, if that was a route that they wanted to pursue. There would probably need to be, you know, some software tweaks done to the TB2 in order to enable its laser designator to be compatible with the seeker on the munition itself. Because generally how they work is the seeker is programmed to only home in on a very specific pulse repetition pattern of the laser designator. So usually how it works is it's not some, you know, a continuous beam of infrared emissions and infrared laser. It's usually pulsed in a certain pattern, and the munition will be keyed to home in only on emissions that it, or I should say reflections that it detects that follow that pre-programmed pattern. You know, this is to harden it, you know, against any kind of soft kill active protection system that works by creating false emissions or you know, any kind of other emission to distract it. And it also allows you to, by tweaking the repetition pattern, to be able to key multiple different munitions to different laser designators in the same general area. So you know, you can launch multiple munitions without having to worry about them trying to follow the designation that's being painted by, you know, just a random designator.
The other thing, what I'm kind of thinking about is this just occurred to me, right? When you have a TB2 or you have some other, you know, higher end drone that's supposed to be doing this, they're going to have some sort of a stabilization system for a laser, right? And that seems kind of important. If you have a commercial drone, imagine like a quadcopter. I mean, it gets moved around by the air a little bit, right? But a very tiny bit of movement, if you don't have a very good stabilization system for a laser, is gonna alter the position of where that laser is painting by quite a bit. So that's not a very good idea in the end. Jörn?
Yeah, there is a code in the laser that makes the missile only track the specific laser that's meant for that missile. So this is absolutely doable, but I haven't done drone warfare. I just know this specific system very well, and I think the drones are so mobile and have such range that I think moving this missile around with a ground force is of course quite mobile, but not anywhere near as mobile as the drone itself. So I would just use munitions fired from the drone instead. It would be very limiting to have this ground force move the missile around to get close enough. So I still think the most efficient way to use this Hellfire missile is area defense and putting it on patrol boats to give them a surface-to-surface capability.
Another thing to consider on that point is it's not just about the specifics of the laser designator. There's also some mass and integration requirements for mounting the munition onto the pylon of the aircraft or the UAV. So, for example, with a TB2, again, their standard laser guided munition, if my memory serves, is the MAM-L. I don't remember what the MAM stands for. It's something in Turkish, I believe. It has a mass of about 20-25 kilos, whereas a Hellfire has a mass somewhere in the range of around twice that, 45 to 50-ish kilos. So, it may not be straightforward to directly integrate a Hellfire onto, again, just as an example, a TB2, due to the fact that, a Hellfire is twice the mass of a MAM-L. So not only, could the TB2 carry overall fewer munitions, but can that pylon and can the vehicle actually support having a munition of that mass, mounted on a given hard point?
So it's a smart micro munition, apparently the translation says on Wikipedia, which is probably, right. Yeah, I do really wonder about the designator structure, but hey, it is how it is. John. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think to use drones for reconnaissance, and I think if you had a two-team hunter-killer team with buggies or the laser team could be fast movers with terrain, motorcycles even, then you'd get there at the same pace as the missile team, and you'd have the range you needed. So it could be used in a ground-to-ground role, but as I said, I think they have other systems that are close. Even the Brimstone they use, which is quite similar to the Hellfire, but they seem to be to have a better system of launching them. So at least the ones we had in Norway that I used, I would just defend coastal areas with them and put them on patrol boats, and use other systems for the Luhansk front and Swatow and areas like that.
My understanding of the area around Swatow is there's basically two ridges with a big valley in between where Swatow lies in, something like that, right? So should be relatively easy, right? Should be relatively easy to use them in that way.
Go for it. Whatever tosses those turrets makes me happy. So, yeah, go.
Yeah, I see people have started doing some excellent mathematics on the basis of how long the flight of the turret is, to figure out how far it went up, because gravitational acceleration is a constant. Well, ish. There you go. John, thoughts
on the which point specifically?
Doing physics with turret tossing.
Oh, I think what is the highest one I've seen is I've seen a guesstimate for one. I think that was almost 100 meters. I'm not sure if that's since been beaten. That was a while ago.
Right, fair enough. John, let's talk a little bit about air defenses. Earlier today, there was again said that by the Pentagon that the US is intending to send 8 NASAMS altogether to Ukraine. 1,400 Stingers have already been sent, and many other things. So 8 NASAMS, 2 of them coming soon, other ones coming later. Earlier today, we had a little bit of a chat of how much this will benefit things, not just with regards to the missiles themselves, but also the air defense, but also the radars and the integrated radar picture it will allow them to have, right? We don't know when the 2 NASAMS are coming in, but how much roughly can one of those batteries cover on the basis of what's understood today. Because something that kind of piqued my interest was it seems that the radars have a lot less coverage, and the distance, can cover a lot less area than the missiles can fly, right? So if you integrate it with lots of other radars elsewhere, that's kind of the idea behind these things, isn't it?
So okay, so I'll start with the last part first. So the exact answer there will depend on the specific system, but the answer is generally no, that's not true. Usually the radar out, I don't want to be overly, I don't want to make too broad a generalization here because it does vary quite significantly in individual cases, but generally speaking, your radar range is going to be greater than the range of the munition itself. And that's the case usually for most radar systems that are organic to a given unit. So that's also true of NASAMS. So for NASAMS 3, the maximum engagement range for the missile itself, horizontally, it's 50 kilometers, 40 to 50 kilometers within maximum engagement altitude of about 35 to 45, I believe. Whereas the published radar detection range is out to about 120 kilometers. So generally speaking, you want your radar to have a significantly greater detection range than the munition itself, for a number of reasons. One of the significant ones is the fact that, let's say, you have a hypothetical scenario where you have a radar system, you have an air defense system, and the radar component has a detection range that's more or less equivalent to the kinetic range of whatever interceptor that system uses. The problem that you get into there is that, assuming you're not, there is no earlier detection by integration with other radar systems and other air defense assets that are not organic to that individual system. When the earliest that you can launch a given munition is when you detect the target that you're trying to intercept. So if you have a radar range and a interceptor range that are more or less equivalent, you will detect the target roughly when it enters the range of the missile, or excuse me, of the target, and then you will launch your interceptor. The interceptor will travel to the target and hopefully intercept it. The problem there is that by waiting to launch until the target has entered the range, has actually physically entered the range of the interceptor, you are not able to use to exploit the maximum kinetic capabilities of that interceptor, because you will not be intercepting the target at maximum range, because of the fact that, in the time that it takes you to launch the missile, or excuse me, in the time it takes you to launch that interceptor, and for the interceptor to travel to the target will itself have traveled further, towards the air defense system or towards whatever, other object it is, attempting to strike. And so the interception will occur well within the essentially the bubble that is the maximum physical range of the interceptor. So, if you have a 50-kilometer ranged interceptor, if you have a radar that also has a 50-kilometer range, you may end up performing interceptions at, say, 25 kilometers from the launcher, even though, the missile is kinetically capable of performing interceptions at 50 kilometers from the launcher. And that's due to the fact that you obviously can't launch the interceptor if you don't know where the target is, and you won't know where the target is until it's 50 kilometers away, at which point you have to launch then, and the missile will continue to travel, or the target will continue to travel while the interceptor makes its way to the target. Was that clear, or was I too all over the place with that?
No, it makes sense, John. I think really the big question is about ballistic missiles here, right? More than anything else. Ukraine seems to be relatively well equipped to cover other things. Certainly not to hit ballistic missiles very well, right? Is that about right?
Yes. So cruise missiles, fixed wing aircraft, rotary wing aircraft, UAVs / UCAVs, as well as loitering munitions, they are all fundamentally easier to intercept than a ballistic missile. They compose their own challenges, to be sure. Particularly with cruise missiles flying nap of the Earth trajectories or sea skimming trajectories in the case of shipborne air defense systems, where they fly very close to the surface, very close to terrain, and therefore may not pop up until, with the idea being not to be visible on hostile radars until the very last second, or whatever the minimum time interval is. But ballistic missiles are, kinetically speaking, due to their high altitudes of flight and their very high mid-course and terminal velocities, they are significantly more difficult to intercept. And this is kind of where we get into the whole issue of what I was saying is, the radar range should ideally be greater than the range of the interceptor. If you have them, if those two values are equivalent, you would say that the radar is poorly matched to the interceptor, because again, you get into that whole issue of, if you're detecting the target that you want to intercept at 60 kilometers and your interceptor is a 60-kilometer range, then the earliest that you can launch your interceptor is when it's at 60 kilometers away. And then in the time it takes your interceptor to travel to the target and intercept it, the target will have traveled an additional further distance into the theoretical bubble that the missile could, is kinetically capable of defending. And that's not optimal. So that's when you start getting to things like engage on remote, or I should say launch on remote and engage on remote, where you use off-board radars, so radars that are not organic to the launcher, in other words, to essentially cue the launcher to launch before, in this case, to launch before the target is within 60 kilometers, using these numbers as an example. So that way it can perform an interception much closer to that 60-kilometer limit that represents the maximum potential performance of that missile. And so that kind of gets into why, for example, the U.S., we have the Aegis missile defense system, both ship-based and the Aegis shore components, as well as THAAD, terminal high altitude air defense. That's why those systems are so complex and integrated together. It's provide that ability to launch and engage on remote, whereby you detect the target. You use off-board radars to detect the target before, at a greater distance than the launcher's onboard or organic radars can detect it. And so that improves the geographic area that you can defend against. Getting a little bit too into the technical weeds there, but to your point, yes, it is more difficult to intercept ballistic missiles. The system that Ukraine has currently that is optimized to intercept ballistic missiles is the S-300V system, which is a heavily modified derivative of the S-300. It was developed separately in Russian service, for example, whereas most air defense assets are operated by the Russian aerospace forces, the VKS. So all the S-300s, et cetera, are operated by the VKS. The S-300V systems are operated by the VV, Russian ground forces. And again, they're specifically optimized to provide, to intercept ballistic missiles. I believe Ukraine has one or two of the systems. They don't have that many, which is part of the reason why the ballistic missile threat is of significantly greater concern than the cruise missiles. I'm not sure if IRIS-T SL has the ability to intercept ballistic missiles. Raytheon's CEO has said that NASAMS can. Based upon the information that I've seen, I assume that he is specifically referring to the NASAMS 3 system, which is the latest version, likely specifically using the AMRAAM ER, AMRAAM extended range munition. I would suspect that is the specific munition that is capable of performing such an interception. It isn't clear if Ukraine will be receiving NASAMS 1, NASAMS 2, or NASAMS 3. Hopefully it's NASAMS 3. We haven't seen any announcements about AMRAAM ERs being provided as of yet. We've seen announcements about AMRAAMs, but nothing on the AMRAAM ERs yet. So hopefully we'll see some more announcements in that regard. But those would be that would be the relevant Western system. There's also SAMP-T, which you can kind of think of as the joint French and Italian equivalent of Patriot. They've agreed to provide one system of that. That would be, once that arrives in theater, that along with the whatever remaining number of S-300V systems Ukraine has, those would be the most potent anti-ballistic missile systems that Ukraine would possess at that point. They should be more than capable of intercepting the Fateh 110, which is the 300-kilometer range tactical ballistic missile that the Iranians are providing. And I'm not sure if it'll be able to intercept the 700-kilometer range. What is it? Zulfikar. I'm probably mispronouncing that horrifically. Short-range ballistic missile. It's kind of an edge case there. But yeah, the single SAMP-T system, that would be the critical system that is being provided, and hopefully more will be provided. But for now, only one system has been confirmed.
Thank you, John. So when you're trying to intercept ballistic missiles, as you've noted several times, you can't really do it at the apogee. It's just too far away. You kind of have to do it when they're taking off, which is kind of inside Russia or Belarus.
No.
Where can you intercept them?
Okay, so it depends on the platform, the interceptor that you're trying to use. There's been a number of systems developed that are designed to intercept ballistic missiles at different phases of flight. So for those who are unfamiliar, the initial phase of flight is what's known as the boost phase. So this is essentially the powered portion of flight when the rocket motor is firing. That continues from the moment of launch up till motor burnout. And then from there, you will usually enter the mid-course phase. So that's from more or less the end of boost phase to what's known as terminal phase. And terminal phase begins when the missile or its warheads experience atmospheric interface. So it recontacts and re-enters the atmosphere. Usually that's defined at around, I think 60 kilometers, depending. And then there's various different ways to, mid-course is sometimes also further divided into a post-boost phase. But in general, boost, mid-course, and terminal, those are the three major ones. In terms of terminal phase interceptions, NASAMS, that would fall into that category. It would be a terminal phase interceptor. Something like Patriot, THAAD, or SAMP-T, depending on the specifics of the missile, that is potentially a mid-course phase interceptor or a terminal phase interceptor, again, depending on the specific range and performance in the flight trajectory of whatever it's trying to intercept. Those could be both a terminal phase or a mid-course phase interceptor. And so mid-course would include apogee, which would be the high point altitude-wise in the trajectory that the ballistic missile is following.
But that's very high up even for short-range missiles, right? So Ukraine doesn't actually have things that reach that high up as interceptors, does it?
I believe S-300V is technically, I think it would be a terminal phase interceptor. The published number that I've seen, I'd have to go back and pull it up. I want to say it's up to 40 kilometers is the claimed maximum interception altitude I've seen in published sources. 30 to 40 kilometers potentially. So that would be terminal phase for most ballistic missiles.
Okay, so within that, because basically what we're getting at is they're likely going to be being intercepted in the terminal phase. The vast majority of them that do get intercepted, right? Is that a fair statement to make? Before I build a question off of that.
Yes. The only systems that would be, so I'm trying to think here. Now that I think about it more, I think the only mid-course system that, so SAMP-T, S-300V, NASAMS, they would all be terminal phase interceptors. I believe Patriot would also probably be a terminal phase interceptor. I think THAAD would be capable of a mid-course interception in this case, but I'm not sure that Ukraine is going to receive THAAD anytime soon. It would be nice if they did, but THAAD is an enormously expensive and complex system that there aren't very many of. So there's some challenges that would have to be overcome there in that regard.
I'll take that as a yes. Right, NASAMS can't reach very high up either, right? It's all terminal phase. So really my question here is, how far out can you well detect a launch of one of these things and track the trajectory? What kind of radar do you need to be able to establish, that a ballistic missile is launching, that a ballistic missile is going through its apogee, and then what its trajectory is going to be? That's really what I'm getting at. What radar capabilities are necessary to be able to best combat these things, so that you can just shoot at it once it enters the terminal phase.
So yeah, you're going to need a quite long-range radar. That's a couple hundred kilometers to 1,000-kilometer plus range. However, there is another factor here, which is really fantastic for Ukraine. There's another way to do it, and that is using space-based assets. And the United States, we have a very large constellation of early warning satellites that have sensors that detect the infrared emissions from the exhaust, the hot burning exhaust produced by ballistic missiles in the boost phase. So if Russia launches a ballistic missile, be it a 300-kilometer ranged missile like the Fateh 110 and a Iskander-M, or the 700-kilometer ranged Iranian ballistic missile, or any of their other larger ones, ICBMs, etc., the United States will know immediately at the moment of launch, quite literally at the speed of light. The SBIRS constellation, space-based, space-based infrared system, that will detect the launch almost immediately, within seconds, and we can then pass that information along to Ukraine, and we'll be able to track it using space-based assets, essentially for the entirety of the boost phase, so we can continue to pass that information along to Ukraine, and from there we can, they can build a picture of what the trajectory will be, as well as, obviously we're going to have NATO AWACS and other, relevant assets up with quite long range airborne radar systems. They can potentially detect it, pass data to Ukraine, as well as whatever long range systems that Ukraine has themselves in country. So all of that should enable Ukraine to be able to track them with a solid degree of efficacy.
All right, thank you very much, John. So basically you're saying with NASAMS and with this information coming in, be it that locally radar-based detection or other sort of data sources, they should be able to intercept these with, say, NASAMS or IRIS-Ts or whatever modern anti-air systems that have appropriate capabilities, which is very good to hear.
I'll append an asterisk to I'll append an asterisk
to the IRIS-T.
that, and say, well, just to that statement in general, and say that I'm confident that they'll be able to track it with reasonable efficacy. I don't know if that would directly translate into an interception. Again, those long-range Iranian ballistic missiles, things like terminal velocity, of the target relative to the maximum velocity of the interceptor, things like that begin to come into play. So I don't want to make a blanket statement and say that they will be able to intercept them, because there's more to it than simple radar tracking. But radar tracking is a big component. But I'm hopeful that they will be able to do that, you know, with a sufficient degree of efficacy.
All right. Thank you very much, John. Redstone, go ahead.
Yes, would then it be more likely that we would see further U.S. support in Ukraine by sending these advanced ballistic missile interceptors, like land ground-based units, or would this be a discussion the DoD might have and maybe offering up F-16s or something, or is that just too far-fetched and maybe too complex?
So in terms of a potential United States or response from other NATO members, I think, at least this is my personal opinion, I should preface by saying that I anticipate that there will likely be an increase in the number and capabilities of the air defense systems that the United States and the rest of Ukraine's allies are providing once the Iranian ballistic missiles arrive in theater and are, potentially employed by the Russians. I hope and expect that we will see an increase in that regard. I'm also hoping that we will begin to see open and public deliveries of ATACMS being acknowledged, hopefully in dramatically larger quantities. In regards to F-16s, what I'll say is that discussions are ongoing, and I'll kind of leave it at that for now. The issue there is the timeline, based upon conversations that I've had with relevant folks. The F-16s are a couple years out, just based upon some absolute minimum training time requirements for both the pilots and the ground crew. I'm going to be perfectly blunt and say I don't expect to see any F-16s in Ukraine as it currently stands before Q2 or Q3 of probably 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you, Redstone. If you have a similar question or comment, just click that request button. We'll gladly bring you up. John, there was a new kind of deep dive thread that guess who's not had time to read it yet, but especially around Bakhmut and Svatov, I think, focused on those areas by Matveyev. Did you learn anything of interest from that? Because I believe that you have actually had the time to, over a cup of coffee, or maybe two, because it tends to be quite long, work through it in some detail.
Yes, so I read through the thread that he posted. I'll go ahead and get that up in the nest in just a second. As per usual,
I can do it for you.
Okay, wonderful. If you want, you might want to link the translated version. So that's yet another fantastic thread with some fantastic analysis. Is it Matveyev, or how did you pronounce it?
Matveyev, I think. Matveyev, something like that.
Matveyev. He is, I presume he's Ukrainian, or I believe he's a Russian-speaking Ukrainian. He has done a number of very long threads. I think his longest was a 9,500 tweet thread on analyzing some portion of the front line. I strongly recommend giving him a follow and reading everything that he's ever. All of his various analysis threads are all wonderful and informative. In his latest one, he kind of gives an overview of the situation on the ground and what Russia's potential objectives are going into winter. And his line of thinking, broadly speaking, as it relates to Svatov and Bakhmut, is that, starting with Bakhmut anyways, that the likely rationale for the continued Russian assaults against the city and against surrounding areas is to try to establish some gains and establish positions there prior to the onset of winter, and then from there try and hold the newly captured positions The idea being that coming out of winter, if Ukraine holds, from the Russian perspective, if Ukraine continues to hold those, currently highly defensible, highly fortified positions south of Seversk, from kind of north of Soledar through Bakhmut down through Krudomivka, down to approximately north of Horlivka, where the line has been since essentially 2014, 2015. It would be very beneficial to Ukraine if they are able to come out of winter in those positions. And so his rationale is that they're likely continuing their assaults with the goal of forcing Ukraine from those positions before the onset of winter, so that way they can take up those positions. And when spring comes, Ukrainian forces will be in a less advantageous position to launch future counteroffensive operations. And his thinking with Svatove, or just Svatov, I believe, is to similarly just hold the current line along the Krasny, the Red River, which runs through the western portions of Svatov, as is. Again, hold that position through winter, mainly because there's nothing else behind Svatov to defend that's easily defensible, kind of from a geography standpoint. From there, it's just to Starobilsk, and the situation would become extremely dire for the Russians in the event of a Ukrainian breakthrough there, again, because there isn't much to defend. There isn't much advantageous geography there to construct a defensive line further to the east. And he also argues that, this is also true of other portions of the front, further to the south, in and around Avdiivka. They're trying to occupy these positions currently held by Ukraine to create static positions that they will hold over the winter, and not only deny Ukraine the ability to hold these positions over the winter and prepare themselves for future counteroffensives in the spring, but to potentially position Russian forces to carry out additional new offensives in the spring. In theory, once they have, trained and equipped and formed new units and reformed severely what's the word I'm looking for? Severely depleted Russian units, to perform new offensives once those reinforcements arrive, again, in theory, in the spring. He also
and just let's take a pause here, right? Because I think it's quite interesting, because the front line there hasn't moved at all. I mean, 300 meters maybe in the past 8 months? It's literally the same front line that it has been for 7 years prior, right outside Donetsk city. Like Avdiivka is like an exurb, maybe it's not quite a suburb, but it's an exurb or satellite city of Donetsk city. So, and that's also the place where Yehuda was talking a few days ago, close to Donetsk airport, same sort of area, some sort of bit of area to the north of the city of Donetsk, where Russia kind of tried to break out further north and just ended up in a kill zone, right? With, I don't know, 1,000 Russian casualties, maybe more, all in that one little, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer area.
Exactly, yeah. So his Matti, how did you pronounce it again?
See, I'm assuming that he wants it pronounced with the Russian orthography, so it's probably Matveyev. So each E is a ye.
Matveyev, I'm just gonna say Matveyev for
Matveyev, I think. Yeah, it doesn't. It's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Matveyev's thinking in regards to Avdiivka is that, kind of given the current position of the front lines and the relevant geography, that the Russians will attempt some sort of action to encircle Avdiivka, or at least threaten the rear lines behind Avdiivka to force a Ukrainian withdrawal. So that would be, consist of an assault coming down the MO4 through Pervomaisk, and that would then hook northeast to the rear of Avdiivka, as well as that would be accompanied by, in theory, a second pincer coming from the northeast of the city near across the H20 highway, so running approximately perpendicular to that. He has some graphics up of exactly what I'm talking about with some very handy arrows. I think it's on, was it tweet number 13, what I'm specifically referencing, to either, encircle or at least threaten with encirclement Avdiivka, force a Ukrainian withdrawal, and then from there take up new positions and hold those positions over the winter.
That's very interesting. But I mean, they've been trying for that whole area. They've barely moved the line. They have actually broken through the original lines to the north and the south of Avdiivka. Not at Avdiivka itself, but both to the north and the south of that. But I mean, barely. Do they have enough of a concentration of forces there to be possibly able to do so?
So I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. My understanding of the situation is that to some extent it's down to the ability of Ukrainian logistics to keep the units that are defending the flanks of Avdiivka, particularly in the south near Prvomaisk and what used to be Pisky before. I believe Pisky's more or less captured now. So near Prvomaisk particularly, and Vodyany will be Ukraine's ability to keep those units that are defending those positions resupplied with ammunition and other essential logistical support, as well as obviously replenished in terms of manpower and armored vehicles, etc. I suspect that will be the critical determining factor in regards to how that IO develops in the future.
Earlier today, the Ukrainian Stratcom Center also sent out some images of what seems to be incendiary munitions being dropped on Bakhmut during the course of the day. My understanding is that some incendiary munitions are legal to be used as illumination, but this is definitely very clearly daytime. Might this be kind of their final push at Bakhmut in some form, or could this be some sort of an attempt for Russians to say, screw it, if we can't have it, you can't have it either?
Right, so incendiary munitions. They've been deploying thermite-based incendiary munitions against Bakhmut and a number of other areas across the entire front line, basically since day one. What I will say regarding the relevant law of armed conflict as it relates to incendiary munitions, such as the thermite-based ones that Russia is using, or white phosphorus munitions and white phosphorus incendiary munitions, since they get brought up quite frequently, even though there's no evidence that they have been used as of yet by Russia. So the relevant low act there is, it is legal to use incendiary munitions against military targets. It's legal to use them for illumination. It's legal to use them for smoke generating purposes. So, for example, white phosphorus is commonly used for in illumination rounds as well as in smoke rounds. You exploit the production of phosphorus pentoxide, which is that thick white smoke that you see from like smoke grenades or from smoke shells fired from artillery. So all of those uses are perfectly legal. What is illegal is the use of incendiary munitions against civilian targets and civilian infrastructure, civilian areas. That is a violation of the law of armed conflict. That is a war crime, regardless of whether or not it's thermite, white phosphorus, etc., napalm, any other incendiary munition that you might want to think of. So I don't know. I assume Bakhmut as a whole would be considered a civilian area because there are some civilians still remaining within. I don't know what the legal specifics would be in this particular instance, but I will say that the Russians have repeatedly used these thermite munitions indiscriminately against civilian areas that is doubtlessly a war crime. There's been numerous instances of it up and down the front line. So there's no doubt. There's broadly speaking, there is no doubt in that regard.
It is very much a city, right? It is very much still a city. Yes, most of the civilian population have left because they've been under bombardment for 3.5 months, non-stop from fairly close quarters. So no wonder about that. But nevertheless, I mean, seriously, very much certainly a city.
One thing I will also point out is that you have to interpret, and this was kind of, I want to say written in, but this was the understanding of the law of armed conflict, modern law of armed conflict when it was adopted, immediately following the conclusion of the Second World War, is that it isn't as straightforward as simply applying the same standards to the aggressor state and to the defending state. It's important to be clear that this is an illegal war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. So in that sense, every target, regardless of whether or not it's a military target or a civilian target, is an illegal target. So just because, the Russians may bomb something or strike something or use an incendiary munition, etc., destroy by whatever means you want to think of, a target that's of purely military value, it's still, in some sense, no less of a war crime, just because, it may not necessarily be a civilian target, because this, at the end of the day, this is still an illegal war of aggression. And I think it's important to get that point across.
Exactly. Did he only talk about, he talked about Kherson some as well, right? I kind of scrolled through the thread at the very least. Any interesting notes on Kherson?
Yeah, so Kherson is, he mentions Kherson, and I have a few thoughts there as well, and independent of what he said. So his working hypothesis is that he believes that the Russians will abandon most of the right bank of Kherson Oblast, so to the west of the Dnipro River, and withdraw to Kherson city itself and perimeter surrounding the city, and just attempt to hold the city and not the rest of the of the right bank of the Dnipro. That seems reasonable on the one hand. His perspective is that it's unnecessarily difficult to try and hold the entirety of the rest of the right bank through winter. That poses unnecessary challenges, and so the smart move would be to just withdraw to the city and form a perimeter around it, especially in light of continued Ukrainian strikes against the various crossing points and logistical supply routes over the river. These pontoon barges, etc.
So that's in the south, right? In the south of the right bank. Does he comment anything about the north of the right bank, or so just abandon the north of the right bank altogether?
Abandoned entirely. That's his working theory. My thought is that
even like the area around the dam, just abandon it to the river. Interesting.
So my thought there is that I see the point that he's getting at, but if to put myself in the Russian shoes for a moment, my concern would be is if I was a Russian planner and I was looking at this situation and I was faced with the decision, to withdraw to just Kherson city itself and form a defensive perimeter around the city. The problem there is that it restricts you're still going to need supply routes over the river to resupply your forces in the city to be able to actually sustain any defensive operation of the city itself and its immediate surroundings. The problem that withdrawing to the city itself and a tight perimeter around it poses is that those supply routes, those crossing points over the river, over the Dnipro, are going to become concentrated in a very small geographical area. And not only that, it's a small enough geographical area that not only can Ukraine strike the crossing points with longer range artillery systems such as
frankly mortars.
Yeah. I'm getting that. So right now, Ukraine can strike the crossing points up and down the Dnipro using longer range systems like Gimlers, or in the case of the any crossings near Bereslava and Novokhovka, with Excalibur rounds fired from some of the self-propelled guns. They have a range of published range about 40 kilometers from those systems. That's just about enough for them to put Excalibur rounds against those crossings, in addition to obviously Gimlers. But if you have a situation where the Russians are concentrated in Kherson city itself and the immediate vicinity, that would then allow Ukrainian tube artillery pieces, and in some case potentially even mortars, using just standard rounds, to be able to exert fire control over all of the supply routes from the left bank to the right bank, or to the Russian forces in Kherson city and the right bank. That would be the fundamental problem the Russians would face, is that, that packs all of their supply routes into this very small geographical area that is basically, in range of standard Ukrainian howitzers, and in some cases, again, even mortars from multiple different locations using just standard rounds. It's also in range of not just the 155 millimeter pieces, but Ukraine's, pre-war 152 millimeter Soviet legacy pieces as well. That would be a very bad development from the Russian perspective, as it would enable Ukraine to exert fire control over those crossings vastly more easily, potentially.
So, John, why does what does Jan then say that this is a good idea for the Russians to consider doing, or does he just think Russians tend to do weird things all the time, and maybe this is the weird thing that would make sense to them, even if it doesn't make sense? What's the logic there?
His logic for abandoning the rest of the right bank is that trying to supply such a large area via crossings and supply routes that are being continually struck by long-range precision Ukrainian fires, so Gimlers and Excalibur, over winter just adds unnecessary, unjustifiable complexity, and that it makes more sense from a logistical standpoint to consolidate in Kherson city in the immediate vicinity. That's his line of thinking.
I mean, this is the sort of thing we've discussed in event, right? With David Brookfield and many others. Those sort of crossings that are there, they're really, really, really vulnerable. And then if you pull all the forces, how close are the closest Ukrainian forces currently to the crossing? 15, 20 kilometers? Because they're not that far, right? They're literally the other side of the city, effectively.
So,
like the other side of the... Yeah.
Are you talking about Kherson or Novokhovka?
Kherson.
So let me see here. I believe the closest Ukrainian forces are, let me get my measuring tool. They are about they're about 30 kilometers ish outside the city, or maybe a little bit more, 30, 35. And that's, well, not outside the city, but to the edge of the Dnipro River. It obviously depends on where you draw it from. It's potentially closer in some areas.
I just did a line from Posad Pokrovske, where I know that Ukraine has been forever, to the Antonievsky Bridge, and it's 36 kilometers. And I know they're closer than that. So yeah, so 30 odd, I guess, is probably the number, right? So if you imagine that they kind of do like a semicircle, 30 or less kilometers from Antonievsky Road Bridge, from the right bank side of the Antonievsky Road Bridge. I mean, that seems awfully vulnerable. So why does that make sense? It seems awfully vulnerable, but also it extends almost all the way to Kozatske, which is the right bank across from Novokhovka. So then why would you do that unless he means to retreat a lot closer than that? Why would you do that, but then not also try to keep the right bank side of the dam at Novokhovka? It just doesn't make sense to me.
So thinking through it, the issue is if they try to broadly, pull back and essentially decrease the depth of the frontage from the current front line to the Dnipro River. If they try to, say withdraw from Sniharivka closer to the Dnipro River across the entire, portion of the front, even if they try to hold Berislav, Kozatsky, the areas on the right bank near Novokhovka, the issue there is, again, if they withdraw from places like Sniharivka and places, that are in the northern, well, I shouldn't say northern, but areas that are along the current front line, along what's the name of this highway? The highway from Kherson to Sniharivka, I can't find the name. But in any case, if they withdraw from those areas and decrease the depth of front.
Do you mean the T1505, the one that goes right on the right bank of the Inkolets?
Yes, that's it. So that then creates a situation where they're more or less occupying a very thin strip of the front running from Kherson to Novokovsk on the other side of the river. So from Kherson to Kozatsky and Berislav. Yeah, Kozatska and Berislav. They would more or less be occupying a very narrow strip along the name of this highway, the E58 or the M14, depending, from Kherson City to Kozatska, and that would be very susceptible, just based upon the geography, to more or less being cut in half. For Ukraine to be able to just sniff that in half at some point along the highway, and then those two pockets more or less would be unable to mutually reinforce one another, and then you're having to separately supply two different crossings. There is some logic to abandoning Kozatska and Berislav and pulling back from up there, just based upon the difficulty of continually holding that, simultaneously with Kherson City. Do you see what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, kind of, but it just seems to me like if they do it the way it was described, they're just setting themselves up for, an immediate, very much urban battle right in the city of Kherson, right? If they pull back to, 25 kilometers of the city and then kind of say, well, we're just going to stay here. I mean, it just seems very, very odd. Ben? Oh, sorry. John, answer me first, and then we can go to Ben.
Well, I'll just say briefly to that. We have to remember that all of the Russians' options in Kherson at the moment are bad. All of their potential, all the options that they have to choose from whatever list there is, all of those options are bad. The only really smart one, kind of from a purely military perspective, setting aside the domestic, and PR concerns and morale concerns that the Kremlin might have from completely abandoning Kherson City itself. From a military standpoint, the only good option is really to abandon the right bank and reinforce their position, set up a new defensive line on the left bank, and then redeploy those forces, the bulk of the force that are in Kherson elsewhere, or try and reform and refit them as necessary. That would presumably be the smart move. But if they're determined to hold some portion of the right bank, then all the options that they have to hold all that they currently control, or even hold some portion of it, all of their options are bad. So we're debating among options that are all probably likely to fail in any case.
So picking from a bunch of bad options, just which is the most likely bad option for them to pick. Got it. Ben.
Yeah. Hi. I've got I'm very glad that John is here, because I need his unique brain and memory to help me on something, to understand something. A few days back, you had President Putin visiting a training ground, and there was a bit of a huge wink-wink, because that training ground was not any training ground. It was the training ground that had been originally chosen to train the future, not CEOs, but
NCOs?
NCOs, yes, thank you. The future NCOs of the future modern Russian army, as it had been designed in 2012 or something along those lines.
and closing this training ground had been one of the first thing that Shoigu had done when he had joined as Minister of Defense. So it was quite interesting, and it was quite sending a message along the lines of, well, we're learning, we're gonna create a modern Russian army in the midst of battle. Okay, you don't need to be John Spencer to understand how difficult that is, but there's also a strong propaganda element. Like, yeah, whatever you think of the performance of our army right now, we're learning, we're changing, and very soon will be the Russian army yet again, terrifying people thousands of kilometers away from our borders, like the thing nightmares are made for. And I have to say that I fell for it for a minute, and then I realized that in the meantime, our Ukrainian friends are not gonna stay put. They're gonna improve on their own. But that's basically where my ability to think and my knowledge ended. If let's say the Russians take a year to create a semblance of a new functioning army, where will the Ukrainian army be in 1 year, beside the arrival of the leopards, which is going to happen any day soon? But like I'm sure that they're gonna learn and they're gonna improve, but I'm not quite sure in what direction. So where would you look for? Sorry, let me rephrase it. What do you think an improved and retrained Ukrainian army would look like in 1 year's time?
So that's an interesting hypothetical thought experiment, whatever you want to call it, comparing the two potential future forces. So assuming the war is still going on by then and Ukraine hasn't achieved victory by then, it's hard to imagine that assuming things don't get just continually worse for the Russians. Again, if we're setting the parameters of this thought experiment to assume that they don't suffer additional catastrophic defeats between now and then, and associated catastrophic losses of personnel, equipment, and other relevant items. It's conceivable that they could improve some things to some extent. They could potentially increase the manpower that they have deployed via mobilization and conscription to some extent. They could, modernize. Well, I shouldn't say modernize. Make usable some older pieces of equipment. But the thing to keep in mind is that given sanctions, given their inability to produce or procure modern weapon systems and fighting vehicles and other relevant equipment in meaningful quantities, and the lack of a professional NCO corps, the struggle broadly speaking that they're facing with manpower, even if mobilization or conscription leads to an somewhat of an increase in this current time frame, all of any improvements would be relatively modest at best. Whereas Ukraine, for example, let's start starting off with manpower. I believe Konstantin had remarked a few nights ago that even though Ukraine is in the state of general mobilization and in theory there is conscription, the reality is that basically setting aside the class of conscripts in the Ukrainian army that existed prior to February 24th, for the most part there has not really been a need for any conscription at all in Ukraine because of just the sheer amount of volunteers. I believe what he referenced to me was that he had two friends who had volunteered back in, I think, March or April, and met the relevant criteria. And despite that fact, they're still on a waiting list, and it is now November 1st. You have volunteers in large numbers that are essentially waitlisted from enlisting in the army, in the Ukrainian army, because they have all the people that they need. And that number would be determined by how many personnel they can logistically train, equip, and actually support in the field. So there's some other considerations there, but they have a massive reserve of willing manpower, of motivated people who want to defend their country, defend their land, defend their country, defend their fellow citizens, defend their families, defend their democracy, and the values through which their society exists for, as well as to defend their own personal physical security and to prevent their language and culture and history from being exterminated by the Russians. Meanwhile, they're also receiving increasingly comprehensive and effective training regimens, both in country as well as training that's taking place in NATO member states currently. They would be receiving increasingly large quantities of increasingly capable NATO standard equipment. This would give them time to rearm and retool their armed forces to increasingly effective NATO standards, to a vastly larger extent than anything the Russians could hope for in training and equipping anybody that they manage to conscript or mobilize. So the difference is truly night and day, to be quite frank.
In a way, couldn't.
As a final point, I'll just add that momentum will continue to build in Ukraine's favor. Period. I would argue that regardless of whatever modest improvements Russia is potentially able to make on their end of things, the improvement and expansion of capabilities that Ukrainian armed forces will experience will vastly outstrip anything the Russians managed to gin up. Basically, period. Under all plausible circumstances. All Ukraine has to do is avoid fiscal insolvency, make sure they have enough money in their budget, through whatever internal revenue generation means they have, as well as through grants and loans from their allies. As long as they can do that, Ukraine is going to come out on top.
Couldn't it be said that in a way that's kind of what Ukraine's been doing over these past 8 months? Kind of improving its military while in a very all-out war?
There's so many different aspects of that one could talk about. I see CJ just joined. I'm not sure if he is able to come up if he'd like to speak to some of this, because I'm sure he can probably speak to this more than I can. But I mean, take, for example, just look at the difference of equipment. Just as a single example, look at the difference in equipment, of some of these TDF units from, February, March, or April, compared to, say, how the images that we saw of how they've been equipped during the Kharkiv counteroffensive. The difference is just night and day. I mean, in March and April, these were guys basically issued, AK-74s, AKMs, whatever they had on hand, and were more or less a glorified militia running around, doing whatever, raiding Russian rear lines and logistical convoys and, random things like that. Glorified militia. Now, they look like fully outfitted, modern NATO standardized military formations, and that transformation is, spectacular. That's happened over the span of 6-7 months. It's mind-boggling.
We have a CJ, if he'd want to talk to this.
No, I just would recommend everyone check out Colonel Liam Collins's work on military innovation. I mean, it's one of these things that's understudied and needs more appreciation, how a military gets better over war. I mean, we can always offer our anecdotal or sort of observations from afar, but it's really hard to get to the bottom of exactly all the transformations that have happened. I would argue, first and foremost, the transformations that, Ukraine underwent between 2014 and the beginning of the war probably were even more important than the ones they're undergoing now. But the ones they're undergoing now are huge, right? Not just due to captured equipment, but, when they know that they have a larger supply of ammunition, when they know sort of other future systems are coming in, they can plan things completely differently than they had to for the last 8 years, where, basically all they had was all they had. And there wasn't any more help coming. So they had to be much more deliberate with how they use their resources and their people. And this is some considerations that have changed over this time. And that's why I think it's so important to understand that this equipment is good and Ukraine is making the most of it. But if they were to get more, then they would get even better.
Well, thank you very much, CJ. Redstone, I trust you have a question.
Yeah, based on the last few comments from John, I wanted to add on a question. Wouldn't there be a complexity added to how Russia is able to improve upon the situation, if they're even capable or able to do it in the next year or so? Maybe they come up with, skilled NCO officers or whatever. But don't they also still have an issue pending in terms of their border with China? My understanding is they pulled so much of their military away that there's somewhat of a void. I don't know if that's accurate, but don't they have that concern to worry about as well?
I mean, in the sense that the PRC is fundamentally untrustworthy and is only out for their own self-interest, and the fact that the Russians, I'm sure, would be somewhat paranoid about that border. Beyond that, to be blunt, I don't think there's any I think that the possibility of the PRC trying to make some sort of land grab in Siberia is exceedingly low. I just don't see that happening. I can't see. I mean, obviously there's some natural resources there, but those are dispersed over a fairly large area. Well, they're concentrated in a few areas, but those individual locations are dispersed over a very large geographical area that's sparsely populated, that is not really improving economically. That's one of the things you'll kind of notice, is that if you delve into the details of Russian economic and demography trends, everything's kind of shifting away from Siberia towards the European part of Russia and the southern European part of Russia away from Siberia. I don't think that that's something that they would really want, to be quite frank with you.
Understood.
In a sense, it's much easier for China if Russia is weak and really dependent on China and cut off from the rest of the world. No, it's always easy when they administer themselves, but just give you stuff for cheap. When you're the only customer, what do you get, Redstone?
Understood. And that's just another aspect of global economics in a way, right?
Certainly. Thank you, Redstone. CJ, do you know what I'm wondering about? I'm wondering about those helicopters in Pskov yesterday. They just kind of blew up in Russia, way north, way far away from Ukraine. 2 K-52s, one MI something, I forget which one.
Yeah, I mean, this is fascinating to me. I was just going to add that, I don't know if John's seen it yet, but Rob Lee shared some pictures that were taken inside this helicopter base in 2019. Apparently, it was not very well guarded. At least it didn't prevent journalists from entering ad nauseum over time. So the idea that it could be sabotaged by someone with explosives doesn't seem to be too far of a stretch. Although, this is an area obviously deep inside Russia, so it is a little bit baffling. But these Ka-52s are some of their most advanced, aircraft that they have, and they've lost quite a few. I think at the last count, they've lost almost 25 in combat, and they only had about 100 to 150 at the beginning of the war. So a 25% loss, perhaps, of some of their most advanced, expensive, and effective helicopters. And these are things that they don't have a lot of pilots for. They can't make quickly, so not a great sign.
And the third one was shot down over Kherson somewhere yesterday. So what do you think about the claims about who might have done it? and related stuff. How many helicopters did you hear yesterday, CJ, having been shot down over Ukraine? Just the one Ka-52, right?
Yes, and I think there was the video going around of the Mi-8, but I don't know if that had happened yesterday or was from a few days prior.
So the reason why I ask is because this morning on the daily report, there were 4 helicopters listed, 4 new helicopters listed. And, 1 over Kherson, 3 in Pskov. I would be thinking that they were kind of claiming them. And that's not usually what they do, right, CJ? That's not what they do kind of by default on these daily morning reports.
It's a little hard to say, in the day of the Sevastopol, attack with drones and ships. The Russians reported that several ships were damaged. Again, the evidence so far is a little bit unclear in terms of, satellite imagery and pictures of what the actual extent of the damage was. But on that day, where Russia claimed that, several ships were damaged, there was no increase to the Ukrainian numbers. And then conversely, on this day, where there was perhaps a couple aircraft sabotaged and also aircraft destroyed in combat, it was 4. And this 4 number is also what Arestovich said on his nightly report, his advisor to President Zelensky. And so that was a little bit confusing as well, because he had said up to 4 helicopters were destroyed in the sabotage effort and then made no mention of the one shot down. So I think, yes, probably 4 helicopters were lost across all sort of manners of full sabotage and aerial destruction. But I think perhaps those videos of those being shot down were from a few days ago.
John?
CJ, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if my memory serves, when the strike happened at the Saki air station, even though Ukraine obviously officially denied being involved, denied carrying out any kind of strike for about the first month after it happened, they still added the aircraft that had been damaged or destroyed in that strike to their daily list, if I'm not mistaken, the next day.
I would have to go back and check the tapes. I mean, those numbers are, again, not to add any confusion. I mean, they are what they are. I mean, I tend to think that the killed in action number personally is a combination of killed in action, POWs, and wounded, severely wounded and out of the fight. And that's also backed up by, the various numbers that even Russia has released or been leaked, where they say it's about 90,000 wounded and killed. And that's how you get to a number where there's, 70,000 liquidated, as the Ukrainians say. So in terms of when they add them on, I'm not quite sure if they necessarily care too much about having them occur right when the strikes happen, especially if there's some sort of OPSEC concerns. But I think in aggregate, it ends up being relatively accurate. But if we were to go day to day, we might see some issues.
John?
Just briefly on the point of those of the published Ukrainian KIA figures, unless there's been a recent leak, my memory is that the various purported leaks of the Russian figures for KIA is that they were specifically referencing killed, not casualties as a whole, unless I'm misremembering that. So I believe at one point they had referenced, one of the leaks had referenced 65 to 70,000. I can't remember what the exact number was off the top of my head. Russians lost, I believe, and they explicitly referenced them as fatalities, not total sum of casualties, which including wounded and POW, etc. But I could be misremembering that.
And I think there's been so many leaks as well. It's going to be kind of hard to make an accurate assessment. But I think, to avoid some issues we're having, people seem to be confused at why, at least in the last week, Russia has lost so many soldiers, despite, there not being a lot of territorial shifts. And I have to point to the fact that there's a larger percentage of the Russian military right now that's conscripts. And this is pretty obviously why it's happening, right? These people aren't even fully equipped necessarily with body armor or proper helmets. There's very few armored vehicles to go around. So I think you could be pretty reasonable expecting these casualty figures to stay high and probably get even higher despite their shifts on the ground. And that's why it's so important to kind of note that it's not really stalled because losing 1,000 people in a day, like had just happened 2 or 3 days ago, is a key number, because even if those people are conscripts, these people are holding important parts of the line. Just because Russia has more people there doesn't mean they have more combat power, and that's an important distinction.
If I could point out as an example, the other day when we saw, was it 900 something reported Russian killed in the daily Ukrainian update, I believe I'd been sent something by a listener that apparently that same day there had been a major Russian assault somewhere, I believe, north of the Donetsk airport near, I don't remember what the names of the two towns were, Optiny, and there was one other. And I believe that a Ukrainian source had referenced 500 Russian KIA from that single assault. And I presume that was also where the 50 destroyed Russian BMP figure for that same day also came from. That I believe that same Ukrainian source referenced 500 Russian casualties as a result, and over 200 Russian armored vehicles of various types were involved in the assault to some extent.
And I mean, this is an important note, because the Donetsk airport had basically been the DMZ for almost 8 years. This is still within the city limits of Donetsk, as I understand it. And, despite the Ukrainians, valiantly holding on there for so long, they eventually had to pull back to the wood line. But basically, because the Ukrainians were so close, Russia could never use it as a functional military or civilian airport, is my understanding. And so when they eventually pushed in the wood lines with this pretty massive force, somewhere between 2,000 or 3,000 Russians involved and a bunch of artillery vehicles, yes, they gained 500 meters of land, but they lost, as you pointed out, perhaps 500 killed and an unknown amount of wounded. So it came at a great cost. Now they're in the woods, but they're still downhill from the Ukrainians and not necessarily in a better spot. So whether it was worth it, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But my guess would be not so much.
CJ, I've been inundated by questions. And there were questions about artillery earlier, and I could not, and I mean seriously, could not answer them. So the questions were pertaining to counter battery radars and how a counter battery radar works. There was some suggestion that Sweden, now it has a new government, might be shipping more stuff, and among them might be shipping counter battery radars. And people wanted to know how counter battery radars work, and if specifically, can you use a counter battery radar together with a HIMARS in an integrated fashion somehow? To sort of for the radar to tell the HIMARS where to shoot, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, so the way the radar works is a couple ways, right? It's not so much detecting explosions; it's detecting things flying in air that are going back and forth, and then they kind of use some quick math and some calculations to determine what we call the POO site, which I know sounds silly, but it's the point of origin. And it can also sometimes detect the POI, or the point of impact. So if it's a very slow rocket, like we did in Afghanistan and whatnot, when these things were improvised, you could actually detect where it was going to land exactly before it did. And so these things are very helpful for artillery and sort of low rockets. But that's not really what a HIMARS does, right? HIMARS shoots these GMLRS rockets and ATACMS that fly extremely high. So unless the radar detects it at the launch site or somehow when it's coming down, but even then at that point, it's coming straight down very fast. And so the sort of certainty you can have where it was launched from is pretty low. And the other thing too is the range. These radars, they do have an incredible range, anywhere between 10 kilometers as a minimum up to maybe 50 or 60. But HIMARS can shoot farther than that. So the reality is, even if Russia has all their systems on and they're looking in the right place and they catch them being launched, they're still not necessarily going to be able to outrange these missile systems. So that's one of the reasons why Russia's having such a tough time destroying any HIMARS.
Well, there's actually more about the flip scenario, right? Because I mean, they can't even reach the HIMARS necessarily if they're actually shooting at range, even if they can see them shoot. But what the question really was is, if Ukraine gets more counter battery radars, or maybe with some that they already gotten from, say, the Germans to use it, the Panzerhaubitze or whatever, can those radars talk to HIMARS? Was really the question. Because people have seen all of the whole battery of Russian artillery destroyed with GMLRS. right? Or even individual towed howitzers destroyed with gimners. Was that done purely on a visual and then coordinate designating way, or could that have been done with the use of counter battery radar as well?
Yeah.
Did I confuse you?
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yes, they can. I don't even think it's necessarily a problem that they are having trouble finding the Russian artillery systems, because at least from all the pictures and videos I've seen, Russia's not doing a very good job of hiding them or moving them. It's probably a matter of ammunition above all else. The ability to quickly prosecute these targets and figure out, what's a target worth hitting, because the information you get from a radar isn't going to tell you if it's a 60-year-old D20 or if it's a brand new MIFTA B. Like, that kind of information might not be present. And so making sure you're actually using the ammo properly to prosecute targets that are, say, worth it is important as well, because sometimes it's difficult to tell if Russia's just using artillery to hit a civilian area. That's important to stop, but it might not be as important to stop as Russian artillery that's targeting it.
CJ, I think you might be breaking up a bit. Maybe it's just for me. But CJ, question there though. Are there really appreciable differences between the various legacy Soviet systems that Russia is using in that way? I mean, we did see at least one case of what was it, a D-30 towed howitzer, whatever it was, taken out by Ukrainian gimners, right? And at the end of the day, is any of their artillery just so much more precise that it's not worth just depriving them of pieces?
Maybe. But it also depends too.
Redstone, can you tell me if CJ was breaking up for you too, or was it just me?
He was breaking up. It sounded like maybe a Wi-Fi connection that was lost.
And he dropped the listeners. Okay, hopefully we get CJ back in a little bit. When the Russians are out of his internet. Anyway, in the meantime, Vojta was first. I hope you have a non-artillery question, unless it's a very easy one that I can answer. Vojta?
Hi, guys. Actually, I have an artillery question, so you can skip me. Maybe if CJ will come up, I can ask it again. If that's okay.
So. Yep, absolutely. Redstone?
I did have an artillery tech question regarding.
Do you think it's an
radar.
easy one? I mean, I can do. I know what the Doppler effect is. I can explain you the Doppler effect if that's of any use.
Well,
but
I was wondering.
I don't know how it's utilized in a radar.
Well, I'm wondering if what our modern systems are extremely
We're getting
advanced versions.
You don't have to wait. Just give it a minute. Let's get to Vojta's and then your question, because we're getting CJ back and hopefully with a good connection. So I don't have to give explanations of 7th grade physics. Okay, CJ is connected. Vojta, shoot.
All right. Hi, CJ. I hope you can hear me. Well, my question is on the counter battery radars. As you have explained a few minutes later, you said that it's easy to tell the direction. And my question is, how difficult it is to get the coordinates of the enemy artillery battery. How difficult it is to pinpoint the artillery pieces from the counter battery radar. Is that understandable? The question.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna tell you where it came from, but what it won't really tell you is exactly how many systems are there, of course, or how long they've been there, right? So there's other information that would be important to know before you shoot it, because if it was fired from a unit that was, basically always on the move, it might not be worth going after. But if it's something that you've seen on drone footage, you've heard reports that they've been there for a while, you know they're not going to move, then you could go ahead and shoot it. But it just gives you kind of a small piece of the information needed before you decide to shoot it.
And if I may, to put another additional question, so how, if I try to imagine how it works, like it give me like the GPS coordination with like 200 meters circle, in this circle there might be some artillery battery, or how precise is it?
It's good enough information to shoot, and that's probably the best way to describe it, but it'll tell you pretty exactly. So you could, if you wanted to, just shoot based on that, or you can do what Russia and Ukraine do a lot of the time and send a drone to confirm, right? Because if they're doing the right thing and they're moving a lot, then you could shoot at this exact grid, but you could still miss because you're too late. But if you have a drone following them, then you can either adjust or see where they're going and shoot there when they stop again. So that's really up to them to decide based on the situation. But you could shoot off of it if you needed to.
Okay, cool. And I'm wondering, for example, when there is like this artillery duel between two sides, how long does it take actually, from the moment when the Ukrainian howitzer shoots like 30 kilometers to the Russian one? How long does it take to land the shell?
Yes, that's a good question. I mean, it depends on the type of munition, right? Artillery firing at max range is going to take about 80 seconds, 70 to 80 seconds. Rockets, it'll depend if they're unguided or guided. It could be more or less than that. So if you're firing very far, it's more than a minute. But if you're firing close, say 10 or 12 kilometers, it's only going to be about 20 seconds. So not too much time.
Okay, thank you very much, CJ, and I would like to also thank you to Antti. I heard your winter war analysis. It was awesome. So I'm dropping down to the listeners. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vojta. I just want to say, Antti's winter war analysis has been super popular, and it is on Spotify, and it's been super popular on Spotify as well. Just FYI. Redstone, you dropped your hand earlier because you're helping me out, so just go right ahead. Redstone, you still need to unmute. Redstone. Okay, if not that, CJ, I'm going to ask you a very different question from DMs that you might be able to advise with. It's a listener who says they're not comfortable speaking, but how much of an effect might PTSD and attrition have to affect Ukraine? Their soldiers are lasting longer, but there's also fewer of them with 6 more months of this going on. How are they going to fare? I don't know if there are actually fewer Ukrainian soldiers right now. Are there actually fewer Ukrainian soldiers right now, CJ? Let's maybe work on that aspect of it first.
Yeah, this is such an important question, and I've done a little bit of digging into it because it changes so much. So bear with me, everyone. But if you go back to World War I, it wasn't necessarily reported all the time, of course, as PTSD because it wasn't, an understood phenomenon. But what was understood was shell shock and battle fatigue and all these other terms that kind of cover it. And so one of the ways that basically both sides got around these problems that came up when people were in combat too long was battlefield rotations, of course. So, there was a bunch of different levels of trenches. And so the reality was, people were only, and this is not every case, so it's just a lot of different cases. People were only in a trench, as you've seen in the movies and TVs and read in books, for 2 or 3 weeks at most. And so what this meant was those periods were extremely intense. But then they had, at least 2 or 3 weeks off, if not more time than that, outside of the trench. And this actually created a situation that was relatively stable. Yes, a lot of people got these sort of issues, but it wasn't too bad. In World War II, it was tried in a similar fashion where, with some huge exceptions with the airborne landings and Normandy and other cases where people had to fight longer, and they started to run into problems after about a month of straight combat. Where people were not as functional, regardless of how much sleep, regardless of the living conditions. if they were forced to fight in high intensity for more than a month, they were having some serious problems. And so you get to the U.S. experience that lasted the last 20 years, where people would deploy for a year, and you were kind of not necessarily in high intensity combat the whole time for sure, but you were at this sort of low intensity, low grade threat of any time you got in a car. You might get hit by an ambush or an IED. You might get a rocket on your base. And so it's a situation where you were always exposed to a lower level of threat and danger. And so the fear was with this, and it's still being studied because the effects are still being, felt, that this actually might have been worse off. And I know it sounds kind of like it doesn't follow common sense, but trust me, it does. That it might actually be worse for people to be exposed to low levels of stress for longer times than, say, 2 or 3 weeks at the front. So what is Ukraine doing? Well, from what I understand, they're trying their best, and they seem to be doing a much better job of it than Russia, of rotating their troops out with, the troops in Bakhmut, for example, which are some of the most, heavily engaged in combat, fighting for up to 30, maybe 45 days before getting replaced by a completely fresh unit. And so this allows them to, basically meet those World War I or World War II levels of stress, which is still, and it's probably even higher in some cases, and then still, rotate, and then they go to another area too. So this is interesting, right? They don't necessarily go back to the same place. They experience combat elsewhere. And this has allowed them to stay effective for much, much longer. So I think, as long as Ukraine has, as far as I know, about 400 to 500,000 people in their active duty army, with an unknown number of reserves, perhaps up to 500,000, they're going to be able to do this much longer than Russia can, where Russia, only has 200,000